Here's the thing, my special pal, your only pal. They gotta transport me in this van to where they do me. Huntsville. What a name. Hunted and a villain, right? Takes an hour, the ride. What if something happens between point A and B? At Place Dauphine, chestnut trees, azaleas, and roses are blossoming and blooming. Jean-Baptiste does not need to see, only to smell to know where he is. Bar du Caveau, and Restaurant Paul, which is a good one. People are disconnected from him, eating and drinking behind glass, smiling and laughing, or intensely leaning into candlelight. Some of them will leave and make love, not knowing they are watched. Jean-Baptiste glides through the night to the tip of the Ile Saint-Louis, and the lights of Paris are caught in the current of the Seine and shimmer like fine hair. In but a few minutes he is a mile or so from the morgue. Now, I ain't got the wherewithal to do nothing. Bet you do, though. You get that van stopped when I'm on my way to the Needle, and I'll come back for you, hairball. My time's up. 3 days. You hear that? 3 goddamn days. I know you can figure out a way. You can arrange it, save my ass, and then we'll be partners. Inside a brasserie on the Ile Saint-Louis, he sat in a corner and stared out at a balcony crowded with flower pots, and a woman stepped out to look, perhaps at the blue sky and the river. She was very beautiful, and her windows were open to the fresh fall air. He remembered that she smelled like lavender. He thought she did. "You can have her when I'm done," Jay said as he sipped the Clos de Bez of the Domaine Prieur Roche. The wine hinted of smoked almonds. He slowly swirled the red burgundy, and it licked around the wide bowl of the glass like a warm tongue slowly licking in circles. "I know you want some." Jay lifted the glass and laughed at the double entendre. "But you know how you get, mon frère." "You listening, hairball? 3 fucking days. Just a few days before you, I'll make sure you got all the bitches you want out there. I'll bring 'em to you long as you don't mind if I have my piece of 'em first. Since you can't, right? So why shouldn't you share?" A pause, and Beast's voice turned sinister. "You listening to me, hairball? Free as a bird." "So here we go," Jay said with a wink. He set down his wine-glass and said he'd be right back. Jean-Baptiste, clean-shaven with a cap pulled low over his face, was not to speak to anyone while Jay— He can't call him Jay. Jean-Paul was gone. Through the window, Jean-Baptiste watched his beautiful brother call up to the woman on the balcony. He was motioning, pointing, as if in need of directions, and she smiled and began to laugh at his antics. Instantly she was overcome by his spell and disappeared back inside her apartment. Then his blessed brother was magically sitting in the booth again. "Leave," he commanded Jean-Baptiste. "Her apartment is on the 3rd floor. He nodded toward it. "You see where it is. Hide while she and I have a drink. She will be simple enough. You know what to do. Now get out of here and don't frighten anyone." "You fucking ugly piece of hairy shit!" Beast's hideous whisper drifts inside Jean-Baptiste's cell. "You don't want to die, do ya? Nobody wants to die except the people we do, when they can't take no more and start begging, right? Free as a bird. Just think of that. Free as a bird." Jean-Baptiste envisions the woman doctor named Scarpetta. She will fall asleep in his arms, his eyes never leaving her, and she will be with him always. He strokes the letter she sent him, typed and brief, begging to come see him, asking for his help. He wishes she had written it by hand, so he could study every curve and contour of her sensual penmanship. Jean-Baptiste imagines her naked and sucks his tongue. 53. Thunder sounds like kettle drums in the distance, and clouds roll past the waning moon. Bev will not head back to Dutch Bayou until the storm passes, if it moves this far southeast, and the forecast on the car radio doesn't call for that. But she isn't ready to return to the boat landing. The lamb in the forest green Ford Explorer has followed an interesting route for the past 2 hours, and Bev can't figure it out. She, whoever she is, has cruised streets, and especially parking lots, for no reason that Bev can tell. Her guess is that the lamb had a fight with her man and refuses to go home right now. probably to worry him sick. One of those little games. Bev has been careful to keep her distance, to turn up side streets, to pull off in gas stations along Highway 19, then speed up. Several times Bev has passed the Explorer in the left lane, going ahead at least 10 miles, pulling off the highway, and waiting for her prey to get ahead of her again. Soon enough they pass through Baker, a tiny town with businesses that have strange names. Rafe's Po' Boy, Money Flash Cash, Crawfish Depot. The town vanishes like a mirage, and the stretch of highway becomes pitch dark. There is nothing out here, no lights, only trees, and a billboard that reads, "You Need Jesus." 54. Gator eyes remind Bev of periscopes fixing her in their sights before vanishing under water the color of weak coffee. Jay told her gators won't bother her unless she bothers them. He says the same about cottonmouths. "Did you ask them their opinion? And if it's the truth, then how come cottonmouths come crashing out of the trees trying to get in the boat? And remember that movie we watched? Oh, what was it called?" "Faces of Death," he replied, on this occasion amused instead of annoyed by her questions. "Remember that game warden who fell in the lake and right there on camera this huge gator got him?" "Cottonmouths don't fall into the boat unless you startle them," Jay explained. "And the gator got the game warden because the game warden was trying to get him." That sounded reasonable enough, and Bev felt slightly reassured, until Jay smiled that cruel smile of his and did a complete about-face, and explained how she can tell if an animal or reptile is a predator, and therefore an aggressor, and therefore the fearless hunter. "It's all in the eyes, baby," he said. "The eyes of predators are in front of the head, like mine." He pointed to his beautiful blue eyes. "Like a gator's, like a cottonmouth's, like a tiger's. Us predators are going to look straight on for something to attack. The eyes of non-predators are more on the sides of the head, because how the hell is a rabbit going to defend itself against a gator, right? So the little bunny needs peripheral vision to see what's coming and run like hell." "I've got predator eyes," Bev said, pleased to know it, but not at all happy to hear that gators and cottonmouths are predators. Eyes like that, she realized, meant something's on the prowl, looking to hurt or kill. Predators, especially reptiles, aren't afraid of people. Shit. As far as Bev's concerned, she's no match for a gator or a snake. If she falls in the water or steps on a cottonmouth, who's going to win? Not her. "Humans are the ultimate predator," Jay said, "but we're complicated. A gator is always a gator. A snake's always a snake. A human can be a wolf or a lamb. Bev is a wolf." She feels her wolfish hot blood stirring as she glides past cypress knees jutting from the bayou like the ridges of a sea monster's back. The pretty blonde woman hog-tied on the floor of the boat squints in intermittent early morning sunlight. Wherever cypress roots break the surface, the water isn't deep, and Bev is vigilant as she motors slowly toward the fishing shack. Now and then her prisoner tries to shift her position to ease the terrible pain in her joints, and her labored breathing flares her nostrils, the gag around her mouth wetly sucking in and out. Bev doesn't know her name and warned her not to say it. This was hours ago inside the Cherokee, after the lamb realized she couldn't get out the passenger door, and if she tried to climb over the seat, Bev was going to shoot her. Then the lamb got chatty, trying to be friendly, trying to make Bev like her, going so far as to politely ask Bev's name. They all do that, and Bev always says the same thing. "My name is none of your fucking business, and I don't want to know yours or a damn thing about you." The woman was instantly powerless, realizing that she wasn't going to talk her way out of whatever horror was in store for her. Names have only two purposes. Use them to manipulate people into feeling that their lives have value, and refuse to use them to cause people to feel that their lives have no value. Besides, Bev will learn a lot about this pretty little lamb soon enough when Jay monitors the news on his battery-powered radio. "Please don't hurt me," the lamb begs. "I have family." "I'm not listening," Bev tells her. "You know why? Because you're nothing but the catch of the day." Bev laughs, enjoying the strength of her own voice, because very soon she won't have a voice. Jay will. Once he takes possession of the lamb, there will be nothing left for Bev to do, except what he orders her to do or not to do. Mostly Bev will watch, and thoughts of that overwhelm her with a compulsion to control and abuse while she can. She binds the lambs tighter than Jay does, tying ankles to wrists behind the back so the body is bowed, making it all the more difficult for the lamb's diaphragm to relax and contract as she struggles to breathe. "Tell you what, honey," Bev says as she steers. "We're going to anchor right over there under those shade trees, and I'm going to cover you good with skeeter spray, every inch of you, because my man ain't going to want you swelled up and itching." She laughs as her prisoner's eyes widen and tears flood her puffy red lids. This is the first the lambs heard mention of a man. "Now you quit your bawling, honey. You need to look pretty, and right now you're looking like shit." The lamb blinks hard, the gag making wet noises with each agonizing, rapid, shallow breath. Bev steers the boat closer to shore, cuts the engine, and drops anchor. She picks up the shotgun and scans the trees, checking for snakes. Satisfied that the only one in harm's way is her prisoner, she lays the pump-action shotgun on top of the tarp and places a boat cushion on the floor just inches from her cute little catch of the day, as she continues to call her. Bev digs in her beach bag and pulls out a plastic squirt bottle of insect repellent. "What I'm going to do now is take off your gag and untie you," Bev says. "You know why I can be that nice, honey? Because you ain't got nowhere to go but overboard, and if you think about what's in these waters, you ain't likely to want to go for a little swim. Or how about the fish box?" Bev opens the lid of the coffin-sized fish box. It is filled with ice. "That'll keep you nice and fresh if you decide to get rowdy, and you're not going to do that, are you?" The woman vigorously shakes her head and dryly says "No" as the gag comes off. "Thank you, she says in a shaking voice, wetting her lips. "Bet your joints are hurting like hell," Bev says, taking her time untying her. "My man Jay tied me up once. My ankles and wrists tied up tight together behind my back until I was bent like a pretzel, just like you. It turned him on, you know." She tosses the rope on top of the tarp. "Well, you'll find out soon enough." The woman rubs her raw ankles and wrists, trying to catch her breath. She reminds Bev of a cheerleader, one of those athletic blondes with pure prettiness like those in 17 magazine. She wears small, horn-rimmed glasses that make her look smart, and she's the right age, late 30s, maybe 40. "You go to college?" Bev asks her. "Yes." "Good, that's real good." She disappears inside her thoughts for a moment, a slack expression on her fleshy, weathered face. "Please, take me back. We've got money. We'll pay you whatever you want." Bev's meanness snaps back into her eyes. Jay's smart and has money. The woman is smart and has money. She leans close to the woman, the whine of mosquitoes loud beneath the trees. Not far away a fish splashes. The higher the sun gets, the hotter it is, and Bev's Hawaiian shirt is damp with sweat. "Money's not what this is about," Bev says as the woman stares at her, hope fading from her light blue eyes. "Don't you know what this is about?" "I didn't do anything to you. Please, just let me go home and I'll never tell anyone. I won't ever do anything to get you into trouble. How could I, anyway? I don't know you." "Well, you're getting ready to know me, honey," Bev says, laying a rough, dry hand on the woman's neck and stroking it with her thumb. "We're getting ready to know each other real good." The woman blinks, wetting her chapped lips as Bev's hand works its way down, touching the hollow of her neck, then down lower, exploring wherever she pleases. The woman sits rigidly and shuts her eyes. She jerks when Bev reaches under her clothing, unhooking her bra and back. Bev starts squeezing the insect repellent, rubbing it on the lamb's naked body, feeling her luscious firm flesh tremble like jello. Bev thinks of Jay and the bleached area of the floor beneath the bed, and she shoves the lamb hard, slamming her head into the outboard motor.
This book is continued on Disc 6. Disc 6.
55. At the corner of 83rd and Lexington, a delivery truck struck a pedestrian, an elderly woman. Benton Wesley overhears excited talk in the gawking crowd as emergency lights flash, the block cordoned off in yellow crime scene tape. The fatal accident occurred less than an hour earlier at lunchtime, and Benton has seen enough gore in his life to walk swiftly past and respectfully avert his eyes from the body trapped under one of the truck's back tires. He catches the words brains and decapitated and something about dentures lying on the street. If the public had its way, every death scene would be pay-per-view. $5 for a ticket, and you can stare at blood and guts to your heart's content. When he used to arrive at crime scenes and all the cops would move out of the way to allow his expert eye to take in every detail, he had the right to order unauthorized people to leave. He could vent his disgust as he pleased, sometimes calmly, sometimes not. He surveys the area from behind his dark glasses, his lean body moving along the crowded sidewalk, cutting in and out with the agility of a lynx. A plain black baseball cap covers his shaved head, and he backtracks toward Lucy's headquarters, having gotten out of a taxi 10 blocks north instead of directly in front of her building or even near it. Benton probably could walk right past Lucy and say "excuse me," and she would not recognize him. 6 years it has been since he has seen or talked to her, and he is desperate to know what she looks like, sounds like, acts like. Anxiety presses him onward at his determined pace until he nears the modern polished granite building on 75th Street. A doorman stands in front, hands behind his back. He is hot in his gray uniform and shifts his weight from leg to leg, indicating that his feet hurt. "I'm looking for the last precinct," Benton says to him. "The what?" The doorman looks at him as if he's crazy. Benton repeats himself. "You talking about some kind of police precinct?" The doorman scrutinizes him, and homeless and wacko register on his jaded Irish face. "Well, maybe you mean the precinct on 69th. 21st floor, suite 2103, Benton replies. "Yeah, now I know what you're talking about, but it ain't called the last precinct. 2103's a software company, you know, computer stuff." "You sure?" "Hell, I work here, don't I?" The doorman is getting impatient, and he glares at a woman whose dog is sniffing too close to the planter in front of the building. "Hey," he says to her, "no dogs doing their business in the hedge." "She's just sniffing," the woman indignantly replies, jerking the leash, tugging her hapless toy poodle back to the middle of the sidewalk. Having asserted himself, the doorman ignores the woman and her dog. Benton digs in a pocket of his faded jeans and pulls out a folded piece of paper. He smooths it open and glances at an address and phone number that have nothing to do with Lucy or her building or the office that really is called the last precinct, despite what the doorman thinks. If the doorman happens to relay to her, perhaps in jest, that some weirdo stopped by asking for the last precinct, she will go on the alert, get very worried. Marino believes that Jean-Baptiste knows Lucy's company by that name. Benton wants Marino and Lucy on the alert and worried. "Says here 2103, Benton tells the doorman, shoving the piece of paper back in his pocket. "What's the name of the company? Maybe the information I was given is wrong." The doorman steps inside and picks up a clipboard. Running his finger down a page, he replies, Okay, 2103. Like I said, some computer outfit, Info Search Solutions. You want to go up? I gotta call 'em and see an ID. An ID, yes, but calling isn't necessary, and Benton is amused. The doorman is openly rude and prejudiced toward the scruffy stranger before him, no longer mindful, as many New Yorkers aren't, that the city's greatest virtue in the past was to welcome scruffy strangers, desperately poor immigrants who barely spoke English. Benton speaks English exquisitely when he chooses, and he isn't poor, although his funds are regulated. He reaches inside his jacket for his wallet and produces a driver's license. Stephen Leonard Glover, age 44, born in Ithaca, New York, no longer Tom Haviland because Marino knows him by that alias. Whenever Benton has to change his identity, which he does whenever needed, he suffers a period of depression and meaninglessness, finding himself once again angrier than is necessary and all the more determined to prevail without burning with hate. Hate destroys the vessel that holds it. To hate is to lose clarity of mind and vision. Throughout his life he has resisted hate, and it would be all too easy and appropriate to hate the hate-filled, sadistic, and unremorseful offenders he has relentlessly tracked and trapped beyond what was appropriate while he was with the FBI. Benton's gift at evasion and imperviousness would not be possible if he hated or gave in to any extreme of emotion. He became Scarpetta's lover while he was still married, and perhaps that is his only sin he won't forgive. He can't bear to imagine the anguish Connie and their daughters suffered when they believed he was murdered. At times he considers his exile punishment for what he did to his family, because he was weak and gave in to an extreme of an emotion that he still feels. Scarpetta has that effect on him, and he would commit the same sin again. He knows it, were he to go back in time when they first realized what they were feeling for each other. His only excuse, a weak one he knows, is that their lust and falling in love wasn't premeditated by either one of them. It happened. It simply happened. "I'll call him up for you," the doorman says, returning the fraudulent ID to Benton. "Thank you. What is your name?" "Jim." "Thank you, Jim, but that won't be necessary." Benton walks off, ignoring a "Don't Walk" sign, crossing 75th Street and becoming part of the anonymous flow of pedestrians along Lexington Avenue. Swerving under scaffolding, he pulls his cap lower, but behind his dark glasses his eyes miss nothing. Were any of the same oblivious people to pass him again on another block, he would recognize their faces, always aware and on guard. 3 times and he will tail whoever it is and capture him or her on his pocket-size video camera. He has amassed hundreds of tapes in the past 6 years, and so far they mean nothing beyond demonstrating that he lives in a very small world, no matter how big the city. Cops have an obvious presence in New York, sitting in their cruisers, talking to one another on sidewalks and street corners. Benton passes them, stoically looking straight ahead, his pistol strapped around his ankle, a violation so serious he would probably be tackled or slammed against a building were a cop to spot the gun. He would be handcuffed, stuffed inside a police car, interrogated, run through the FBI computer system, fingerprinted and arraigned in court, all to no avail, really. When he worked crime scenes, his prints were stored in AFIS, the automated fingerprint identification system. After his alleged death, his prints, including his 10-print card in cold storage, were altered, swapped with a man who had died of natural causes and was surreptitiously fingerprinted in the embalming room of a Philadelphia funeral home. Benton's DNA profile is in no automated system anywhere on Earth. He steps into a doorway and dials directory assistance on a cell phone that has the billing address of a phone number at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Programming the billing address was not so difficult. Benton has had years to become adept on the computer, using and violating cyberspace to his advantage. An occasional collect call added to the Texas Penitentiary's telephone bills is likely to escape notice, and could not be traced to anyone, certainly never to him. Benton knows that when he makes his call to Lucy's office, the Texas Penitentiary's name and number will show up on whatever sophisticated security system she has. Of course all calls are taped. Of course, Lucy will have her own forensic voice analysis computer system. Of course, Benton has Jean-Baptiste's voice on tape and has had it for years, reaching back to the very dangerous days of an undercover operation that did not bring down the Shandun cartel, but instead annihilated Benton's identity and life. For this, Benton has not yet forgiven himself. He doesn't believe he will ever be able to give up his guilt and humiliation. He underestimated those whose trust was synonymous with his life. As a child, Benton and his magic ring made mistakes in his fantasy investigations. As an adult, he and his gold FBI ring have also made mistakes, errors in judgment, and flat-out wrong psychological assessments of murderers. But the one time in his career when he needed his acumen and wits the most, he slipped. And the thought of it still enrages him, sickens him, fills him with self-recrimination. He tells himself during his most despondent moments no one else is to blame. Not even the Shandons and their minions are to blame. You dug your pit, and now you must get out of it. 56. Just plain Jane copying paper, Polonsky's public information officer Wayne Reeve explains to Scarpetta over the phone. We buy it by the ream and sell it to the inmates for a penny a sheet. Envelopes are cheap white dime store variety, 3 for a quarter, he adds. If you don't mind my asking, why are you interested? Research. Oh? His curiosity lingers. Forensic paper analysis. I'm a scientist. What if the inmate doesn't have commissary privileges? Scarpetta inquires from her office in Delray Beach. She was rushing out of the house with her suitcase when the phone rang. Rose answered it. Scarpetta eagerly took the call. She will miss her flight to New York. He or she can get writing paper, envelopes, stamps, and so on. No one is denied that privilege, no matter what. You can understand it. Lawyers, Reeves says. Scarpetta doesn't ask him if Jean-Baptiste Chandon is still on death row. She doesn't hint that she's gotten a letter from him and is no longer certain Chandon is safely locked up. Enough, you son of a bitch. I've had enough, you son of a bitch. You want to see me, you'll see me, you son of a bitch. You want to talk, we'll talk all right, you son of a bitch. If you've escaped, I'm going to find out, you son of a bitch. If you did or didn't write this letter, I'm going to find out, you son of a bitch. You're not going to hurt anybody else, you son of a bitch. I want you dead, you son of a bitch. Can you send me samples of commissary paper? She asks Reeve. You'll get them tomorrow, he promises. 57. Turkey buzzards swoop low in the blue sky, the smell of death and decay drawing them to the marsh beyond the gray, weathered pier. What'd you do, throw meat in the sawgrass? Bev complains to Jay as she loops a rope over a piling. You know how much I hate those damn buzzards. Jay smiles, his attention on the lamb cowering in the stern of the boat. She rubs her wrists and ankles, her clothing partially unbuttoned and in disarray. For an instant, relief passes through her terrified eyes, as if the handsome blonde man on the dock couldn't possibly be evil. Jay wears nothing but threadbare cut-off jeans, the muscles in his sculpted tan body popping out with every move he makes. He lightly steps down into the boat. Get inside, he orders Bev. Hi, he says to the woman. I'm Jay. You can relax now. Her wide, glassy eyes are riveted to him. She keeps rubbing her wrists and wetting her lips. Where am I? She asks. I don't understand. Jay reaches out to help her up, and her legs won't work, so he grabs her around the waist. There we go. A little stiff, are we? He touches the dried, bloody clumps of hair matted to the back of her head, and his eyes burn. She wasn't supposed to hurt you. You're hurt, aren't you? Okay, hold on. I'm going to pick you up, just like this. He lifts her as if she weighs nothing. Put your arms around my neck. Good. He places her on the dock and climbs out after her. Helping her to her feet again, he picks her up and carries her inside the shack. Bev sits on the narrow, sour-smelling bed. It has no covers, just a dingy, rumpled, white, form-fitted sheet, and a stained pillow that has lost its shape and is almost flat. Bev's eyes follow Jay as he lowers the woman to the floor, holding her around the waist while she struggles for balance. I can't seem to stand up, she says, avoiding Bev, pretending Bev isn't there. My feet are numb. She tied you too tight, didn't she? Jay says, as his eyes burn brighter. What'd you do to her? He asks Bev. Bev stares at him. Get off the bed, he says to her. We need to let her lie down. She's hurt. Get a wet towel. To the lamb, he says, as he helps her on the bed, I don't have any ice, I'm sorry. Ice would be good for your head. There's ice in the fish box. And groceries, Bev says in a flat tone. You didn't bring me any pups, Jay comments. I was busy, and nothing was open. Plenty of strays out there if you aren't too lazy to look for them. She opens the refrigerator and pours cold water on a dish towel. "That's all right," the lamb meekly replies, relaxing a little. "Jay is handsome and sweet. He is a friend, not horrid like that ugly beast of a woman." "I'll be fine. I don't need any ice." "It's not all right." Jay gently arranges the pillow under her head, and she cries out in pain. "No, it's not all right." He slips a hand under her neck, moving her head so he can feel the back of it. The pressure of his fingers is too much, and the woman cries out again. "What'd you do to her?" he asks Bev. "She fell in the boat." The woman says nothing and refuses to look at Bev. "Fell with a little help, maybe?" Jay asks, in a tone of perfect self-control. He gathers the lamb's blouse together and buttons it without touching her. 58. Benton takes off his jacket and drops it in a trash can. A block south, he tosses his baseball cap into another trash can and ducks into the shadows of scaffolding to unfasten his canvas knapsack. Inside is a black do-rag, and he ties it tightly around his head. He slips on a denim vest that has an American flag embroidered on the back. During a brief lull in pedestrian traffic, he substitutes his sunglasses for amber-tinted ones in different frames. Rolling up the knapsack, he tucks it under his arm and cuts left on 73rd Street, then left again on 3rd and back on 75th, where he stands at the corner of Lucy's building. Jim, the doorman, ignores him and wanders inside the lobby for a welcome rush of air conditioning. New technology is Benton's ally and enemy. Cell phone calls can be traced by more than caller ID. Signals bounce off satellites and boomerang to where the caller is located geographically when the call is made, and to date it is impossible to foil this technology. Benton has no choice but somehow to work around it. While caller ID will erroneously indicate that the call is being made from a Texas prison, the satellite transmission will reveal that the call was made in Manhattan, pinpointed to an area that is smaller than a city block. He uses this to his advantage, however. All obstacles can be steps to a higher benefit. Benton makes the call from Lucy's address at Lexington and 75th Street. Jean-Baptiste is on death row, and that is easy enough to check. Logic would dictate that Jean-Baptiste could not have called collect from Manhattan. Then who did? Lucy will puzzle over the call made in the immediate area of her office building, and knowing her as well as Benton does, he is certain she will make a call from her own address and see that the same coordinates are pinpointed by the satellite. This will lead her to the conclusion that there must have been a technical glitch, that somehow the transmission traced back to where the call was received instead of where it was initiated. She will not understand how this could have happened when it has never happened before. Lucy will be paranoid. Without a doubt she will be angry, because she does not forgive sloppy work or technical screw-ups. She will blame the snafu on the telephone company or her staff. Probably the latter. As for Jim the doorman, when asked, he will say that at the precise moment the call was made, he saw no one on a cell phone in front of the building or close to it. This will be a lie. Almost everybody in New York walks around with a cell phone to his or her ear. The truth is, even if Jim remembers the precise time he left his post for the air-conditioned lobby, he won't want to admit it. The last obstacle is voice analysis, which Lucy will conduct immediately to verify that the caller was Jean-Baptiste Chandon. That is no threat. Benton has spent several years meticulously studying, transcribing, and editing recordings of Jean-Baptiste's voice, then re-recording them into digital files with a single directional microphone that, when used in a high-sensitivity mode, picks up multi-directional sound or background noise, in this case the inside of a prison. He edited and spliced it on a computer, and the results are seamless. Each file a blitz of sound bites intended for voicemail or a live recipient who has no chance for a response that would force a mental engagement that is impossible. Switching from menu to a folder he named Red Stick for Baton Rouge, he verifies the timestamp on the LCD and double-checks that all details of the setup are in order. He plugs the microphone into a speaker port and tucks in the earpiece. The phone at InfoSearch Solutions, the last precinct, is picked up. "Manhattan. Collect call to InfoSearch Solutions on 75th, he says into the microphone.
"Your name?"
"Polonsky Unit."
"Please hold."
The operator connects the call.
"Collect call from Polonsky Unit. Will you accept charges?"
"Yes." without pause or change of inflection. "Good afternoon. May I ask who's calling?" a male voice continues, the caller ID showing the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Benton sets noise cancel on high to eradicate the live feedback of New York traffic and other sounds that would be ruinous for a call supposedly made from the interior of a penitentiary. He presses play. The indicator light glows green, and file 1 begins. "When Mademoiselle Farinelli returns, tell her Bâton Rouge." Jean-Baptiste's recorded voice is as natural as if he himself is speaking in real time. "She's out of the office. Who's calling? Who is this?" The man in Lucy's office tries to talk to what is nothing more than a memory chip on the line. "May I give her a message?" The call ended 7 seconds ago. Benton erases file 1 from Red Stick to ensure that Jean-Baptiste's faked message cannot be played again, ever, by anyone. He walks swiftly along the congested sidewalk again, head bent, missing nothing. 59. "Please don't hurt me," the lamb says. Jay helps the woman sit up. She cries and moans as he gently cleans her bloody hair, worrying about the split in her scalp caused by the blunt force trauma of her head cracking against the outboard motor. He reassures her that the injury isn't serious and didn't fracture her skull. She's not seeing double, is she? "No," she says, her breath catching as he touches her hair again with the wet, bloody towel. "I can see fine." Jay's sweetness, his protectiveness, has the usual effect, and the woman's attention is fixed only on him. She identifies with him to the extent that she feels she can tell him that Bev, whose name the woman doesn't know, pushed her into the outboard motor. "That's how I hit my head," she confides to Jay. He tosses the bloody towel to Bev. She hasn't moved, just stands in the middle of the small room, staring at him like a cottonmouth coiled to strike. The towel lands at her feet, and she doesn't pick it up. He tells her to pick it up. Bev doesn't. "Pick it up and wash it in the sink," he says. "I don't want to look at that thing on the floor. You shouldn't have hurt her. Clean the towel and get all this insect repellent off her." "I don't need her to get it off me," the woman pleads. "Maybe it's good to keep it on because of all the bugs." "No, you need it washed off," Jay says, leaning close and smelling her neck. "You have too much on. It's toxic. She must have soaked you with an entire bottle. That's not good." "I don't want her touching me again." "She hurt you?" The lamb doesn't answer. "I'm here. She won't hurt you." Jay gets up from the edge of the bed, and Bev collects the wet, gory towel. "We don't need to waste water," she says. "The tank's low." "It's supposed to rain eventually," Jay replies, studying the woman as if she's a car he might buy. "The tank's got plenty anyway. Wash the towel and bring it back in here." "Please don't hurt me." The woman lifts her head up from the pillow. It is pinkish and wet, and a bright red spot indicates that her laceration has begun to bleed again. "Just take me home, and I won't tell anybody. Not anybody, I swear to God." Her eyes plead with Jay, her only hope, because he's glorious to look at, and so far he's been nice. "Won't tell anybody what?" Jay asks her, moving closer, sitting on the edge of the iron frame bed with its foul, broken-down mattress. "What's there to tell? You hurt yourself, now didn't you? And we're good Samaritans taking care of you." She nods, uncertainty, then fear contorting her face. "Make it quick, please," she whispers between convulsions, sobs and hiccups jerking her body. "If you aren't going to let me go, make it quick." Bev returns with the towel and hands it to Jay. Water drips on the bed and trickles down his bare, muscular arm. Bev runs her fingers through his hair and kisses the back of his neck, then presses close to him as he opens the woman's blouse. "Ah, no bra," he says. "She wasn't wearing one?" He cranes his head around, demanding an answer in a soft voice that by now has become scary. Bev slides her hands down his sweaty chest. The woman's eyes are wide with the same glassy terror that Bev saw in the boat. She trembles violently, her naked breasts quivering. A drop of saliva slips out of the side of her mouth, and Jay stands up, disgusted. "Get the rest of her clothes off and clean her up," he orders Bev. "You touch her again, you know what I'll do to you." Bev smiles. Theirs is a well-rehearsed, long-running drama. 60. The next morning, Scarpetta is still in Florida. Once again, she was about to leave and was waylaid, this time by FedEx delivering 2 packages, one from the Polonsky Public Information Officer, the other a thick package containing Charlotte Dard's case, mostly copies of autopsy and lab reports and histological slides. Scarpetta places a slide of the left ventricular free wall on the compound microscope's stage. If she could add up the hours she spent looking at slides throughout her career, the number would be in the tens of thousands. Although she respects the histologist, whose devotion is to the minuscule structures of tissues and the tales their cells can tell, she has never been able to comprehend sitting inside a tiny lab day in and day out, surrounded by sections of heart, lung, liver, brain, and other organs, and injuries and stigmata of diseases that are cut into sections and turned rubbery inside bottles of a fixative such as formalin. Each tissue section is embedded in paraffin wax or a plastic resin and shaved into slices thin enough for light to pass through them. After they are mounted on glass slides, they are stained with a variety of dyes that were developed by the 19th century textile industry. Mostly, Scarpetta sees a lot of pinks and blues, but there is a profusion of colors used depending on the tissue and the cellular structure and possible defects that need to give up their secrets to her at the other end of the lens. Dyes, like diseases, are often named for whoever discovered or invented them, and this is where histology becomes unnecessarily complicated, if not annoying. It isn't enough for dyes or dyeing techniques to be called blue or violet. They must be Kressel blue, Kressel violet, or Pearl's Prussian blue, or Heidenhain's hematoxylin, purplish red, or Masson's trichrome, blue and green, or Bielschofsky, neutral red, or her favorite mundanity, Jones' methenamine silver. A typical egocentric pathological legacy is a Van Giesen staining of a Schwann cell nuclei from a schwannoma, and Scarpetta fails to understand why German physiologist Theodor Schwann would have wanted a tumor named after him. She peers into the lens at the contraction bands in the pink-stained tissue shaved from a section of Charlotte Dard's heart at autopsy. Some fibers are missing their nuclei, indicating necrosis or the death of tissue, and other slides reveal pink and blue-stained inflammation and old scarring, and narrowing of the coronary arteries. The Louisiana woman was only 32 when she dropped dead at the door of a motel room in Baton Rouge, dressed to go out, keys in hand. It was suspected 8 years ago at the time of her death that her family pharmacist illegally gave her the powerful pain medication OxyContin, found in her pocketbook. She didn't have a prescription for the drug. In a letter to Scarpetta, Dr. Lanier suggests that this pharmacist might have fled to Palm Desert, California. Dr. Lanier doesn't indicate what he bases this possibility on or offer further details for his reopening Charlotte Dard's case. It is a mess for multiple reasons. The case is old. There is no evidence the drug came from the pharmacist, and even if it did, unless he premeditated killing her with OxyContin, he is not guilty of first-degree murder. At the time of Charlotte Dard's death, he would not talk to the police, but through his attorney claimed that a family friend with a ruptured disc must have given Charlotte Dard OxyContin, and she accidentally overdosed on it. Several copies of letters sent 8 years ago to Dr. Lanier are from the pharmacist's attorney, Rocco Caggiano. 61. Beyond the window in front of Scarpetta's desk, shadows crawl over sand dunes as the sun moves. Palm fronds rattle lightly, and a man walking his yellow lab on the beach leans into a headwind. Far off on the hazy blue horizon, a container ship forges south, probably to Miami. If Scarpetta is too caught up in her work, she will forget the time and where she is, and soon will miss another flight to New York. Dr. Lanier answers his phone and is hoarse as he says, "Hello?" "You sound terrible," Scarpetta says sympathetically.
I don't know what I caught, but I feel like hell. Thanks for getting back to me.
What meds are you taking? I hope it's decongestants and a cough suppressant with an expectorant, and that you're staying away from antihistamines. Try the daytime or non-drowsy formulas that don't list antihistamines or doxylamine succinate on the label, unless you want to dry yourself out and get a bacterial infection. And stay away from alcohol. It lowers your immunities. He blows his nose.
I'm a real medical doctor, just so you know, and an addictionologist, meaning I do know a thing or two about drugs.
He says this without a trace of defensiveness.
Thought you might be relieved to hear that.
Scarpetta is embarrassed for making assumptions. Coroners are elected officials, and unfortunately, nationwide, many of them are not physicians. I didn't mean to insult you, Dr. Lanier.
You didn't.
By the way, your sidekick, Pete Marino, thinks you walk on water. You checked me out. She is nonplussed. Good. Now, hopefully, we can get down to business. I've been through Charlotte Dard's case.
An oldie but goodie, and I don't mean that literally. There's nothing good about it. Hold on. Let me get something to write with. Unquestionably, there's a Bermuda Triangle for pens, and in my home it's my beloved wife. All right.
Mrs. Dard's case is definitely perplexing, Scarpetta begins. As you know from her tox reports, oxymorphone, the metabolite of OxyContin, is only 4 milligrams per liter of blood, which puts her in the low lethal range. Her gastric is negative, and the level in her liver's no higher than the level in her blood. In other words, death from an overdose of OxyContin is equivocal. Clearly, her drug level isn't as critical as her clinical findings.
I agree. My thought all along. If you interpret her tox in light of the histological findings, it's possible she didn't need as high a level for an accidental overdose. Although her reports and body diagrams don't indicate any cutaneous stigmata of past intravenous drug abuse, he adds. So I'm guessing she was a pill popper but didn't shoot up.
Certainly she was a chronic drug abuser, Scarpetta says. Her heart tells us that. Patchy necrosis and fibrosis of varying age and chronic ischemia, plus an absence of coronary artery disease or cardiomegaly. Basically a coke heart. It is a catch-all phrase that does not necessarily mean the person was a cocaine addict. Drugs such as narcotics, synthetic narcotics, OxyContin, hydrocodone, Percocet, Percodan, and whatever else the addict can get his or her hands on will destroy the heart just as completely as cocaine will. Elvis Presley is a sad example.
I need to ask you about blackouts, Dr. Lanier says after a pause.
What about them? This must be what he so urgently wanted to talk to her about. I saw nothing in the case file you sent me that mentions blackouts. She checks her irritation. As a private consultant, she is limited by the medico-legal information presented to her and the absence of pertinent findings, or the presence of incorrect findings, is intolerable. Until she gave up working her own cases or supervising those worked by her other forensic pathologists throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia, she did not have to rely on the competence or veracity of virtual strangers.
Charlotte Dard suffered occasional blackouts, Dr. Lanier explains. Or at least this is what I was told at the time.
Who told you?
Her sister. It appears, he goes on, or let me qualify this by saying it is alleged that she suffered from retrograde amnesia.
I certainly would think her family would know that, unless no one was ever home.
Problem is, her husband, Jason Dard's a rather shady character. Nobody around here knows much, maybe nothing about him except he's rich as hell and lives on an old plantation. I wouldn't call Mrs. Guidon a reliable witness, although she certainly could be telling the truth about her sister's condition prior to her death.
I've read the police narrative, which is brief. Tell me what you know. After a coughing bout, Dr. Lanier replies,
The hotel where she died is in a not-so-nice part of the city, in my jurisdiction. A housekeeper found her body.
What about blood tests? In the paperwork you sent me, all I got were post-mortem levels, so I don't know whether she might have had the elevated GGTP or CDT associated with alcohol abuse.
Since I first contacted you, I have managed to track down pre-mortem blood test results, because she was in the hospital about 2 weeks before her death. Misfiled, I'm embarrassed to say. I've got a particular clerk I'd pay heaven and earth to get rid of, but she's the sort to sue for one thing or another. The answer to your question is no. No elevated GGTP or CDT.
In the hospital for what?
Tests after her most recent blackout. So, obviously, she had one of these blackouts 2 weeks before she died. Again, I say allegedly.
Well, if she didn't have elevated GGTP or CDT, it would seem to me that we can rule out alcohol as the cause of her blackouts, Scarpetta replies. And Dr. Lanier, I can't offer you a second opinion if I'm not supplied with all of the information.
Be nice if I was supplied all the information, too. Don't get me started on the police down here.
What was Mrs. Dard's behavior during her blackouts?
Supposedly violent, throwing things, trashing the house or wherever she was staying. On one occasion she vandalized her Maserati by smashing the windows, doors, and hood with a hammer. She poured bleach all over the leather seats.
A record of this with a body shop?
It happened in May of 1995 and required 2 months to repair the damage. Then her husband traded it in on a new one for her.
That wasn't her last blackout, though. Scarpetta flips to another page in her legal pad, writing quickly and illegibly.
No, the last one, 2 weeks before her death, was in the fall, September 1st, 1995. On that occasion she took a razor of some sort to paintings valued at more than $1 million, supposedly.
This was in her home?
In a parlor, as I understand it.
Witnessed?
Only the aftermath, based on what I'm told. Again, this is according to what her sister and husband said way back when.
Certainly her drug abuse could cause blackouts. Another possibility is temporal lobe epilepsy. Any record of her having suffered a head injury?
None that I'm aware of, and no old fractures or scarring showed up on X-ray and gross examination. Hospital records indicate that after her second blackout, which, as I've said, was September 1st, 1995, she went through the gamut of tests, MRI, PET scan, and so on. Nothing. Of course, temporal lobe epilepsy doesn't always show up, and maybe she did suffer some sort of head injury and we just don't know about it. Hard to imagine. I'm inclined to think her drug abuse was to blame.
Based on the information I have, I agree. Her findings correlate with chronic abuse and not from one single overdose of OxyContin. Sounds like the only answer as to manner of death is investigation.
Jesus God, that's the problem. The cops who worked the case didn't do shit, and sure as hell aren't going to do shit now. Hell, everything's a problem down here. Except the food.
Mrs. Dard is probably a heart attack with chronic drug abuse as a contributing factor, Scarpetta tells him. That's the most I can offer you.
Doesn't help that we've got an idiot of a U.S. attorney, Weldon Wynne, Dr. Lanier continues to complain. Since this damn serial killer's been on the loose, a lot of people are sticking their noses in everything. Politics.
I presume you're on the task force, Scarpetta interrupts him.
No, they say I'm not needed since no bodies have turned up.
And if a body does turn up, you don't need to know anything about the investigation, even though it's believed that each of the women was murdered? Everything you're telling me goes from bad to worse, Scarpetta says.
You're absolutely right. I haven't been invited to look at the scenes of their abductions. I haven't looked at their homes, cars, not a single crime scene.
Well, you should have, Scarpetta replies. When a person is abducted and assumed to be a homicide, the police should ask you to look at everything and know every detail. You should be fully informed.
Should doesn't mean crap down here.
How many of the abducted women are, or were, from your parish?
So far, 7.
And you haven't been to a single scene of an abduction? I'm sorry to keep asking you the same questions, but I'm incredulous. And now those scenes no longer exist, am I right?
Cases are as cold as an ice block, he replies. I guess the cars are still impounded, and at least that's a good thing. But you can't secure a parking lot or house forever, and I have no idea what's happened with their homes.
He pauses to cough.
It's going to happen again, soon. He's escalating.
62. The sky is turning a dirty blue with haze, and the wind picks up. Scarpetta picks through paperwork as she talks to Dr. Lanier. Just now she finds a copy of the death certificate, folded up inside an envelope. The document isn't certified, and should not have been released by Dr. Lanier's office. Only vital records would be authorized to send Scarpetta or any other requesting party a copy, a certified one. When Scarpetta was chief, it would have been unthinkable for one of her clerks to make such an egregious error. She mentions the problematic copy of the death certificate, adding, "I'm not trying to interfere with how you run your office, but thought you should know—" "God damn," he exclaims. "Let me guess which clerk. And don't assume it was a mistake. Some people around here would love nothing better than to get me into serious trouble." The maiden name on her death certificate is Donardi, her father Bernard Donardi, her mother Sylvie Gaillot Donardi. Charlotte Donardi Dard was born in Paris. "Dr. Scarpetta?" She vaguely hears his hoarse voice and coughing. Her mind locks on the abducted women, on Charlotte Dard's suspicious death, and the information blackout that keeps the coroner clueless. The Louisiana legal system is infamous for corruption. "Dr. Scarpetta? You there? Did I lose you?" "Jean-Baptiste Chandon is scheduled to die soon." "Hello?" "Dr. Lanier," she finally says, "let me ask you something. How did you hear about me?" "Oh, good. I thought we'd gotten disconnected. An indirect referral. A rather unorthodox one, suggesting I contact Pete Marino. That led me to you." "An unorthodox referral from whom?" He waits for another coughing fit to pass. "A guy on death row." "Let me guess. Jean-Baptiste Chandon." "I'm not surprised you would figure that out. I've been checking, I admit it. You have a pretty scary history with him." "Let's don't go into that," she says. "I also assume he's the source of information about Charlotte Dard. And by the way, Rocco Caggiano, the lawyer who represented our mysterious pharmacist who allegedly fled to Palm Desert, he's also Chandon's lawyer." "Now that I didn't know. You think Chandon had something to do with Charlotte Dard's death?" "I'm betting that he or someone either in his family or associated with it did," she says. 63. Lucy isn't showered, her usual demeanor in the office fractured by exhaustion and by post-traumatic stress that she will not acknowledge. Her clothes look slept in because they were, twice. Once in Berlin when the flight was cancelled, and the next time in Heathrow when she and Rudy had to wait 3 hours to board an 8-hour flight that landed them at Kennedy Airport not even an hour ago. At least they had no baggage to lose, their few belongings stuffed into one small carry-on duffel bag. Before leaving Germany, they showered and disposed of the clothing they had worn in room 511 of the Szczecin Radisson Hotel. Lucy wiped all prints off her tactical baton and without a pause in her step tossed it through the slightly open window of a dented Mercedes on the side of a quiet narrow street crowded with parked cars. Certainly the Mercedes owner would puzzle over the baton and wonder who deposited it inside his or her front seat and why. "Merry Christmas," Lucy muttered, and she and Rudy briskly walked off into the dawn. The morning was too dark and cool for blowflies, but with the afternoon, when Rudy and Lucy were long gone, the flies would awaken in Poland. More of the filthy winged insects would find Rocco Caggiano's slightly open window and heavily drone inside to feed on his cold, stiff body. The flies should be busy depositing hundreds, maybe thousands, of eggs. Lucy's chief of staff, Zach Mannum, needs but one piece of evidence to deduce that his boss is not herself and that something very bad happened wherever she's just been. She reeks of body odor. Even when Madam has spent hours in the gym or run miles with Lucy, she doesn't stink. Not like this. Hers is the strong odor of fear and stress. Its secretion requires little perspiration, which is clammy and concentrated in the armpits and strongly permeates clothing, becoming more unpleasant and noticeable with time. Accompanying this acute reaction is an elevated heartbeat, shallow breathing, pallor, and constricted pupils. Mannum doesn't know the physiology of a response he learned to recognize early in his former career as a detective for the New York District Attorney's Office, but he doesn't need to know. "Go home and get some rest," he repeatedly says to Lucy. "Cut it out!" she finally barks at him, interested in the large digital recorder on Mannum's desk. She slips on headphones and presses the play button again, manipulating the volume. For the third time, she listens to the cryptic message that their highly technical caller identification system has narrowed down to the Polonsky unit, while the satellite tracking system indicates the call was made from virtually the front door of Lucy's office building, or perhaps even inside it. Hitting the off button, she sits down, worn out and beside herself. God damn it, she exclaims. I don't get it. You screw up something, Zach? She rubs her face, a residue of mascara sticky on her eyelashes and driving her crazy. When she played the role of pretty young thing who seemed perfectly in place at the Radisson in Szczecin, she somehow grabbed a tube of waterproof mascara, and she hates mascara, and she had no makeup remover because she's rather much a stranger to cosmetics. So she scrubbed her face hard, succeeding only in getting soap in her eyes, which are bloodshot and puffy, as if she had been drinking all night. With rare exception, alcohol on the job is forbidden, and the first words out of her mouth when she appeared in her office not even an hour ago, leaving a jet stream of stench whenever she moved, was that she had not been on a bender, as if Manham or anybody else would have suspected for even 2 seconds that she had been.
I didn't screw up anything, Lucy, Manham patiently replies, looking at her with concern.
He is moving closer to 50 years old, fit, 6 feet tall, with thick brown hair and a brush of gray at the temples, his former thick Bronx accent neutralized or altered when necessary. Manham is a natural mimic. Amazingly, he can fit into virtually any environment. Women find him irresistibly attractive and entertaining, and he uses this to his professional advantage. Moral judgments do not exist at the last precinct, unless an investigator is foolish and selfish enough to violate an unbending code of impeccable behavior. One's personal choices must never, absolutely never, come within miles of the boundaries of missions that place lives at risk daily.
I honestly have no idea what happened here, why the satellite tracking system pinpoints the immediate area of this building, Manham tells her. I contacted Polonsky and Jean-Baptiste is there. They say he's there. He could not have been here. That would be impossible unless he can levitate, for Christ's sake.
I think what you mean is travel out of body, Lucy retorts, and her unfairness and arrogance are uncontrollable right now, and she feels terrible about it. Levitate means to hover, off the ground. She feels powerless because her usually brilliant and logical mind cannot decipher what has happened, and she wasn't here when it happened. Manham politely looks at her.
It's him. You sure?
Lucy knows Jean-Baptiste's voice, soft, almost sweet, with a heavy French accent. His is a voice she will never forget. It's him, all right, she says. Go ahead and run voice analysis, but I already know what it's going to show. And I think Polonsky needs to prove that the asshole they've got on death row is really Shandun, as in proving it with DNA. Maybe his fucking family's pulled something. If need be, I'll go there and look at his ugly face myself. She hates that she hates him. No competent investigator can give in to emotions, or judgment is obscured, even deadly. But Jean-Baptiste tried to kill Lucy's aunt. For that, she despises him. For that, he should die. Painfully, Lucy wishes. For what he intended and attempted, he should feel the abject terror he inflicted on others, and lusted to inflict on Scarpetta.
Demand a new DNA test? Lucy, we need a court order.
Manham is aware of jurisdictional and legal limitations and has lived by their standards for so long that he is programmed to at least worry when Lucy suggests a plan that in the past would have been unthinkable and impossible, and if nothing else would have resulted in a suppression of evidence that would destroy a case in court.
Berger can request it.
Lucy refers to Assistant DA Jamie Berger.
Give her a call and ask her to come over here as soon as she can, like right now.
Manham has to smile.
I'm sure she has nothing to do, and will welcome the diversion.
64. Scarpetta spreads out dozens of 8x10 color photographs she made by placing each sheet of the Polonsky commissary paper on a light box and photographing all of them under ultraviolet light and then again at a magnification of 50 times. She compares them to photographs of the Shandon letter she received. The paper has no watermarks and is composed of closely matted wood fibers, common in cheap paper as opposed to fine papers that include rag. Visually, the paper has a smooth, shiny surface, typical in typing paper, and she sees no irregularities that might suggest it came from the same manufacturer's batch, which doesn't matter, really. Even if the paper did come from the same batch, that scientific evidence would be weak in court, because the defense would instantly insist that because of the enormous size of a manufacturer's batch, inexpensive grades of paper such as this, all produced with untold millions and millions of sheets to a batch. The 8.5 by 11 20-pound paper is no different from what Scarpetta uses in her printer. Ironically, the defense might make a case that she wrote the Chandon letter and mailed it to herself. She has been subjected to more ridiculously bizarre accusations than that. She doesn't fool herself. Once accused, always accused, and she has been accused of too many professional, legal, and moral breaches to survive the intense scrutiny of anyone who might wish to destroy her again. Rose peeks her head into Scarpetta's office. "If you don't leave right this minute, you're going to miss another flight." 65. Buying coffee on the street is an old routine that gives Jamie Berger a temporary escape from mayhem. She takes her change from Raoul, thanks him, and he nods, busy, aware of the long line behind her, and asks if she wants butter, even though she has refused butter for all the years she has patronized his kiosk across Center Street from the district attorney's office. She walks off with her coffee and usual high-carbohydrate lunch of a bagel, this one poppy seed, and 2 packets of Philadelphia cream cheese in a white paper bag with a napkin and a plastic knife. The cell phone on her belt vibrates like a stinging insect. "Yes," she answers, pausing on the sidewalk across from her granite building downtown, close to Ground Zero, where on September 11, 2001, she was looking out her office window when the second plane crashed into the World Trade Center. That empty hole along the Hudson has left an empty hole in her, too. Staring at blank air, at what is no longer there, makes her feel older than her 48 years, and with every passing era in her life, she has lost a part of herself that can never be resurrected. "What are you doing?" Lucy asks. "I hear street chaos. So you're in the midst of cops, lawyers, and thugs swarming around the courthouse. How quickly can you get to the Upper East Side, where things are more civilized?" Typically, Lucy doesn't give Berger an opportunity to get in a word until it is too late for her to say no. "You're not scheduled for court, are you?" Berger says that she's not. "I suppose you want me now." Realistically speaking, now is more like 45 minutes due to sluggish traffic. It is close to 1 p.m. when Berger is keyed up to the 21st floor of Lucy's building. The elevator doors open to a mahogany reception area with Info Search Solutions in brass letters on the wall behind the curved glass desk. There is no area for clients to wait, and the desk is flanked by 2 opaque glass doors. The left one electronically unlocks as the elevator doors shut, an invisible camera in the chandelier broadcasting Berger and every sound she makes on platinum screen TVs in every interior office. "You look like holy hell, but what matters is how I look," she dryly says as Lucy greets her. "You're very photogenic," Lucy replies with a quip she's used before. "You could have had a brilliant acting career in Hollywood." Berger is a brilliant dark-haired woman with sharp features and pretty teeth. She is always dressed impeccably in power suits accented by expensive accessories, and although she might not think of herself as an actor, any good prosecutor is theatrical during interviews and certainly in the courtroom. Berger looks around at a wall of closed mahogany doors. One opens and Zach Manham walks out holding a stack of CDs. "Step into my parlor," Lucy says to Berger. "A spider's turned up." "A tarantula," Manham gravely adds. "How you doing, boss?" He shakes Berger's hand. "Still miss the good old days?" Berger smiles at him, but her eyes belie her light demeanor. Losing Manham from the DA's detective squad, or from her A-team as she calls it, still hurts, even though it is for the best, and she continues to work with him at times such as this one. Another era passed. "Step this way," Manham says. Berger follows him and Lucy inside what is simply referred to as the lab. The room is large and soundproof, like a professional recording studio. Overhead shelves are stacked with sophisticated audio, video, and global positioning and various tracking systems that defy Berger's expertise and never cease to amaze her when she comes to Lucy's office. Everywhere lights blink and video screens flash from one image to another, some of them the interior of the building, others monitoring locations that make no sense to Berger. She notices what looks like a bundle of tiny microphones on top of a desk crowded with modems and monitors. "What's this latest contraption?" she asks. "Your latest jewelry. An ultra-micro transmitter," Lucy replies, picking up the bundle and pulling loose one of the transmitters, no bigger than a quarter and attached to a long, thin cord. "It goes with this." She taps what looks like a black box with jacks and an LCD. "We can disappear this baby in the hem of one of your Armani jackets, and if you get snatched, the quasi-Doppler direction finder can locate your exact position by VHF and UHF signals. Frequency range 27 to 500 megahertz. Channels selected on a simple keyboard, and this other thing you're looking at," she pats the black box, "is a tracking system we can use to monitor wherever the hell you are in your car, on your motorcycle, your bicycle. Nothing more than a crystal oscillator powered by a NICAD battery. Can monitor up to 10 targets at a time, supposing your husband's screwing around on you with multiple women." Berger doesn't react to a subtlety that is anything but subtle. "Water resistant," Lucy goes on. "A nice carrying case with a shoulder strap. Could probably get Gurkha or Hermes to design a special one, perhaps in ostrich or kangaroo, just for you. Aircraft antenna available if you want to feel secure when you fly on a Learjet, a Gulfstream, however you get about, woman on the go that you are." "Another time," Berger says. "I hope you didn't bring me uptown to show me what happens if I get lost or kidnapped." "Actually, I didn't." Lucy sits before a large monitor. Her fingers rapidly tap on the keyboard as she flies through windows, moving deeper into a forensic scientific software application that Berger doesn't recognize. "You get this from NASA?" she asks. "Maybe," Lucy replies, pointing the cursor at a folder labeled with a number that again is meaningless to Berger. "NASA does a lot more than bring home moon rocks. Put it this way." Lucy pauses, hovering over a key, staring intensely at the screen. "I've got rocket scientist buddies at their R&D headquarters at Langley." She rolls the mouse around. "Lots of nice people there who don't get the credit they deserve." Tap, tap, tap. "We've got some pretty amazing projects going on. Okay." She clicks on a file labeled with an accession number and today's date. "Here we go." She looks up at Berger. "Listen." "Good afternoon. May I ask who's calling?" The male voice on the tape is Zach Mannum's. "When Mademoiselle Farinelli returns, tell her Bâton Rouge." 66. Berger pulls up a chair and sits down, riveted to the computer screen. Frozen on it are 2 voice prints or spectrograms, 2.5-second digital cuts of a taped human voice converted into electrical frequencies. The resulting patterns are black and white vertical and horizontal bands that, like Rorschach ink blots, evoke different imaginative associations, depending on who is looking at them. In this case, the voice prints remind Lucy of a black and white abstract painting of tornadoes. She mentions this to Berger and adds, "That figures, doesn't it? What I've done here, or should I say what the computer's done here, is find Chandon's speech sounds from another source. In this case, your videotaped interview of him after his arrest in Richmond. The computer looked for matching words. Of course, the bastard didn't make that easy when you look at the words used in the call we got. Nowhere in his interview with you," Lucy goes on, "does he say Baton Rouge, for example, nor does he ever mention me, Lucy Farinelli, by name. That leaves when, returns, and tell her. Nowhere near as many sounds as I'd like for comparison. We'd like at least 20 matching speech sounds for a positive match. However, what we've got is a significant similarity. The darkest area on the known and questioned voice prints correspond to the intensity of the frequencies." She points out black areas of the voice prints on the computer screen. "Looks the same to me," Berger remarks. "Definitely. In the 4 words when, returns, and tell her, yes, I agree." "Hey, I'm convinced," Mannum says. "But in court we'd have a hard time for the reason Lucy said. We don't have enough matching sounds to convince a jury." "Forget court for the moment," says New York's most respected prosecutor. Lucy strikes other keys and activates a second file.
I begin to touch her breasts and unhook her bra, says Jean-Baptiste's voice, that soft, polite voice.
Then Lucy says, "Here we go. 3 other fragments of an interview that contains words for comparison."
I was a bit confused at first when I tried to touch her and couldn't pull out her top. Next is, "But I can tell you are pretty," Jean-Baptiste Chandon says.
"More," says Lucy.
"It was a return ticket, coach to New York."
Lucy explains. "Our 4 words, Jamie. Close enough. As I indicated, these phrases are from your videotaped interview with him prior to his arraignment, when you were brought in as a special prosecutor." It is difficult for Lucy to hear segments of this interview. Vaguely she resents Berger for forcing Scarpetta to watch the videotape, although it was necessary, completely necessary, to subject her to hours of what was nothing more than manipulative, violent pornography, after he had almost murdered her. Jean-Baptiste lied and enjoyed it. No doubt he was sexually aroused by the thought that Scarpetta, a victim and key witness, was his audience. For hours she watched and listened to him fabricate in detail not only what he did in Richmond, but his 1997 so-called romantic encounter with Susan Pless, a television meteorologist for CNBC, whose savage dead body was found inside her apartment in New York's Upper East Side. She was 28 years old, a beautiful African-American, beaten and bitten in the same grotesque fashion as Chandon's other victims. Only in her murder, seminal fluid was recovered. In Jean-Baptiste's more recent slayings, the ones in Richmond, the victims were nude only from the waist up, and no seminal fluid was recovered, only saliva. That fact led to conclusions, based in part on DNA analysis, that the Chandon web is a tight weave of organized crime for profit and violent aberrance committed for sadistic sport. Jean-Baptiste and Jay Talley enjoy their non-profit sport. In the sexual slaying of Susan Pless, the 2 brothers tag-teamed, the debonair Jay seducing and raping Susan, then handing her off to his hideous, impotent twin. Lucy, Berger, and Manham look at the sound spectrograms on the computer screen. Although voice analysis is not an exact science, the 3 of them are convinced that the man who left the message and Jean-Baptiste Chandon are one and the same.
"As if I needed this."
Berger swipes her finger across the video screen, leaving a faint trail.
"I'd know the fucker's voice anywhere. Tornado."
"You got it. That's the damn truth. The way he tears through lives, and damn if it doesn't look like he's doing it again." Lucy explained the satellite tracking that pointed to the immediate area around her building, while caller ID showed that the call was made from across the country, at the Polunsky unit in Texas. "How do we make sense of this?" Berger shakes her head. "Unless there's some sort of technical glitch or some other explanation that eludes me, at least, at the moment. Most important, I want to know for a fact that Jean-Baptiste Chandon is still on death row in Texas and is scheduled to get the needle on May 7th, Lucy says.
"No kidding,"
Manham mutters, repeatedly clicking a pen, a nervous habit that annoys all who know him.
"Zach?"
Berger cocks an eyebrow, staring at the pen.
"Sorry."
He slides it into the breast pocket of his starched white shirt.
"Unless you 2 need me, I've got some calls to make."
He looks at both of them. "We're fine. We'll fill you in later," Lucy says. "And if anybody calls looking for me, the word is that nobody knows where I am."
"Not ready to come up for air?"
Manham smiles. "No." He leaves, the muffled sound of the heavily padded door barely audible.
"And Rudy?"
Berger asks. "Hopefully in his apartment, taking a shower or a nap. Looks like you should be doing the same." "Nope, we're both working. He's in his office down the hall, lost in cyberspace. Rudy the internet junkie, which is a good thing. He has more search engines running all over the universe than England has tubes." "For me to get a search warrant to have Chandon swabbed for DNA," Berger says, "I have to show probable cause, Lucy. And a taped phone call not only isn't going to do it, but I'm not sure how much you want leaked outside this office. Especially since we really don't know what the phone call means." "Nothing," Lucy interrupts. "You know that's all I ever want leaking outside this office. Absolutely nothing."
"The unforgivable sin."
Berger smiles, her eyes touched by a gentle sadness as she looks at Lucy's stern, determined face. a face still smooth and bright with youth, a face with sensuously full lips, the hue of dark red earth. If it is true that people begin to die the day they are born, then Lucy seems an exception. She is an exception to all things human, it often seems to Berger, and for this reason alone she fears that Lucy will not live long. She envisions her compelling young face and strong body on top of a stainless steel autopsy table, a bullet through her brain, and no matter how she struggles to strike that image from her imagination, she can't. Disloyalty, even born of weakness, is the unforgivable sin, Lucy agrees, puzzled and unsettled by the way Berger is looking at her. "What's the matter, Jamie? You think we've got a leak? Jesus, it's what I have nightmares about. The nightmare I live with. I fear it more than death." She is getting riled up. "I catch anybody betraying, well, one Judas in this organization and we're all cooked. And so I have to be hard." "Yes, you're hard, Lucy." Berger gets up, barely glancing at Shandun's captured voice patterns on the monitor. "We have an active unsolved case here in New York. Susan Pless." Lucy gets up, too, her eyes intense on Berger's, anticipating what she's about to say next. "Shandun is charged with her murder, and you know all the reasons why I gave in, folded up my tent, decided not to prosecute, and let Texas have him instead." "Because of the death penalty," Lucy says. 67. The two of them pause by the soundproof door, monitors glowing, images from closed-circuit cameras flashing from one to the next, and small bright lights winking white, green, and red, as if Lucy and Berger are in the cockpit of a spacecraft. "I knew he'd be sentenced to death in Texas, and he was. May 7th, Berger mutters. "But no death penalty for him here. Never in New York." She stuffs her legal pad inside her briefcase and snaps it shut. "One of these days the DA might allow the needle, but probably not during my tenure. But I suppose the question now, Lucy, is, do we want Shandun to die? And more to the point, do we want whoever's in his cell in Polunsky to be executed when we can't be certain who that person is, now that we've gotten these communications from the infamous Loup Garou?" Berger says we, although she has gotten no communication from Jean-Baptiste Shandun. As far as Lucy knows, only she, Marino, and Scarpetta have. Letters, and now a phone call that seems to have been made from the Upper East Side of Manhattan, unless technology has failed, or human programmers have. "No judge is going to grant me a court order to get his DNA," Berger says again in her usual calm, self-assured tone. "Not without probable cause for a search warrant. I get it, and I'll try to extradite him to New York and put him on trial for the murder of Susan Pless. Based on the DNA from his saliva, we'll get a conviction, even if we know that the seminal fluid in her vagina wasn't his, was in fact Jay Talley's, his twin brother's. Shandun's attorney, Rocco Caggiano, is going to throw in every dirty trick he can think of if we bring this case back to life, so to speak." Lucy avoids the subject of Rocco Caggiano. Her expression registers nothing. Waves of nausea roll through her again. She wills them to pass. "I will not get sick," she silently orders herself. "I certainly would introduce Talley's seminal fluid into evidence, and there the case gets dicey. The defense will argue that Jay Talley, now a fugitive, raped and murdered Susan, and all I can prove without a doubt is that Shandun sank his teeth into her. In summary," she is in courtroom mode, "hopefully the donor of the seminal fluid will be of no consequence to jurors, who will be horrified that saliva found in bite marks virtually all over Susan's upper body will prove that Shandun tortured her. But I can't prove he murdered her, or that she was even alive when he started biting her. Shit," Lucy says. "Maybe he gets convicted. Maybe the jurors believe she suffered extreme physical pain, that the murder was vicious and wanton. It's possible he would get the death penalty, but it's never carried out in New York. So, if convicted, he'd probably get life without possibility of parole, and then we'd have to live with him until he dies in prison." Lucy places her hand on the doorknob and leans against thick acoustic foam rubber padding. "I've always wanted him dead." "And I was glad he ended up in Texas," Berger replies. But I also want his DNA, so we know for a fact that he isn't roaming the streets somewhere, his eyes on his next victim. Which could be one of us, Lucy says. Let me make some calls. The first step is for me to tell a judge I intend to reopen Susan Pless's murder and want a court order for Sean Dunn's DNA. Then I'll contact the governor of Texas. Without his sanction, Sean Dunn's not going anywhere. I know enough about Governor Corley to expect serious obstinance on his part, but at least I think he'll listen to me. It does his state proud to free the earth of murderers. I'll have to make a deal with him. Nothing like justice to help them out at election time, Lucy says cynically as she opens the door. 68. Mid-morning in Poland, a maintenance worker named George Skrzypek is sent to room 513 of the Radisson Hotel to fix a stuck drain in a bathtub that is causing an unpleasant odor. He knocks on the door and calls out maintenance several times. When no one answers, he lets himself in, noticing right away that the guests have checked out, leaving a bed of tangled sheets spotted with seminal fluid and numerous empty wine bottles and ashtrays filthy with cigarette butts on the bedside tables. The closet door is open, coat hangers on the floor, and when he walks into the bathroom with his box of tools, he discovers the usual mess of toothpaste crusted on the sink and splattered on the mirror. The toilet isn't flushed, the tub filled with scummy water, and large flies crawl on a plate of partially eaten chocolates set on the counter next to the sink. Flies drone and butt against the light over the mirror and dive-bomb Skrzypek's head. Pigs. So many people are pigs. He pulls on large rubber gloves and dips his hands into the cold, greasy bath water, feeling for the drain. It is clogged with clumps of long black hair. Pigs. Water begins to drain from the tub. He tosses the wet, matted hair into the toilet and waves flies away from his face, disgusted as he watches them moil over the plate of chocolates. Taking off his rubber gloves, he flaps them at the fat, black, filthy pests. Of course, flies are not exotic insects to him, and he sees them on the job, but never this many in a room, and not this time of year when the weather is cool. He moves past the bed and notes the open window, a typical sight, even in the winter, because so many guests smoke. As he reaches to shut it, he notices another fly crawling on the sill. It lifts up like a dirigible and buzzes past him into the room. An odor seeps in with the outside air, a very faint odor that reminds him of sour milk or rotten meat. He sticks his head out the window. The stench is coming from the room directly to the right, room 511. 69. The car is parked at a meter on East 114th Street in Harlem, within a block of Rouse. In Benton's former life, he could get a coveted table at Rouse because he was FBI and had special status with the family who has owned the famous, if not notorious, Italian restaurant for 100 years. It was a hangout for the mob, and there is no telling who dines there now. Celebrities frequent its few check-cloth-covered tables. Cops love the place. The mayor of New York stays away. Parked on East 114th in a beat-up black Cadillac that Benton bought for $2,500 cash is probably as close to Rouse as he will ever get again. He plugs a cell phone into the cigarette lighter, engine and air conditioning running, doors locked, his scan never leaving the mirrors as he eyes rough people who have nothing better to do than walk the streets looking for trouble. The billing address of this phone is the P.O. box number of a woman in Washington who does not exist. The satellite location of where Benton's call is made is of no consequence, and within 2 minutes he hears U.S. Senator Frank Lord talking to a staff member who is unaware that the senator has activated Mode 2 of his international cell phone and will now receive calls and actually transmit his conversation without any alert that can be detected by anyone other than himself. While the senator was testifying on live TV, he checked his watch and suddenly called for a break. Without touching the phone clipped on his belt, the caller, in this case Benton, can hear everything the senator says. He hears muffled footsteps and voices. "World's greatest obstructionist body, if that isn't the truth," says Senator Lord, who was always reserved but as tough as they come. "Damn Stevens." "He's raised filibuster to an art form, that's certain," another male voice sounds in Benton's earpiece. When Benton left a text message on the senator's cell phone with the exact time he would make this call, it was the first time Benton had made any contact with him in almost a year. Senator Lord knows Benton is listening unless he has forgotten or didn't get the message. Doubts wrestle with Benton's confidence. He tries to envision the senator, dressed as always in a crisp conservative suit, his posture as straight as a 4-star general's. But the remote, one-sided meeting must be on track. The senator walked out of a hearing that was probably being aired live on C-SPAN. He wouldn't do that without a good reason, and it would be coincidental to say the least if he just happened to step out at the precise time Benton let him know he would call the number in Mode 2. Also, it occurs to Benton with relief, the senator obviously has set his phone on Mode 2, otherwise Benton could not overhear his conversation. "Don't be stupid and so damn jumpy," he silently tells himself. "You are not stupid. Senator Lord is not stupid. Think clearly." He is reminded of how much he misses seeing his old friends and acquaintances in the flesh. Hearing the voice of Senator Lord, Scarpetta's trusted friend, a man who would do anything for her, tightens Benton's throat. He clenches his hands, gripping his phone so tightly that his knuckles blanch. The man, probably a staff member, asks, "Can I get you something to drink?" "Not now," Senator Lord says. Benton notices a muscular, bare-chested youth casually moving closer to his rusting, dented Cadillac, a hunk of junk so caked with Bondo the car looks as if it had pigment disorder. Benton stares him down, a universal warning, and the youth veers off in another direction. "He's not going to get appointed, sir," the staff member replies, oblivious that every word he says is being broadcast to a Nokia cell phone in Harlem. "I'm always more optimistic than you are, Jeff. Things can turn around, surprise you," says Senator Lord, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee and the most powerful politician in federal law enforcement, because he controls funding, and everything is about funding, even solving the most heinous crimes. "I want you to leave and call Sabat." Senator Lord refers to Don Sabat, the director of the FBI. "Assure him he'll get what he needs for his new cybercrime unit." "Yes, sir." The staff member sounds surprised. "Well, you'll make his day. He's done all the right things and needs my help." "I'm not sure I agree with you, Chairman, in the sense that we have some other pretty big issues, and this is going to set off a lot of—" "Thank you for taking care of it," Senator Lord cuts him off. "I've got to get back in there and make these idiots think about people instead of damn political power games. And punishment. There are those who aren't too fond of you." The senator laughs. "Means I'm doing something right. Give Sabat my regards. Tell him things are moving along well now. Or in the woods. Reassure him. I know he's been unsettled. But we've really got to be diligent now more than ever." The line goes dead. Within hours, money will be wired into various accounts at the Bank of New York at Madison and 63rd, and Benton can begin withdrawals with bank cards issued in other fictitious names.
This book is continued on Disc 7. Disc 7.
70. Inside Lucy's office, a light begins to flash on a computer. The news has hit the wire service. The infamous trial lawyer Rocco Caggiano appears to have committed suicide in a hotel in Poland, his body discovered by a maintenance worker who noticed a foul odor coming from one of the rooms. "How in the hell?" Lucy strikes a key to deactivate the flashing light. She clicks the mouse on print. Search engines are her specialty, and a posse of them have been dedicated to finding any information that might be related to Rocco Caggiano. There is plenty. Rocco loved to read about himself, was a news hog, and every time Lucy has scanned some article about him or a client he represented, she has felt an uneasiness she has never experienced before. She can't muster enough self-control to stop imagining Rudy helping Rocco shoot himself in the head. Pointed up. The barrel should be pointed up. A tip she learned from her Aunt Kay, whose reaction Lucy can't imagine were she to find out what her precious niece and Rudy have done. Not even 48 hours. Rudy leans over her shoulder, his breath on her neck, smelling like the cinnamon gun he has a habit of smacking away on when he's not in public. Sounds like our luck has continued to turn bad in Szczecin, thanks to a maintenance worker and a stuck drain. Lucy continues reading an AP report. Rudy sits next to her and leans an elbow on the desk, his chin in his hand. He reminds her of a boy who has just lost his first Little League baseball game. After all that planning, fuck. Now what? You pulled up the medical examiner's report? Christ, don't tell me it's in Polish. Hold on, let me jump out of this. She clicks the mouse. Into something else. I love Interpol. The last precinct is a very select client, one of those entities considered part of Interpol's massive international web. For the privilege, Lucy must pass security clearance, of course, and pay the same yearly subscription fee as a small country. She executes a search, and Rocco Caggiano's death records are on the screen in seconds. Police and autopsy reports have been translated from Polish into French. Oh, no, Lucy says with a sigh as she swivels around in the chair and looks up at Rudy. How's your French? You know how my French is. Limited to my tongue. You're so vulgar. Just a single-tasking computer. You boys. One thing on the mind. I don't always think about only one thing. You're right, I apologize. You think about the one thing, except you do it 2, 3, 1,000,000 times a day. And you, Mademoiselle Farinelli? Oh, God, your French is bad. She glances at her watch, this one a formidable titanium Breitling that includes an emergency locator transmitter, or ELT. I thought you weren't supposed to wear that thing unless you're flying. Rudy taps her watch. Don't touch it, you'll set it off, she teases him. He holds on to her arm, studying the watch, frowning at the bright blue face, tilting his head this way and that, pretending he's stupid. Lucy starts laughing. One of these days, I'm going to unscrew this big knob right here, he taps her watch again, still holding on to her arm, and pull the antenna all the way out, and then run like hell. Lucy's cell phone vibrates, and she slips it out of the case on her belt. And laugh my ass off when the Coast Guard, the F-15s, come roaring in. Yes, she bluntly answers the phone. You have such a sweet manner with people, Rudy whispers in her ear. If I die, will you marry me? Static on the other end is bad. Who is this? She asks loudly. I can't hear you. The static gets worse. Lucy shrugs and ends the call. Don't recognize the number, do you? She holds up her phone, showing Rudy the number that someone just used to call her. Nope. 936? What area code is that? Easy enough to find out. It doesn't require special search engines or Interpol to type in a telephone number and find out whose it is. Lucy logs on to Google. The name that comes up on the computer screen is the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, Polunsky Unit. Included is a map. You didn't answer my question, Rudy says, still flirting, but completely cognizant of the importance of a call from Polunsky. Why would I marry you if you're dead, she mutters, scarcely listening to him. Because you can't live without me. I can't believe this. She stares at the screen. What the hell is going on? Get Zach to call my aunt, make sure she is safe. Have him tell her it's possible Sean Dunn might be out. God damn it! He's fucking with us. Why don't you call her yourself? Rudy puzzles. That piece of shit is fucking with us. Her eyes blaze. Why don't you call Scarpetta? Rudy asks again. Lucy instantly becomes somber. I can't talk to her right now. I just can't. She looks at him. How are you doing? Awful, he says. 71. Benton did not call on a landline because he did not want the inaudible conversation taped. The technical tools that Lucy most likely has and can't live without would not include a cell phone that automatically tapes a live conversation, especially since very few people have her cell phone number, and those who do are not the sort she would secretly tape. This ploy was far simpler than the last one, and there is no risk that Lucy can try voice analysis to decipher what Jean-Baptiste's nonsensical taped voice had to say, which was nothing. Benton simply spliced fragments of Jean-Baptiste's taped voice with static to give the impression of an attempt to talk when one is in a very bad cell. Already she will have traced the call, just as she did the last one, to Polonsky. She will have no satellite capabilities because the garbled call is gone, lost in space, again because Benton did not call any of her office lines. She will be angry. When she gets sufficiently irritated, nothing can stop her. Jean-Baptiste Chandon is fucking with her. This is what she will think, and Benton knows Lucy well enough to be certain she has made the mistake of hating Chandon. Hate interferes with clear thinking. She will wonder how Chandon can be calling her from Polonsky and from New York, if her satellite technology is to be trusted. In the end, Lucy always trusts her technology. A second call from Polonsky, and now she will begin to believe, seriously believe, that Chandon must have a phone with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice billing address. She is no more than a breath away from believing that Jean-Baptiste Chandon has escaped. Scarpetta will decide she must encounter him face-to-face, behind protective glass, inside the Polonsky unit. Chandon will refuse to see anybody else, and that is his right. Yes, Kay, yes. It's for you. Please, face him before it's too late. Let him talk. Benton is getting frantic. Baton Rouge, Lucy! Chandon said Baton Rouge, Lucy! Are you listening to me, Lucy? 72. A radio with a dipole antenna is not required for Jean-Baptiste Chandon to know the breaking news. Hey, hairball, Beast yells. You heard? Guess not, since you don't got no fucking radio like I do. Guess what? Guess what I just heard? Your lawyer ate his gun in Poland. Jean-Baptiste carefully moves his pen with the skilled hand of a surgeon, tracing over the words "on death row" and "on the front row of life." He brushes his fingertips over the indentations on white paper as he composes a letter to Scarpetta that will be forwarded to her by his lawyer, who now, Jean-Baptiste learns, is supposedly dead. If Rocco is dead, Jean-Baptiste has no emotions about it, but he is curious to know whether the death is significant or simply a random suicidal whim that carried Rocco away. The news of the suicide creates an uproar of the usual obscenities, cruel remarks, and questions. Information. On death row, information is precious. Anything new to hear is devoured. The men are starved for rumors, gossip, information, so this is a big day for them. None of the inmates ever met Rocco Caggiano, but whenever Jean-Baptiste's name has been mentioned on the news, Rocco has been mentioned too, and vice versa. A simple deduction is enough for Jean-Baptiste to accept that Rocco's death is of interest to the press, only because he represents the notorious Jean-Baptiste, alias Le Loup-Garou, alias Hairball, Mini-Me Dick, and Wolfman, and, oh, what was the newest appellation that Beast, the ever-clever Beast, conjured up earlier today? Pubic enemy number 1. He wrote it on a folded note that was slid under Jean-Baptiste's door, complete with a pubic hair, Beast's pubic hair. Jean-Baptiste ate the note, tasting the words, and blew the pubic hair out his barred window. It drifted to the floor outside his cell. If I was Wolfman's lawyer, I'd eat my gun, too, Beast calls out. Laughter and the bang-bang of inmates kicking their steel doors. Shut up! What the hell's going on in here? The mayhem doesn't last long. Corrections officers restore order to the pod immediately, and a pair of brown eyes appear in the barred window of Jean-Baptiste's door. Jean-Baptiste feels the low energy of the stare. He never stares back. 73. You need to make phone calls, Chandon? The voice belonging to the eyes asks. Your lawyer's dead. Committed suicide. They found his body in a hotel room in some Polish city I can't pronounce. Looks like he's been dead a while. Killed himself because he was a fugitive. Figures that you'd be represented by a criminal. That's all I know. Jean-Baptiste sits on his bunk, tracing over words on white paper.
Who are you? Officer Duck. Monsieur Canard. Coin, coin. That is French for quack, quack, Monsieur Duck. You want to make a phone call or not? No, merci.
Officer Duck is never sure how to describe or define the subtleties that ignite his temper every time Jean-Baptiste speaks, but the result is belittlement and powerlessness, as if the mutant murderer is superior and indifferent to death row and those who have complete control of him. The Wolfman manages to make Officer Duck feel as though he is nothing but a shadow in a uniform. He looks forward to Jean-Baptiste's execution and wishes it could be painful.
Got that right. No mercy's what your ass is gonna get in 10 short days, Officer Duck mouths off. Sorry about your lawyers blowing his brains out and rotting inside a hotel room. I can tell you feel real bad about it.
Lies, Jean-Baptiste replies as he gets up from his bunk and moves to the door, wrapping fingers with their swirls of pale downy hair around the iron bars in the tiny window. His Halloween face fills the space and startles Officer Duck, who almost panics at the close proximity of his inch-long, filthy thumbnail, the only nail that for some reason Jean-Baptiste never cuts. Lies, Jean-Baptiste repeats. It is never easy to know where his asymmetrical eyes are directed or how much they see, and the hair covering his forehead and neck and protruding in tufts from his ears overwhelms Officer Duck with fright.
Move back. God damn, you stink worse than a dog that's been rolling around in the juice of something dead. We're gonna cut that fucking thumbnail of yours.
It is my legal right to grow my nails and my hair, Jean-Baptiste replies softly, with a gaping smile that reminds the officer of a wide-mouthed fish. He imagines those widely spaced, pointed baby teeth ripping into female flesh, biting breasts like a frenzied shark, while hairy fists pound beautiful faces to pulp. Shandon targeted only gorgeous, successful women with sexy bodies. He has a fetish for large breasts and nipples that, according to a forensic psychologist who is in and out of the pod, denotes an obsession with a body part that compels Jean-Baptiste to annihilate it. For some offenders, it's shoes and feet, the forensic psychologist explained over coffee perhaps a month ago.
Yeah, I know about the shoe thing. These wackos break into houses and steal some lady's shoes. It happens more than you might expect. The shoe itself is sexually arousing to the offender. Frequently he then feels the need to kill the woman wearing the fetish or whose body part is the fetish. Many serial killers got their starts as fetish burglars, going into homes, stealing shoes, underwear, other objects that mean something to them sexually. So Wolfman was probably stealing bras when he was a hairy little kid. Could very well have been. He certainly enters homes with ease, and that is consistent with a serial burglar who has progressed to a serial murderer. The problem with fetish burglary is often the victim has no clue that her home has been entered and that anything was taken. How many women who can't find a shoe or even several shoes or lingerie would assume a burglar has been inside her home? Officer Duck shrugged. Hell, my wife can't find nothing half the time she looks. You ought to see her closet. If anybody's got a shoe fetish, Sally does. But it's not like some guy can break into a lady's home and walk off with a breast. Well, I guess some of them are into the dismemberment thing. It's like hair color, eye color, or anything else. An offender has a fetish about whatever triggers sexual arousal that in some cases gives rise to a sadistic need to destroy that fetish, which in this instance is the woman with the size and shape of breasts that are a fetish to Jean-Baptiste Chandon. Officer Duck understands, in a limited way. He likes breasts, too. He is perversely, shamefully aroused by images, even violent ones. 74. The ringing of the officer's feet on the catwalk fades. Jean-Baptiste resettles on his bunk, a stack of clean white paper on his lap. He taps his pen and composes another poetic phrase, unfurling it from his unique mind like a brilliant red flag that waves in rhythm with his pen,
His soul brims with poetry, molding words into images and profundities that roll together in perfect rhythm is effortless, so effortless. Roll together in perfect rhythm. He traces his graceful calligraphy again and again, bearing down hard with the ballpoint pen. Roiling together in perfect rhythm. That is better, he thinks, tapping the pen on the paper again in rhythm with his inner rhythm. Tap, 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 tap. He can slow it down or make it faster or faint or strong, depending on the music of blood he remembers from each kill. Rolling, he starts again. Mais non. It all roils together in perfect rhythm. Mais non. Tap, tap of the pen. Dear Rocco, Jean-Baptiste decides to write, you did not dare to mention Poland to the wrong person, of this I can be sure. You are too much of a coward. Tap, tap, tap. But who? Maybe Jean-Paul, he writes to his dead lawyer. Tap, 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 tap. Hey, hairball, I got my radio tuned in, Beast yells. Oh, too bad you can't hear it. Guess what? They're talking about your lawyer again. Another itty-bitty little news flash. He left a note, see? It said having you for a client just killed him. Get it? Shut up, Beast. Get a life, Beast. Your jokes suck, man. I want to smoke. Why the fuck don't they let me smoke? Bad for your health, man. Smoking will kill you, dumb shit, says so right on the pack. 75. The Atkins diet works fine for Lucy because she has never been keen on sweets and doesn't mind foregoing pasta and bread. Her most dangerous indulgence is beer and wine, and she abstains from both at Jamie Berger's penthouse apartment on Central Park South. I won't force you, Berger says, returning the bottle of Pinot Grigio to the top shelf of the refrigerator inside her beautiful kitchen of wormy chestnut cupboards and granite countertops. I'm better off without it myself. I can hardly remember anything any more as it is. I'd be better off if you would forget things now and then, Lucy says. I'd be a lot better off if I would, too. The last time she visited Berger's penthouse was at least 3 months ago. Berger's husband got drunk, and soon enough he and Lucy went at each other until Berger asked Lucy to please leave. It's forgotten, Berger says with a smile. He's not here, right? Lucy makes sure. You promised it was okay for me to come over. Would I lie to you? Well, Lucy kids her. For the moment their light exchange belies the horror of that event. Never has Berger witnessed such a display in what was supposed to be civilized socializing. She truly worried that Lucy and her husband would resort to blows. Lucy would win. He hates me, Lucy says, pulling a packet of folded paper out of the back pocket of her cut-off jeans. Berger doesn't reply as she pours sparkling water into 2 tall beer glasses and goes back into the refrigerator for a bowl of freshly cut wedges of lime. Even when she is casual in a soft white cotton warm-up suit and socks, as she is now, she is anything but easygoing. Lucy begins to fidget, stuffs the papers back into her pocket. Do you think we can ever relax around each other, Jamie? It hasn't been the same. It really can't be the same, now can it? Berger makes pennies as a prosecutor. Her husband is a real estate thief, maybe 1 notch more highly evolved than Rocco Caggiano in Lucy's opinion. Seriously, when will he be home? Because if it's soon, I'm leaving, Lucy says, staring at her. You wouldn't be here right now if he was coming home soon. He's attending a meeting in Scottsdale, Arizona, in the desert, with reptiles and cactus, where he belongs. Stop it, Lucy, Berger says. My bad marriage is not somehow related to all the awful men your mother chose over you when you were growing up. We've been through this before. I just don't understand why. Please don't go there. The past is past, Berger sighs, returning the bottle of San Pellegrino to the refrigerator. How many times do I have to tell you? Yes, the past is past. So let's get on to what does matter. I never said it doesn't matter. Berger carries their drinks into the living room. Come on now. You're here. I'm glad you're here. So let's make it all right, shall we? The view overlooks the Hudson, a side of the building considered less attractive than the front of it, which has the view of the park. But Berger loves water. She loves to watch the cruise ships pulled in and out by tugboats. If she wanted trees, she has told Lucy many times, she wouldn't bother living in New York. If she wanted water, Lucy usually replies, she shouldn't have bothered living in New York. Nice view. Not bad for the cheap side of the building, Lucy says. You're impossible. That I know, Lucy replies. How does poor Rudy put up with you? That I don't know. I guess he loves his job. Lucy sprawls on an ostrich skin couch, her bare legs crossed, her muscles speaking their own language, responding to movements and nerves while she lives on with little awareness of how she looks. Her workouts are an addictive release from demons. 76. Jean-Baptiste stretches out on the thin wool blanket he soaks with sweat each night. He leans against the hard, cold wall. He has decided that Rocco isn't dead. Jean-Baptiste does not fall for yet another manipulation, although he is not certain what the purpose of this manipulation might be. Ah, of course, fear. His father must lurk behind this lie. He is warning Jean-Baptiste that suffering and death are the reward for betrayal, even if the traitor is the mighty Monsieur Chandon's son. A warning. Jean-Baptiste had better not talk now that he is about to die. Ha! Every hour of every day the enemy attempts to make Jean-Baptiste suffer and die. Don't talk. I will if I want. Ha! It is me, Jean-Baptiste, who rules death. He could kill himself easily. In minutes he could twist a sheet and tie it around his neck and a leg of the steel bed. People are misinformed about hangings. No height is necessary. Only a position, such as sitting cross-legged on the floor and leaning forward with all his weight, thus putting pressure on the blood vessels. Unconsciousness happens in seconds, then death. Fear would not touch him, and were he to end his biological life, he would transcend it first, and his soul would direct all that he would do from that point on. Jean-Baptiste would not end his biological life in this manner. He has too much to look forward to, and he joyfully leaves his small death-row cell and transports his soul into the future, where he sits behind plexiglass and stares at the Lady Dr. Scarpetta, hungrily takes in her entire being, relives his brilliance at tricking his way into her lovely chateau and raising his hammer to crush her head. She denied herself the ecstasy. She denied Jean-Baptiste by depriving him of her blood. Now she will come to him in humility and love, realizing what she did, the foolishness of it, the joy she denied herself when she further maimed him and burned his eyes with formalin, the chemical of the dead. Scarpetta dashed it into Jean-Baptiste's face. The evil fluid demagnetized him briefly, and ever so briefly pain forced him to suffer the hell of living only in his body. Madame Scarpetta will spend eternity worshipping his higher state. His higher being will direct its superiority over other humans throughout the universe, as Poe wrote under the guise of a Philadelphia gentleman. Of course the anonymous author is Poe. The invisible agent that is the transcendent Poe came to Jean-Baptiste in a delirium as he was restrained in the Richmond hospital. Richmond was where Poe grew up. His soul remains there. Poe told Jean-Baptiste, "Read my inspired words, and you will be independent of an intellect you will no longer need, my friend. You will be animated by the force and no longer distracted by pain and internal sensations." Pages 56 and 57. The end of Jean-Baptiste's limited march of reasoning powers. No more diseases or peculiar complaints. The internal voice and glorious luminosity. "Who's there?" Jean-Baptiste's hairy hand moves faster beneath the blanket. A stronger stench rises from his profuse perspiration, and he screams in furious frustration. 77. Lucy slips the folded papers out of her back pocket as Berger sits next to her on the couch. "Police reports, autopsy reports," Lucy tells her. Berger takes the computer printouts from her and goes through them carefully but quickly. Wealthy American lawyer, frequently in Szczecin on business, frequently stayed at the Radisson. Apparently shot himself in the right temple with a small-caliber pistol. Clothed, had defecated on himself. A stat alcohol of .26. She glances up at Lucy. For a boozer like him, Lucy says, that was probably nothing. Berger reads some more. The reports are detailed, noting the feces-stained cashmere pants, briefs and towels, the empty champagne bottle, the half-empty bottle of vodka. It appears he was sick. Let's see, Berger continues. $2,400 in American cash inside a sock in the bottom drawer of a dresser. A gold watch, gold ring, a gold chain. No evidence of robbery. No one heard a gunshot, or at least never reported hearing one. Evidence of a meal. Steak, a baked potato, shrimp cocktail, chocolate cake, vodka. Someone, can't pronounce the name, working in the kitchen seems to think but isn't sure that Rocco had room service around 8 p.m. the night of the 26th. Origin of a champagne bottle is unknown, but is a brand the hotel carries. No fingerprints on the bottle except Rocco Caggiano's. Room was checked for prints, one cartridge case recovered, it and the pistol checked for prints, again Rocco's. His hands checked positive for gunshot residue, yada yada yada. They were thorough. She looks up at Lucy. We're not even halfway through the police report. What about witnesses? Lucy asks. Anybody suspicious? No. Berger slides one page behind another. Autopsy stuff. Heart and liver disease. Why am I not surprised? Arteriosclerosis, etc., etc. Gunshot wound, contact with charred, lacerated margins, and no stippling. Instantly fatal. That would make your aunt crazy. You know how she hates it when someone says that a person died instantly. Nobody dies instantly, right, Lucy? Berger peers over the top of her reading glasses and meets Lucy's eyes. You think Rocco died in seconds, minutes, maybe an hour? Lucy doesn't answer her. His body was found at 9:15 a.m. April 28th. Berger looks quizzically at her. By then he'd been dead less than 40 hours. Not even 2 days. She frowns. Body found by, I can't pronounce his name, a maintenance guy. Body badly decomposed. She pauses. Infested with maggots. She glances up. That's a very advanced stage of decomposition for someone who's been dead such a short time in what sounds to me like a relatively cool room. Cool? The room temperature's in there? Lucy cranes her neck to look at a printout she can't translate. Says the window was slightly opened, temperature in the room 68 degrees, even though thermostat set on 74 degrees, but the weather was cool, temperature low 60s during the day, mid-50s at night. Rain. She is frowning. My French is getting rusty. No suspicion of foul play. Nothing unusual happened inside the hotel the night Rocco Caggiano ordered room service, the alleged night, if the room service guy has the date right. She scans. A prostitute made a scene in the lobby. There's a description. That's interesting. I'd love to depose her. Berger looks up. Her eyes linger on Lucy's. Well, she says in a way that unsettles Lucy. We all know how confusing time of death can be, and it appears that the police aren't sure of the time and date of Rocco's last meal, so to speak. Apparently the hotel doesn't log room service orders on a computer. She leans forward in her chair, a look on her face Lucy has seen before. It terrifies her. Shall I call your aunt about time of death? Want me to call our good detective friend Marino and ask his opinion about the disruptive prostitute in the lobby? The description in this report sounds a little bit like you. Only she was foreign. Maybe Russian. Berger gets up from the couch and moves close to the windows, looking out. She starts shaking her head and running her fingers through her hair. When she turns around, her eyes are veiled with the protective curtain she keeps drawn virtually every hour of every day. The prosecutorial interview has begun. 78. Lucy may as well be shut off in a conference room on the 4th floor of the New York District Attorney's office, looking out dusty windows at old downtown buildings pressing in from all sides, while Berger sips her black coffee from her paper cup with the Greek key trim around the lip, just like she has done in every interview Lucy has ever watched. And she has observed many of them for many different reasons. She knows the noise and feel of Berger's shifting gears. She is intimately familiar with the modulations and revolutions of Berger's engine as she pursues, outruns, or hits the perpetrator or lying witness head-on. Now the mighty machinery is directed at Lucy, and she is both relieved and petrified. "You were just in Berlin, where you rented a black Mercedes sedan," Berger says. "Rudy was with you on the return flight to New York. At least I assume Frederick Mullins, supposedly your husband, was Rudy, sitting next to you on Lufthansa and then British Air. Are you going to ask me how I know this, Mrs. Mullins?" "An awful alias. One of the worst." Lucy feels herself breaking down. "Well, in terms of names. I mean," she laughs inappropriately. "Answer my question. Tell me about this Mrs. Mullins. Why she went to Berlin." Berger's face is metallic, her eyes reflecting anger born of fear. "I have a feeling that the story I'm about to hear is anything but funny." Lucy stares at her sweating glass, at the lime sinking at the bottom of it, at Bubbles. "Your return ticket stubs and the rental car receipt were in your briefcase, and your briefcase, as usual, was wide open on top of your desk," Berger says. Lucy's face remains expressionless. She knows damn well that Berger misses nothing and wanders at will in places she doesn't belong. "Maybe you wanted me to see it." "I don't know. I never thought I wanted you to see it," Lucy quietly replies. Berger stares out at a cruise ship slowly being hauled in by a tugboat. Lucy recrosses her legs nervously. "So Rocco Caggiano committed suicide. I don't suppose you coincidentally happened to see him while you were in Europe? Not saying you happened to be in Szczecin, but I do know that most people traveling to that part of northern Poland would be quite likely to fly into Berlin just like you and Rudy did." "You'd make a great prosecutor," Lucy says drolly, still not looking up. "I would never have a chance under your director cross. A scenario I don't want to imagine. Jesus. Mr. Caggiano, Mr. Jean-Baptiste Chandon's lawyer, former lawyer, dead. A bullet in his head. I suppose that pleases you." "He was going to kill Marino." "Who told you that? Rocco or Marino?" "Rocco," Lucy barely says. She's in too deep. It's too late. She desperately needs to purge herself. "Inside his hotel room," she adds. "God," Berger mutters. "We had to, Jamie. It's no different than what the soldiers did in Iraq, you get it?" "No, I don't get it." Berger is shaking her head again. "How the hell you could do something like this?" "He wanted to die." 79. Lucy stands on the most beautiful Persian rug she has ever seen, one she has stood on many, many times during her better moments with Jamie Berger. They are far apart from each other in the living room. "It's hard for me to imagine you dressed as a prostitute and getting into an altercation with a drunk," Berger goes on. "That was sloppy work on your part." "I made a mistake." "I'll say you did." "I had to go back. For my tactical baton," Lucy tells her. "Which one of you pulled the trigger?" The question shocks Lucy. She doesn't want to remember. "Rocco was planning on killing Marino, his own father," Lucy says again. "Next time Marino went on one of his fishing trips, Rocco was going to take him out. Rocco wanted to die. He did kill himself, sort of." Berger looks out at the city, her hands tightly clasped. "He sort of killed himself. You sort of murdered him. Sort of dead, sort of being pregnant, sort of committing perjury. We had to." Berger doesn't want to hear this. She has no choice. "We did, I swear." Berger remains silent. Here was a red notice. He was going to die. The Chandons would have taken him out, and not in a nice way. "Now the defense is mercy-killing," Berger finally speaks. "How is it different from what our soldiers did in Iraq? Now the defense is world peace. Rocco's life was over anyway. Now the defense is he was already dead. Please don't make fun of me, Jamie." "I'm supposed to congratulate you," Berger goes on. "And now you fucked me too, because I know about it." "I know about it." Berger repeats each word slowly. "Am I stupid or what? Jesus, I just sat there," she whirls around and jabs a finger at Lucy, "and translated those goddamn reports for you. You may as well have walked into my office and confessed to a murder and had me say, "Don't worry about it, Lucy. We all make mistakes." Or, "It happened in Poland, so it's not my jurisdiction. It doesn't count." Or, "Tell me all about it if it will make you feel better." See? I'm not a real district attorney when I'm with you. When we're alone, when we're inside my apartment, it's not professional. 80. The fluid white as light and brilliant with sparks. Page 47. Who's there? Jesus Christ. Eyes flash in the barred window. Different eyes this time. Jean-Baptiste feels the heat of the eyes. They're nothing more than small, weak embers. Sean Dunn, shut up, God damn it. Shut up with this page number shit. God damn, I'm sick and tired of this page number shit. You hiding some book in there? The eyes dart around the cell like sparks scattered by the wind. And get your filthy hand out of your pants, mini-me dick. That familiar, hateful laughter. Mini-dick, 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 mini-dick. Beast is a voice from hell. Jean-Baptiste has been within 20 feet of Beast. That's how far away the barred window in Jean-Baptiste's door is from the indoor recreation area 1 floor below him. There is nothing to do during the 1 hour a death row inmate with privileges is allowed to spend on the rectangular wooden floor that is securely enclosed by thick wire mesh, like a cage at the zoo. Shooting hoops is popular, or simply walking a mile, which by Jean-Baptiste's calculations requires approximately 70 laps that no one but he is motivated to do. If Jean-Baptiste runs the laps, which is his habit during the 1 hour per week he is allowed recreation, he doesn't mind the other men on his cell block who leer out at him, their eyes small hot spots from sun shining through a magnifying glass. They make their usual insolent remarks. The recreation hour is the only opportunity inmates have to chat with and see one another from a distance. Many of these conversations are friendly and even funny. Jean-Baptiste is beyond caring that no one is friendly with him, and all fun is at his expense. He is familiar with every detail about Beast, who is not considered a model prisoner, but unlike Jean-Baptiste has privileges, including daily recreation and, of course, his radio. The first time Jean-Baptiste experienced every detail of Beast's presence was when 2 guards escorted Beast to the indoor recreation area, where he directed his diseased energy up to Jean-Baptiste's cell door. Jean-Baptiste's hairy face looked out the bars of his window. It was time to see. One day Beast might be useful. "Watch this, no-nuts!" Beast yelled at him, pulling off his shirt and flexing bulging muscles that, like his thick forearms, are almost black with tattoos. He dropped to the concrete floor and fell into one-arm push-ups. Jean-Baptiste's face disappeared from the barred window, but not before he studied Beast carefully. He is smooth-skinned, with a blaze of light brown hair that runs from his muscular chest down his belly and disappears into his groin. He is handsome, cruelly so, rather much like a swashbuckler with a strong jaw, large bright teeth, a straight nose, and intensely cold hazel eyes. He keeps his hair shorn close to his scalp, and although he appears quite capable of rough sex and beating his woman, one wouldn't be likely to suspect that his preference is abducting young girls, torturing them to death, and committing acts of necrophilia on their dead bodies, in some instances returning to the shallow graves where he buried them and digging them up for further acts of perversion until they are too decomposed for even him to stand it. Beast is called Beast not because he looks like a beast, but because he digs up carrion like a beast, and is rumored to have cannibalized some of his victims too. Necrophilia, cannibalism, and pedophilia are transgressions that are repugnant to the typical violent offender on death row, who might have raped, strangled, slashed, dismembered, or chained his victims in a basement, to mention but a few examples. But violating children or dead bodies and eating people are serious enough offenses that a number of the inmates on Beast's cell block would like nothing better than to kill him. Jean-Baptiste doesn't bide his time imagining creative ways to smash Beast's bones or crush his windpipe. Idle fantasies for those who can't get closer than 10 feet to Beast. The necessity of keeping inmates separated is obvious. When people are sentenced to die, they obviously have nothing to lose by killing again, although in Jean-Baptiste's way of thinking he has never had anything to lose, and with nothing to lose there is nothing to gain, and life does not exist. References to those damned at birth are descriptive and dehumanizing, and in Jean-Baptiste's case trace back as far as his earliest memories. Let's see. He thinks from his magnetizing metal toilet seat. He remembers being 3. He remembers his mother roughly ushering him into the bathroom, where he could see the Seine from the window, and inevitably at a very young age connecting the river to bathing. He remembers his mother lathering his frail body with perfumed soap and ordering him to sit as still as a stone while she scraped baby-fine hair from his face, arms, neck, back, legs, feet, and on, with his father's sterling silver-handled straight razor. Sometimes she would scream at Jean-Baptiste if she accidentally nicked his finger, or occasionally several fingers, as if her clumsiness was his fault. Knuckles in particular are very difficult. Madame Chandon's tremors and drunken rages put an end to her shaving her ugly son when she almost sliced off Jean-Baptiste's left nipple, and his father had to summon the family physician, Monsieur Reynaud, who coaxed Jean-Baptiste to be un grand garçon, as the little boy shrieked each time the needle flashed in and out of bloody flesh, reattaching the pale nipple, which dangled by a thread of tissue from Jean-Baptiste's downy breast. His drunken mother wept and wrung her hands and blamed le vilain petit monstre for not sitting still. A servant mopped up the little monster's blood while the little monster's father smoked French cigarettes and complained about the burden of having a son who was born wearing un costume de pingouin, a monkey suit. Monsieur Chandon could talk, joke, and complain freely with Monsieur Reynaud, the only physician allowed contact with Jean-Baptiste, when he, the little monster, an espèce d'imbécile born in a monkey suit, lived in the family hôtel particulier, where his bedroom was in the basement. No medical records, including a birth certificate, exist. Monsieur Reynaud made sure of this and ministered to Jean-Baptiste only in emergencies, which did not include the usual illnesses or injuries, such as severe earaches, high fevers, burns, sprained ankles or wrists, a stepped-on nail, and other medical misfortunes that send most children to the family doctor. Now Monsieur Reynaud is an old man. He will not dare speak of Jean-Baptiste, even if the press will pay large fees for secrets about his notorious former patient. 81. Shame and fear overwhelm Lucy. She has told Berger in detail what happened in room 511 at the Radisson Hotel, but not who actually shot Rocco. Who pulled the trigger, Lucy? Berger insists on knowing. It doesn't matter. Since you won't answer the question, I'll assume you did. Lucy says nothing. Berger doesn't move as she looks out at dazzling city lights that give way to the darkness of the Hudson and become the flickering bright urban plains of New Jersey. The space between her and Lucy could not seem more impossible, as if Berger is on the other side of the expansive glass. Lucy quietly steps closer, wanting to touch the curve of Berger's shoulder, terrified that should she dare, Berger might fall from reach forever, as if she is supported by nothing but air, 45 floors above the streets. Marino can't know, not ever, Lucy says. My aunt can't know, not ever. I should hate you, Berger says. She smells faintly of perfume, a strong scent, lightly applied, and it touches Lucy's thoughts that Berger didn't wear perfume for her husband. He isn't here. Call it what you want, Berger continues. You and Rudy committed murder. Words, Lucy replies. The casualties of war, self-defense, judicial homicide, home protection. We have words, legal excuses for committing acts that should be inexcusable, Jamie. I promise you there was no joy in it, no delicious flavor of revenge. He was a pitiful coward, blubbering and sorry about only one thing in his entire cruel, worthless life, that it was his turn to pay the price. How could Marino have a son like that? What markers in the human genome came together to spew out Rocco? Who else knows? Rudy, now you. Anyone else? Were you given instructions? Berger presses on. Lucy thinks about Benton's staged murder, about many events and conversations that she can never tell Berger. A tyrant of anguish and rage has ruled Lucy for years. There are others involved, indirectly involved. I can't talk about it, really, Lucy says. Berger doesn't know that Benton isn't dead. Oh, fuck. What others? I said indirectly. I can't tell you anything else. I won't. People who give secret orders tend to vanish in the light of exposure. Are these your others? People who have given secret orders? Not directly about Rocco. She thinks about Senator Lord, about the Shandong cartel. Let me just say that there are people who wanted Rocco dead. I just never had enough information to do anything about it until now. When Shandong wrote to me, he told me what I needed to know. I see. And Jean-Baptiste Shandong is credible. Of course, all psychopaths are. Whoever else is indirectly involved has already vanished. You can count on that. I don't know. There are instructions about the Shandong cartel. Oh, yes. There have been for a long time. Years. I did what I could while I was ATF down in Miami, but it wasn't working. Rules. That's right. You and rules, Berger says coldly. Until Rocco, I have been ineffective. Well, you certainly were effective this time. Tell me something, Lucy. Do you think you'll get away with it? Yes. You and Rudy made mistakes, Berger says. You left your tactical baton and had to go back to get it, and you were seen by several people. Never good, never good. And you staged the death scene quite expertly, quite cleverly. Maybe too expertly, too cleverly. I would wonder about a room, a gun, a champagne bottle, etc., so clean that only Rocco's fingerprints are on them. I would wonder about advanced decomposition that seems to conflict with time of death. And flies, so damn many flies. Blowflies aren't terribly fond of cool weather. In Europe they are more accustomed to cooler weather, as low as 48 degrees. The common bluebottle variety blowfly. Of course, warmer temperatures are better. You must have learned that from your Aunt Kay. She would be so proud of you. You would wonder. Lucy gets back to mistakes. You wonder about everything. That's why you're who you are. Don't underestimate the Polish authorities and medical experts, Lucy. You may not have heard the last of this. And if anything points back to you, I can't help you. I have to consider this conversation privileged. Right now, I am your lawyer, not a prosecutor. It's a lie, but I will somehow live with it. But whoever has given you directives, I don't care how long ago, will not return your secret phone calls now, won't even know your name, will frown and shrug in some cabinet meeting or over drinks at the Palm, or worse, laugh it off. The story of some overzealous private investigator. It won't happen like that. Berger slowly turns around and grabs Lucy's wrists. Are you so goddamn sure of yourself that you're stupid? How can anyone so smart be so stupid? The blood rises to Lucy's cheeks. The world is full of users. They'll seduce you into the most outrageous acts for the sake of liberty and justice for all, and then they dissolve like mist, prove to be fantasies. You begin to wonder if they were ever real, and as you rot away in a federal prison somewhere, God forbid, or extradited to a foreign country, you will slowly but surely believe it was all a delusion, because everybody else believes you are delusional, some nutcase who committed murder because she was on some secret mission for the CIA, the FBI, the fucking Pentagon, Her Majesty's Secret Service, the Easter Bunny. Stop it, Lucy exclaims. It's not like that. Berger's hands move up to Lucy's shoulders. For the first time in your life, listen to someone. Lucy blinks back tears. Who? Berger demands to know. Who sent you on this goddamn horrific mission? Is it someone I know? Please stop it. I can't and won't ever tell you. There's so much... Jamie, you're better off not knowing. Please trust me. Jesus. Berger's grip lightens, but she doesn't let go of her. Jesus, Lucy. Look at you. You're shaking like a leaf. You can't do this. Lucy angrily steps away. I'm not a child. When you touch me, She steps back some more. "When you touch me, it means something different. It still does. So don't! "I know what it means," Berger says. "I'm sorry." 82. At 10 p.m., Scarpetta climbs out of a taxi in front of Jamie Berger's building. Still unable to reach her niece, Scarpetta is pricked by anxiety that has worsened with each call she has made. Lucy doesn't answer her apartment or her cell phone. One of her associates at her office said he doesn't know where she is. Scarpetta begins to think about her reckless, fire-breathing niece and contemplates the worst. Her ambivalence about Lucy's new career has not abated. Hers is an unregimented, dangerous, and highly secretive life that may suit her personality, but it frustrates Scarpetta and frightens her. She can be impossible to get hold of, and Scarpetta rarely knows what Lucy is doing. Inside Jamie Berger's luxurious high-rise, a doorman greets Scarpetta.
"May I help you, ma'am?"
"Jamie Berger," Scarpetta replies. "The penthouse." 83. Lucy is tempted to dash from the building when she realizes that her aunt is headed up in the elevator. "Calm down," Berger says. "She doesn't know I'm here," Lucy says, upset. "I don't want her to know I'm here. I can't see her right now." "You're going to have to see her at some point. May as well be now." "But she doesn't know I'm here," Lucy repeats herself. "What am I going to tell her?" Berger gives her an odd look as they hover near the door, waiting for the sound of the elevator. "Is the truth such a bad thing?" Berger replies angrily. "You could tell her that. Now and then telling the truth is very therapeutic." "I'm not a liar," Lucy says. "That's one thing I'm not, unless it is for the sake of work, especially the undercover work." "The problem is when the boundaries merge," Berger says as the elevator arrives. "Go sit in the living room," as if Lucy is a child. "Let me talk to her first." Berger's foyer is marble, a table scented with fresh flowers across from the spotless brass elevator. She hasn't seen Scarpetta in several years, and is dismayed when she walks out of the elevator. Kay Scarpetta looks exhausted, her suit badly wrinkled, her eyes anxious. "Does anybody on earth answer the phone anymore?" she says first thing. "I've tried Marino, Lucy, you. In your case, your line was busy and has been busy for an hour, so at least I assumed someone was home. I had it off the hook. I wanted no interruptions." This makes no sense to Scarpetta. "I'm so sorry to barge in on you like this. I'm frantic, Jamie." "I can tell. Before you come in, I want you to know that Lucy is here." She states this matter-of-factly. "I didn't want to shock you, but I expect you are relieved." "Not entirely. Her office stonewalled me, meaning Lucy did." "Kay, please come in," Berger says. They walk into the living room. "Hi." Lucy hugs her aunt. Her response is stiff. "Why are you treating me like this?" she asks, not caring if Berger hears. "Treating you like what?" Lucy returns to the living room and sits on the couch. "Come on." She motions for Scarpetta to join her. "You too, Jamie." "Not unless you're going to tell her," Berger says. "Otherwise I want no part in the conversation." "Tell me what?" Scarpetta sits next to Lucy. "Tell me what, Lucy?" "I guess you've heard that Rocco Caggiano allegedly committed suicide in Poland," Berger tells her. "I haven't heard any news today about anything," Scarpetta replies. "Was either on the phone or in a plane, then a taxi. Now I'm here. What do you mean, allegedly?" Lucy stares down at her feet and says nothing. Berger stands at the edge of the living room and is silent. "You disappeared for days. No one would tell me where you were," Scarpetta begins quietly. "Were you in Poland?" A long pause, then Lucy lifts her eyes. "Yes, I was." "Dear God," Scarpetta mutters. "Alleged suicide," she repeats. Lucy explains the tip about the murdered journalists that Chandon divulged to her in a letter. She explains further information from him about Rocco's whereabouts. Then she tells her aunt about the red notice. "So Rudy and I found him. Found him in the hotel he always stays in when he does his dirty business in Szczecin. We told him about the red notice, and he knew that was it. The end. Because, apprehended or not, the Shonduns would make sure he didn't live very long. So he killed himself, Scarpetta says, looking straight into Lucy's eyes, searching them. Lucy doesn't reply. Berger walks out of the room. Interpol has posted the information, Lucy then says, somewhat inanely. The police say his death is a suicide. This appeases Scarpetta temporarily, only because she doesn't have the strength to probe further. She opens her briefcase and shows Lucy the letter from Shondun, and then Lucy goes into Berger's office. "Please come," Lucy starts to say. "No," Berger replies, the look in her eyes one of disappointment, of judgment. "How can you lie to her?" "I didn't and I haven't. By omission. The whole truth, Lucy. I'll get there, when it's time. Shondun wrote her. You've got to see it. There's something really bizarre going on." "There sure is." Berger gets up from her desk. They return to the living room and look at the letter and envelopes through their protective plastic. "That's not like the letter I got," Lucy says immediately. "It was block printing. It wasn't mailed regular post. I guess Rocco mailed it for him. Rocco mailed a lot of things for him. Why would Shondun write Marino and me in block printing?" "What did the paper look like?" Scarpetta asks. "Notebook paper, lined paper." "The paper in the prison commissary is plain white 20-pound cheap stock. The same thing most of us use in our printers. If he didn't send those letters to Marino and me, then who did?" Lucy feels sluggish, her system overloaded. Based on the information in the letter to her, she orchestrated Rocco Caggiano's death. When she and Rudy held him hostage in the hotel room, Rocco never actually admitted to murdering the journalists. Lucy recalls him rolling his eyes toward the ceiling, his only response. She can't know as fact what he really meant by that gesture. She can't know as fact that the information she sent to Interpol is correct. What she offered was enough for an arrest, but not necessarily a conviction, because in fact Lucy doesn't know the facts. Did Rocco really meet with the two journalists mere hours before their murders? Even if he did, was he the one who shot them? Lucy is responsible for the red notice. The red notice is why Rocco knew his life was over, no matter what he confessed or didn't confess. He became a fugitive, and if Lucy and Rudy hadn't brought about his death, the Shonduns would have. He should be dead. He needed to be dead. Lucy tells herself the world is better off because Rocco isn't in it. "Who wrote me that goddamn letter?" Lucy says. "Who wrote the one to Marino and the first one to you?" She looks at Scarpetta. "The ones that came in those National Academy of Justice postage-paid envelopes? They sound like they were written by Shondun." "I agree with that," Scarpetta says. "And the coroner in Baton Rouge got one, too." "Maybe Shondun changed his handwriting and paper when he wrote this one." Lucy indicates the letter with its beautiful calligraphy. "Maybe the bastard's not in prison at all." "I heard about the phone calls to your office. Zach got hold of me on my cell phone. I think we can't assume at all that Shondun is still in prison," Scarpetta replies. "Seems to me," Berger says, "that he wouldn't have access to lined paper or National Academy of Justice envelopes if he's still in prison. How hard do you suppose it would be to create facsimiles of those postage-paid envelopes on a computer?" "God, I feel so stupid," Lucy says. "I can't tell you what I feel. Of course it could be done. Just scan in an envelope, then type in the address you want, and print it on the same type of envelope. I could do it in 5 minutes. Berger looks at her for a long time. "Did you, Lucy?" She is stunned. "Me do it? Why would I do it?" "You just admitted that you could," Berger somberly says. "It appears you're quite capable of doing a lot of things, Lucy. And it's convenient that information in the letter to you resulted in your going to Poland to find Rocco, who is now dead. I'm leaving the room. The prosecutor and me doesn't want to hear either any further lies or confessions. If you and your aunt want to talk for a while, please help yourselves. I have to put the phone back on the hook. I have calls to make. I haven't lied, Lucy says. 84. Sit down, Scarpetta says, as if Lucy is no longer a grown-up. The lights are out in the living room, and the New York skyline surrounds them with its brilliant possibilities and soaring power. Scarpetta could stare at it for hours, the way she does the sea. Lucy sits next to her on Berger's couch. This is a good place to be, Scarpetta says, gazing out at millions of lights. She looks for the moon, but can't find it behind buildings. Lucy is quietly crying. I've often wondered, Lucy, what would have happened had I been your real mother. Would you have adopted such a dangerous world and stormed through it so brazenly, so outrageously, so stunningly? Or would you be married with children? I think you know the answer to that, Lucy mutters, wiping her eyes. Maybe you would have been a Rhodes Scholar, gone to Oxford and become a famous poet. Lucy looks at her to see if she's joking. She's not. A gentler life, her aunt says softly. I raised you, or better stated, I attended to you as best I could, and I can't imagine loving any child more than I did, and do love you. But through my eyes you found the ugliness in the world. Through your eyes I found decency, humanity, and justice, Lucy replies. I wouldn't change anything. Then why are you crying? She picks out distant planes glowing like small planets. I don't know. Scarpetta smiles. That's what you used to say when you were a little girl. Whenever you were sad and I'd ask you why, you'd say, I don't know. Therefore my very astute diagnosis is that you are sad. Lucy wipes more tears from her face. I don't know exactly what happened in Poland, her aunt then says. Shifting her position on the couch, Scarpetta arranges pillows behind her back, as if inviting a long story. She continues to look past Lucy, out windows into the glittering night, because it is harder for people to have difficult conversations while they are looking at each other. I don't need you to tell me, but I think you need to tell me, Lucy. Her niece stares out at the city crowded around them. She thinks of dark high seas and ships lit up. Ships mean ports, and ports mean the gendarmes. Ports are the arteries for their criminal commerce. Rocco may have been only one vessel, but his connection to Scarpetta, to all of them, had to be severed. Yes, it had to be. Please forgive me, Aunt Kay. Please say it's all right. Please don't lose your respect for me and think I've become one of them. Ever since Benton died, you've been a fury, a spirit of punishment, and there isn't enough power in this entire city to satisfy your hunger for it, Scarpetta talks on, still gently. This is a good place for you to be, she says, as both of them stare out at the lights of the most powerful city on earth. Because one of these days, when you're glutted with power, maybe you'll realize that too much of it is unbearable. You say that to explain yourself, Lucy comments, with no trace of rancor. You were the most powerful medical examiner in the country, perhaps in the world. You were the chief. Maybe it was unbearable, that power and admiration. Lucy's beautiful face is not quite as sad now. So much has seemed unbearable, Scarpetta replies. So much. But no, I didn't find my power unbearable when I was the chief. I have found losing my power unbearable. You and I feel differently about power. I am not proving anything. You are always proving something when it is so unnecessary. You haven't lost it, Lucy tells her. Your removal from power was an illusion, politics. Your true power has never been imposed by the outside world, and it follows that the outside world can't take it away from you. What has Benton done to us? Her question startles Lucy, as if Scarpetta somehow knows the truth. Since he died. I still can scarcely bring myself to say that word. Died. She pauses. Since then it seems the rest of us have gone to ruin. Like a country under siege, one city falling after another. You, Marino, me. Mostly you. Yes, I am a fury. Lucy gets up, moves to the window, and sits cross-legged on Jamie Berger's splendid antique rug. I am the Avenger, I admit it. I feel the world is safer, that you are safer, all of us are safer with Rocco dead. But you can't play God. You're not even a sworn law enforcement officer anymore, Lucy. The last precinct is private. Not exactly. We are a satellite of international law enforcement. Work with them, usually behind the curtain of Interpol. We are empowered by other high authorities I can't talk to you about. A high authority that empowered you to legally rid the world of Rocco Caggiano? Scarpetta asks. Did you pull the trigger, Lucy? I need to know that. At least that. Lucy shakes her head. No, she didn't pull the trigger. Only because Rudy insisted on firing that round and having gunpowder and tiny drops of Rocco's blood blow back on his hands, not hers. Rocco's blood on Rudy's hands. That wasn't fair, Lucy tells her aunt. I shouldn't have allowed Rudy to put himself through that. I take equal responsibility for Rocco's death. Actually, I take full responsibility because it was by my instigation that Rudy went on the mission to Poland. They talk until late, and when Lucy has relayed all that happened in Szczecin, she awaits her aunt's condemnation. The worst punishment would be exile from Scarpetta's life, just as Benton has been exiled from it. I'm relieved that Rocco's dead, Scarpetta says. What's done is done, she adds. At some point, Marino will want to know what really happened to his son. 85. Dr. Lanier sounds as if he is on the mend, but he is as taut as a cocked catapult. You got a safe place for me to stay down there? Scarpetta asks him over the phone inside her single room at the Melrose Hotel at 63rd and Lexington. She opted not to spend the night with Lucy, resisting her niece's persistent urging. Staying with her would make it impossible for Scarpetta to leave for the airport in the morning without Lucy's knowing. The safest place in Louisiana. My guest house. It's small. Why? Now you know I can't afford consultants. Listen, she cuts him off. I've got to go to Houston first. She avoids being specific. I can't get down your way for at least another day. I'll pick you up. Just tell me when. If you could arrange a rental car for me, that's what would work best. I have no idea about anything right now. I'm too tired. But I'd rather take care of myself and not inconvenience you. I just need directions to your house. She writes them down. They seem simple enough. Any particular kind of car? A safe one. I know all about that, the coroner replies. I've peeled enough people out of unsafe cars. I'll get my secretary on it first thing. 86. Trixie leans against the counter, smoking a menthol cigarette and glumly watching Marino pack a large ice chest with beer, luncheon meats, bottles of mustard and mayonnaise, and whatever his huge hands grab out of the refrigerator. It's way past midnight, Trixie complains, fumbling for a bottle of Corona in a long-neck bottle that she clogged by stuffing in too large a slice of lime. Come on to bed and then you can leave, can't you? Don't that make more sense than zooming out of here half-lit and all upset in the middle of the night? Marino has been drunk since he returned from Boston, sitting in front of the TV, refusing to answer the phone, refusing to talk to anyone, not even to Lucy or Scarpetta. About an hour ago he was kicked hard by a message on his cell phone from Lucy's office. That sobered him enough to pry him out of his reclining chair. Trixie holds the bottle straight up and tries to push the lime away with her tongue. She succeeds, and beer gushes into her mouth and over her chin. Not so long ago Marino would have found this hilarious. Now nothing will make him smile. He jerks open the freezer door, pulling out the container of ice cubes and dumping them into the chest. Trixie, whose real name is Teresa, is 30 years old, and not even a year ago moved into Marino's small house in its blue-collar neighborhood, right off Midlothian Turnpike on the wrong side of the James River in Richmond. He lights a cigarette and looks at her face puffy from booze, the mascara so chronically smeared under her eyes that it looks tattooed on. Her platinum hair has been scalded by so many treatments that Marino hates to touch it, told her once when he was drunk that it felt like insulation. Some of her hurt feelings are permanently crippled, and when Marino catches a glimpse of them hobbling out of her eyes or mouth, he leaves the room, either with his thoughts or his feet. Please don't go. Trixie sucks hard on a cigarette and shoots the smoke out of the side of her mouth, barely inhaling. I know what you're doing. You ain't coming back, that's what. I saw what you've been packing in your truck. Guns, your bowling ball, even your trophies and fishing poles. Not to mention your usual clothes. Nothing nice like those suits that have been hanging in the closet since Jesus wrote the 10 Commandments. She steps in front of him and grabs his arm as he rearranges ice in the chest, smoke making him squint. I'll call you. I've got to get to Louisiana, and you know it. The doc's down there, or is about to be down there. I know her. I know damn well what she's gonna do. She don't have to tell me. You don't want her dead, Trixie. I'm so fucking tired of the doc this and the doc that. Her face darkens, and she shoves Marino's hand away as if touching had been his idea, not hers. Ever since I've known you, it's been the doc this and the doc that. She's the only woman in your life, if you're honest about it. I'm just the second draft choice in your basketball game of life. Marino winces. He can't stand Trixie's colorful near-miss expressions, which remind him of a piano out of tune. I'm just the girl who sits out the dance in the prom that is your life, she continues the drama, and by now that's all it is. A drama, like a bad soap opera. Their fights are by rote for the most part, and although Marino has a special aversion to psychology, not even he can avoid an insight as big as a mountain. He and Trixie fight about everything because they fight about nothing. Her fat bare feet with their chipped red-painted nails pat across the kitchen as she paces, wildly waving her plump arms, cigarette ashes snowing down on the stained linoleum floor. Well, you just go on to Louisiana and get with the doc this and that, and by the time you come back, if you ever do, maybe someone else will be living in this dump of yours, and I'll be gone. 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 Half an hour ago, Marino asked her to put his house on the market. She can live in it until it sells. Her flower-printed acetate robe flutters around her feet as she paces, her breasts sagging over the sash she keeps tightening around her thick waist. Marino feels pangs of anger and guilt. When Trixie nags him about Scarpetta, he flies out of control like a pissed-off bird out of a knot-hole with no place to go, no way to defend himself, no way to counterattack, not really. His wounded ego can't be assuaged by implying indiscretions with Scarpetta that unfortunately have never occurred. So the arrows of the jealous Trixies in his life find their spot and draw their blood. Marino isn't bothered that he's lost every woman he's ever had. He's bothered by the one he never got, and Trixie's tantrum is mounting dangerously close to the necessary crescendo that will bring about the necessary coda. You're so crazy for her, it's disgusting, Trixie yells. You're nothing but a big redneck to her. That's all you'll ever be. A big, fat, stupid redneck, she shrieks. And I don't care if she ends up dead. Dead is all she knows anyhow. Marino picks up the ice chest as if it weighs nothing and walks through his shabby, cluttered living room and stops at the front door. He looks around at the 36-inch color TV. Not a new one, but a Sony, and plenty nice. He stares sadly at his favorite reclining chair where it seems he has spent most of his life, and he feels an ache so deep it's a cramp in his bowels. He imagines how many hours he has spent half-drunk watching football and wasting his time and efforts on the likes of Trixie. She's not a bad woman. She's not evil. None of them have been. They're simply pitiful, and he is even more pitiful than any of them because he has never insisted on more for himself, and he could have. I won't be calling you after all, Marino tells her. I don't even give a rat's ass what happens to the house. Sell it, rent it, live in it. You don't mean that, baby, Trixie begins to cry. I love you. You don't know me, Marino says from the door, and he feels too tired to leave and too depressed to stay. Course I do, baby. She crushes out a cigarette in the sink and rummages in the refrigerator for another beer. And you're gonna miss me. Her face twists as she smiles, crying at the same time. And you'll get your ass back here. I was just mad when I said you wouldn't. You will. She pops off the bottle cap. One reason I know you'll be back is... What? She points coyly at him. Can you guess what Detective Trixie noticed, huh? You're leaving without your Christmas decorations. All those millions of plastic Santas, reindeer, snowmen, jalapeno pepper lights, and the rest of what you've been collecting for a century? And you're going to drive off and just leave them in the basement? Nuh-uh. No way. Nuh-uh. She talks herself into believing she's right. Marino wouldn't leave for good and not pack up his beloved Christmas decorations.
Rocco's dead, he says.
Who?
Trixie's face goes blank.
See? That's what I mean. You don't know me, he says. It's all right. It ain't your fault.
He shuts the door on her. Shuts the door on Richmond for good.
This book is continued on Disc 8. Disc 8.
87. The missing woman's name is Catherine Bruce. She is now considered abducted, the latest victim of the serial killer, presumed dead. Her husband, a former Air Force pilot now employed by Continental, was out of town, and after trying to reach his wife for 2 days with no success, he became concerned. He sent a friend to the house. Catherine wasn't there, nor was her car, which was discovered parked at the Walmart near LSU, where it did not draw attention to itself, since the lot has cars in it 24 hours a day. Her keys were in the ignition, her doors unlocked, her purse and wallet gone. The morning is barely materializing, as if its molecules are slowly gathering into a sky that promises to be clear and bright blue. Nick knew nothing about the abduction until yesterday's 6 o'clock news. She still can't believe it. Catherine Bruce's friend, according to what has been released to the media, called the Baton Rouge police immediately yesterday morning. The information should have been released immediately and nationally. What did the idiot task force do? Give the friend whose identity has not been disclosed a damn polygraph to make sure Catherine really is missing? Were they digging up the backyard to make sure the pilot husband didn't kill and bury his wife before flying out of town? The killer got an extra 8 hours. The public lost 8 hours. Catherine lost 8 hours. She might still have been alive, assuming she's not alive now. Someone might have spotted her and the killer. You never know. Nick obsessively walks the Walmart parking lot, looking for any detail that might speak to her. The huge crime scene is mute. Catherine Bruce's car long gone, impounded somewhere. Nothing but bits of trash, chewing gum, and millions of cigarette butts out here. It's 7:16 when she makes her only find thus far, one that would have thrilled her as a child. 2 quarters, both of them heads. That's always luckier than tails, and right now she'll nurture any fantasy of luck she can. After she heard the news last night, Nick rushed here right away. If the coins were on the tarmac at that time, her flashlight didn't pick them up. And she didn't see the coins first thing this morning when she returned and it was still dark. She takes photographs with 35mm and Polaroid cameras and memorizes the coin's location, making notes, just as she was taught at the Forensic Academy. She pulls on surgical gloves and secures the coins in a paper evidence envelope, then trots into the store. "I need to see the manager," she tells a checkout clerk who is busy ringing up a cart full of children's clothing while a tired-looking young woman, maybe a mother, pulls out a MasterCard. Nick thinks of Buddy's overalls and feels terrible. "That way." The clerk points to an office behind a swinging wooden door. Thank God he's in. Nick shows him her badge as she says, "I need to see the exact location where Catherine Bruce's car was found." The manager is young and friendly. He is clearly upset.
"Glad to show you. I sure know where it is. The police were out here for hours poking around and then they towed it. This is really awful."
"It's awful, all right," Nick agrees as they leave the store and the sun begins to show its bright face in the east. The location of Catherine Bruce's 1999 black Maxima was approximately 20 feet from where Nick found the quarters. "You're sure this is where it was?"
"Oh, yes, I'm sure, yes, ma'am. Parked right here 5 rows away. A lot of women who shop after dark park relatively close to the front door."
In her case, that didn't help. But she must have been at least somewhat security conscious. Well, maybe not. Most people want to park as close to a store entrance as possible, unless they drive an expensive car and don't want anyone dinging the doors. Usually it's men who worry about that.
Nick has never understood why so many women don't seem to have much interest in cars or their upkeep. If she had a daughter, she'd make sure her little girl knew the name of every exotic car, and Nick would tell her if she works hard, maybe she'll drive a Lamborghini someday. The same thing she tells Buddy, who has numerous models of sports cars that he loves to roll into walls. Did anyone notice any unusual activity the night she drove her car into this lot? Did anyone spot Catherine Bruce? Did anyone see anything at all? Nick asks the manager, both of them standing in the same spot and looking around.
No, I don't think she ever made it inside the store, he says.
88. The Bell 407 has the most beautiful paint job Lucy has ever seen. It should. It's her helicopter, and she designed its every detail, excluding those that came with it green or straight out of the plant. Its 4 blades, smooth ride, and maximum speed of 140 knots, damn good for non-military, and computerized fuel control are just a few of the basics. Added to that are leather seats, pop-out floats in case of an engine failure over water, which is very unlikely to occur, a wire strike for scud running into power lines. Lucy's too safe a pilot for that. An auxiliary fuel tank, storm scope, traffic scope, and GPS. All her instrumentation the best, of course. The 34th Street heliport is on the Hudson, midway between the Statue of Liberty and the Intrepid. Out on Pad 2, Lucy walks around her bird for the 4th time, having already checked inside the cowling and sight glasses for oil levels, oil drips, pop-out buttons on filters, or hydraulic leaks that will always remind her of dark red blood. One of many reasons she is fanatical about lifting weights in the gym is if she ever lost her hydraulics in flight, she'd have to muscle the controls. A weak woman would have a hard time with that. She runs her hand lovingly along the tail boom, squatting again to check antennas on the underside. Then she climbs into the pilot's seat and wishes Rudy would hurry up. Her wish is granted as the door to the FBO swings open and Rudy appears with a duffel bag and trots to the helicopter, a hint of disappointment crossing his face when he spots the empty left seat, and, as usual, finds himself the co-pilot. Dressed in cargo pants and a polo shirt, he is the typical handsome hunk. "You know what?" he says, clicking on his 4-point harness as Lucy goes through a quick but thorough pre-flight, starting with circuit breakers and switches, working her way down to the instruments and the throttle. "You're damn greedy," he says. "A helicopter hog." "That's because it's my helicopter, big guy." She switches on the battery. 26 amps, plenty of juice. "Don't forget I've got more hours than you, more certifications, too." "Shut up," he says good-naturedly, always in a genial mood when the two of them fly. "Clear on the left." "Clear on the right." 89. Flying is as close as he'll ever get to experiencing euphoria with her. Lucy never finishes what she rarely starts. Rudy might have felt used after they drove away from the Radisson in Szczecin, were it not for his understanding of what happened. Near-death experiences or anything else that is terribly traumatic cause a simple reaction in most people. They crave the warmth of human flesh. Sex is a reassurance that one is alive. He wonders if this is why he constantly thinks about sex. He's not in love with Lucy. He would never allow that to happen. The first time he saw her, God knows how many years ago, he had no intention of being interested in her. She was climbing out of a monster Bell 412, having gone through the usual show-and-tell maneuvers that the FBI expects when an important personage, especially a politician, is touring the academy. Rudy supposed, since Lucy was the only woman on the hostage rescue team, it was politically correct for the Attorney General, or whoever he was, to see a young, good-looking woman at the stick. Rudy stared at her as she shut down the formidable twin-engine machine and climbed out, wearing dark blue BDUs and soft black ankle-high boots. Rudy was surprised by her fiery beauty as he watched the way she walked, with confidence and grace and not a trace of masculinity. He began entertaining the possibility that what he had heard about her wasn't true. Her body intrigued him as she moved. She seemed to ripple like an exotic animal, a tiger, he thought, as she walked straight to the Attorney General or whoever it was on that show-and-tell day, and politely shook his hand. Lucy is athletic, but definitely feminine and very pleasing to touch. Rudy has learned not to love her too much. He knows when to back away. In minutes, the helicopter is up to full power, avionics and headsets on, the loud, fast beating of blades, the music she and Rudy dance to and adore. He feels Lucy's spirits joyfully lift as the helicopter does. "We're on the go," she says into her mic. "Hudson traffic? Helicopter 407 Tango Lima Papa is southbound at 34th. Hovering is what she likes most, and she can hold the chopper perfectly still, even in a stiff tailwind. Nosing around to the water, she pulls in power and takes off. 90. Scarpetta caught the earliest flight to Houston's George Bush Intercontinental Airport, and factoring in the hour time difference, landed at 10:15 a.m. From there, the drive almost due south to Livingston was a tense hour and 40 minutes. She had no interest in renting a car and finding her way to the prison. That was a wise decision. Although she hasn't counted, the route has taken numerous turns, the longest stretch of US 59 that rolls on forever. Scarpetta's thoughts are clipped, as if she is a new recruit taking orders. She is in her most dispassionate mode, a persona she steps into when she testifies in court, as defense attorneys poise themselves like carnivores waiting for the first scent of her blood. Rarely is she wounded, never fatally. Deep inside the refuge of her analytical mind, she has remained silent throughout the trip. She hasn't spoken to the driver except to give her instructions. The driver is the sort who wants to be chatty, and Scarpetta told her as she was climbing into the black Lincoln at the beginning of the trip that she didn't want to talk. She had work to do. "You got it," said the woman, who is dressed in a black livery suit that includes a cap and tie. "You can take your cap off," Scarpetta told her. "Why, thank you," the driver said with relief, taking it off immediately. "I can't tell you how much I hate this thing, but most of my passengers want me to look like a proper chauffeur." "I'd rather you didn't," Scarpetta said. The prison looms ahead, a modern fortress that looks like a monstrous freighter built of concrete, with a hatchmark of windows running below the flat roof, where 2 workmen are busy talking and gesturing and looking around. Surrounding the expansive grass grounds are thick coils of razor wire that shine like fine sterling in the sun. Guards high up in their towers scan with binoculars. "Shee," the driver mutters. "I have to admit this makes me a little bit nervous." "You'll be fine," Scarpetta assures her. "They'll show you where to park and you'll stay in the car. I don't recommend that you walk around at all." "What if I have to use the ladies' room?" she worries, slowing at a guard booth that signals the beginning of maximum security, and perhaps the most dreaded task Scarpetta has ever undertaken. "Then I guess you'll have to ask someone," she absently replies, rolling her window down and handing a uniformed guard her driver's license and medical examiner's credentials, a bright brass shield, and identification card inside a black wallet. When she left her position in Richmond, she was as bad as Marino. She never turned in her badge. No one thought to ask for it, or maybe no one dared. She may not literally be a chief anymore, but what Lucy said last night is right. No one can strip Scarpetta of who she is and how she performs in the work she still loves. Scarpetta knows how good she is, even if she would never say it. "Who are you here to see?" the guard asks her, returning her license and credentials. "Jean-Baptiste Chandon." His name almost chokes her. The guard is rather casual, considering his environment and responsibility. Based on his demeanor and age, he's probably been working in the prison system for a long time and scarcely notices the foreboding world he enters at the beginning of every shift. He steps back inside his booth and scans a list. "Ma'am," he says, re-emerging from his booth and pointing toward the glass front of the prison. "Just drive up there and someone will tell you where to park. The PIO will meet you outside." A Texas flag seems to wave Scarpetta on. The sky is blue glass, the temperature reminding her of autumn. Birds are having a conversation, nature going on, impervious to evil. 91. Life in Pod A does not change. Condemned inmates come and go, and old names belong to silence. After days, or maybe weeks, Jean-Baptiste often loses track of time, the new ones who come in to await their deaths are the names associated with the cells formerly occupied by the old names of the others who awaited their deaths. Pod A, Cell 25, is Beast, who will be moved to a different holding cell in several hours. Pod A, Cell 30, is Jean-Baptiste. Pod A, Cell 31, directly to Jean-Baptiste's right, is Moth, called thus because the necrophiliac murder who stirs after lights out has trembling hands that flutter, and his skin is almost gray. He likes to sleep on the floor, and his prison-issue clothing is always covered with gray dust, like dust on the wings of a moth. Jean-Baptiste shaves the tops of his hands, long swirls of hair drifting into the stainless steel sink.
"All right, hairball."
Eyes peer through the tiny window in his door.
"Your 15 minutes are almost up. 2 more minutes and I'd take the razor back."
"Certainement." He lathers his other hand with cheap-smelling soap and resumes shaving, careful of his knuckles. The tufts in his ears are tricky, but he manages.
"Time's up."
Jean-Baptiste carefully rinses the razor. "You shaved." Moth speaks very quietly, so quietly that the other inmates rarely hear a word he says.
"Oui, mon ami. I look quite beautiful."
The crank key that looks like a crowbar bangs into a slot at the bottom of the door, and the drawer slides out. The officer backs up, out of reach of pale, hairless fingers depositing the blue plastic razor. 92. Moth sits and rolls a basketball against the wall, precisely, so that it always rolls in a straight line back to him. He is worthless, so feeble that his only pleasure in killing was having sex with dead flesh. Dead flesh has no energy, the blood no longer magnetic. Jean-Baptiste had a very effective method when he released his chosen ones to the ecstasy. A person with severe head injuries can live for a while, long enough for Jean-Baptiste to bite and suck living flesh and blood, thus recharging his magnetism.
"It is a lovely day, isn't it?"
Moth's quiet comment drifts into Jean-Baptiste's cell, because he has the ears to hear the barely audible voice.
"No clouds, but later there will be a few very high ones that will move south by late afternoon."
Moth has a radio and obsessively listens to the weather band.
"I see Miss Skittleman has a new car, a cute little silver BMW Roadster."
Through a slitted window in each cell, a death row inmate has a view of the parking lot behind the prison, and for lack of anything else to look at from their second-floor solitary confinements, men stare out for the better part of the day. In a sense, this is an act of intimidation. Moth's mentioning Miss Gittleman's BMW is the best threat he can muster. Officers most likely will pass this on to other officers, who will pass on to Miss Gittleman, the young and very pretty assistant public information officer, that inmates appreciate her new car. No prison employee is eager for any details of their personal life to be known by offenders so vile that they deserve to die. Jean-Baptiste is perhaps the only inmate who rarely looks out the slit that is supposed to be a window. After memorizing every vehicle, their colors, makes, models, and even certain plate numbers and precisely what their drivers look like, he found no purpose in looking out at a blank blue or stormy sky. Getting up from the toilet without bothering to pull up his pants, he looks out his high window, Moth's comment having made him curious. He spots the BMW, then sits back down on the toilet, thinking. He ponders the letter he sent the beautiful Scarpetta. He believes it has changed everything and fantasizes about her reading it and succumbing to his will. Today, Beast will be allowed 4 hours to visit with clergy and family. He will leave for the short ride to Huntsville, to the death house. At 6 p.m. he will die. This also changes things. A folded piece of paper quietly slips beneath the right corner of Jean-Baptiste's door. He rips off toilet paper and again, without bothering to pull up his pants, picks up the note and returns to the toilet. Beast's cell is 5 down from Jean-Baptiste's on the left, and he can always tell when a note slid from cell to him is from Beast. The folded paper takes on a certain texture of scraped gray, and the inside is smudged, the paper fiber of the creases weakened by repeated opening and folding as each inmate along the way reads the note, a few of the men adding their own comments. Jean-Baptiste crouches on his stainless steel toilet, the long hair on his back matted with sweat that has turned his white shirt translucent. He is always hot when he is magnetized, and he is in a chronic state of magnetism as his electricity circulates through the metal of his confinement and races to the iron in his blood, and flows out again to complete another circuit, endlessly, endlessly, endlessly. "Today," the illiterate Beast wrote in pencil, "won't you be glad when they drive me away? You will miss me? Maybe not." For once, Beast isn't insulting, although the kite reads like a taunt to other inmates. Of this Jean-Baptiste is certain. He writes back, "You don't have to miss me, mon ami." Beast will know Jean-Baptiste's meaning, although he will know nothing more about what Jean-Baptiste will do to save Beast from his appointment with death. Footsteps ring on metal as officers walk by. He tears Beast's note into small pieces and stuffs them into his mouth. 93. She must have parked and been approached by the killer before she even took her keys out of the ignition. Nick assumes the purse and wallet may have been tossed in the parking lot, and after 2 days, certainly someone would have picked them up. Unfortunately, finders keepers appears to have prevailed. As much news coverage as Catherine Bruce's abduction is getting, whoever found her purse and wallet sure as hell knows that what he or she has is evidence. Some sniveling worm out there who lives according to situational ethics is not going to call the police now and basically admit that he or she intended to keep the purse or wallet or both until discovering they belong to a murdered woman, assuming that Catherine has been murdered. If she hasn't been yet, she will be soon. Then it occurs to Nick with a jolt that if the purse and wallet were turned in, whoever had them would have called the mighty Baton Rouge task force, which of course would find some lame brain reason for not releasing the information to the press, and certainly not to other brothers and sisters of the badge. Nick can't stop thinking about Walmart, and that she herself was at that very location within hours, perhaps, of when Catherine Bruce was abducted, driven away, probably to the same secret place the killer has taken all his victims. Nick is haunted by the possibility, not a strong one, that Catherine Bruce might have been inside the Walmart while Nick was there trolling, as she has done at all hours since returning from Knoxville. Photographs of the pretty blonde victim constantly flash on the TV news and are in every newspaper Nick has picked up. She has no recollection of noticing anyone who looked even remotely similar to her while she was picking out a needlepoint pattern, when she doesn't know how to do needlepoint, and showing interest in gaudy lingerie she would never wear. For some reason, the odd woman who fell down in the parking lot because of an injured knee drifts through Nick's mind every now and then. Something about that woman bothers her. 94. At high tide, small boats can enter creeks and bayous that are usually not possible to enter and almost never ventured into by rational people. Darren Citron is known to rev up his old bay runner and skim the shallow water and just make it over the mud bar into the mouth of whatever waterway he intends to challenge on any given day. Right now the tide's a little lower than he'd like, but he speeds full throttle in Blind River and almost gets caught in the silt, which can be up to 6 feet deep. The muck can suck one's shoes off, and although Darren can usually manage to push his boat out, he doesn't like wading in water that's full of cottonmouths. A local boy, he is 18 years old, perpetually tanned the hue of burnt peanut, and he lives to fish and find new spots for hunting gators. Because of his latter preoccupation, Darren is not particularly admired. If he goes after big ones that can bring a good price for their hides, meat, and heads, it requires a strong rope, a huge steel hook, and, of course, bait. The higher the bait dangles over the water, the longer the gator has to be to reach it. The best bait is dogs. Darren gets them from shelters all over the area, his sweet demeanor fooling people. He does what he has to, rationalizing to himself that the animals will be put to sleep anyway. When he's gator hunting, he thinks about the gator, not the bait, and how he got it. Gators bite at night, especially if Darren sits very still in his boat and plays a tape recording of dogs whining. He's skilled at disassociating from the bait, only thinking about the huge gator that's going to come out of the water, snap its jaws together, and get caught on the hook. Then he moves in quickly and humanely shoots the reptile in the head with a .22 rifle. He cruises through a waterway lined with lily pads and sawgrass, dappled with shadows from cypress dressed in Spanish moss, their roots ropey. Gators go in and out of the water, especially if the female has laid eggs. Their long tails leave trails, and when Darren sees a particular spot with a lot of trails, he marks it on his mental map and comes back there after dark, if the weather and tides are right. The water is carpeted in duckseed blooms, and a blue heron lifts off up ahead, unhappy about the intrusion of man and motor. Darren scans for trails. He is followed by iridescent dragonflies. Gator eyes remind him of tiny tunnels side by side, just above the surface of the water, before they catch him looking back. Around a bend, he spots a myriad of trails and a yellow nylon rope hanging from a tree. The bait on the huge steel hook is a human arm. 95. Today, for the first time in more than 5 years, Benton speaks to Senator Frank Lord, both of them using payphones. It strikes Benton as almost comical as he envisions the ever-immaculately groomed and impeccably dressed Senator Lord driving from his Northern Virginia home on his way to the Capitol and pulling off at a gas station to use a payphone. Benton orchestrated the conversation after receiving a very unexpected email from the senator late last night. Trouble, it read. Tomorrow, 7:15. Leave me a number. Benton emailed back the number of the payphone he's using right now, having picked it out in advance last night. Always go for the simplest, most obvious plan, if possible. Certainly it is beginning to seem that his meticulous and complicated ones are going awry in all directions. He leans against a wall, watching his beat-up Cadillac, making sure no one goes near it or shows interest in him. Every alarm inside his head is hammering. Senator Lord is telling him about Scarpetta's letter from Sean Dunn, the one with the calligraphy. "How did you find out about this?" Benton asks him.
Jamie Berger called me last night. At home. Very concerned that Sean Dunn has set up a trap and Scarpetta's walking right into it. Berger wants my help, my intervention. People forget that I have my limitations. Well, my enemies don't forget it.
The senator wants to send legions of federal agents to Baton Rouge, but not even he can bend the law. The Baton Rouge task force has to invite the FBI into the investigation and for all practical purposes to take it over. In these serial abductions, or murders, because that's what they are, there is an insurmountable jurisdictional problem with the feds storming in on their own. No federal laws have been broken.
Damn incompetence, Senator Lord says. Damn ignorant fools down there.
It's close, Benton says into the phone. The letter means the situation is very close to a possible conclusion, not the way I wanted it. This is bad, very bad. I'm not worried about me.
It can be handled?
I'm the only one who knows how. It will require exposure. A long pause, then Senator Lord acquiesces.
Yes, I believe it will. But once that happens, there's no going back. We can't go through this again. Do you really?
I have to. The letter changes things dramatically, and you know how she is. He is luring her there.
She's there now. Baton Rouge?
Benton is frightened.
Texas.
Christ. Not good either. No. The letter. This one's real. Texas is no longer safe for her. For a moment he contemplates Scarpetta visiting Sean Dunn. Originally he had tactical and personal reasons for wanting her to do this. But if he's honest with himself, he never really thought she would. He really didn't, despite his best efforts. Now she shouldn't be there. Christ.
She's there even as we speak, Senator Lord reminds him.
Frank, he's going to make a run for it.
I don't see how. Not out of that place. No matter how clever he is. I'll alert them immediately.
He's more than clever. The point is this. If he's luring her to Baton Rouge, then he must plan to be there. I know him. I know her. She'll head to Baton Rouge as soon as she leaves Texas. Unless he intercepts her first in Texas, if he can work that fast. Hopefully he can't. But either way, she is in severe danger. Not just because of him, but his allies. They must be in Baton Rouge. His brother must be there. The killings now make sense. He's doing them. She's probably helping him. Since she hasn't been caught yet, my guess is he and Bev Kiffin are together hiding.
Isn't abducting women taking a tremendous risk for fugitives of their notoriety? He's bored, Benton simply says.
96. Officers in the Polunsky unit wear gray uniforms and black baseball caps. Handcuffs dangle from the belts of the two officers walking Jean-Baptiste through a series of heavy doors slamming shut so loudly they sound like large-caliber pistol fire inside a steel room. Every explosion is an empowerment for Jean-Baptiste as he walks freely, only his wrists shackled. All around him, tons of steel magnetize him into solar flares. With each step, the power grows stronger.
Can't understand why anybody would want to visit you, one of the officers says to him. This is a first, huh?
His name is Philip Wilson. He drives a red Mustang with the vanity tag KEYPR. Keeper, Jean-Baptiste figured that out the first day he was here. He says nothing to the officers as he moves through another door in a wave of searing heat.
Not even one visitor? Replies the second officer, Ron Abrams, white, slender, with thinning brown hair. Pretty pitiful, aren't you, Monsieur Chandon? He mockingly says.
The turnover rate among corrections officers is very high. Officer Abrams is new, and Jean-Baptiste senses that he wants to walk the infamous Wolfman out to the visitation area. New officers are always curious about Jean-Baptiste. Then they get used to him and then are disgusted. Moth says Officer Abrams drives a black Toyota SUV. Moth knows every car in the parking lot, just as he always knows the latest weather update. The back of the tiny visitation booth is a heavy wire mesh painted white. Officer Wilson unlocks it and takes off Jean-Baptiste's cuffs and shuts him inside the booth, which has a chair, a shelf, and a black phone attached to a metal cable.
"I'd like a Pepsi and the chocolate cupcakes, please," Jean-Baptiste says through the screen. "You got money?" "I have no money," Jean-Baptiste quietly replies. "Okay, this time I do you a favor since you've never had a visitor before, and the lady coming in would be stupid to buy you anything, asshole."
It is Officer Abrams who speaks so crudely. Through the glass, Jean-Baptiste scans the sparkling, clean, spacious room, believing he doesn't need eyes to see the vending machines and everything in them, and the three visitors talking on phones to three other death row inmates. She is not here. Jean-Baptiste's electrical current spikes with anger. 97. As often happens when a situation is urgent, the best efforts are foiled by mundaneness. Senator Lord has never been the sort to hesitate in making phone calls himself. He has no egotistical insecurities and finds it is quicker to handle a matter than to explain it to someone else. The instant he hangs up at the payphone, he returns to his car and drives north, talking on his hands free to his chief counsel.
"Jeff, I need the number of the warden at Polunsky, now."
Writing notes while driving in rush hour on I-95 is a special feat the senator was forced to learn years ago. He enters a bad cell and can't hear his chief counsel. Repeatedly calling him back, the senator gets no signal. When he does get through, he is greeted by voicemail because Jeff is trying to call him back, too.
"Get off the phone!"
the senator exclaims to no one who can hear him. 20 minutes later, a secretary is still trying to track down the warden. Senator Lord senses, and this has happened before, that she isn't sure she believes the person on the other line is really Senator Frank Lord, one of the most powerful and visible politicians in the country. Usually important people let less important people schedule appointments and make telephone calls. Senator Lord concentrates on creeping traffic and angry drivers, and has been on hold for minutes. No one with intelligence, or better yet, a certainty of who she is talking to, would dare to put him on hold. This is his reward for humility and taking care of himself efficiently, including picking up his own dry cleaning, stopping at the grocery store, and even making his own restaurant reservations, despite recurrent problems with maitre d's writing nothing down, certain the call is a prank or someone trying to trick him into giving him the best table. "I'm sorry," the secretary finally returns. "I can't seem to locate him. He's very busy this morning because there's an execution tonight. Can I take a message?"
"What is your name?"
"Jody."
"No, Jody, you can't take a message. This is an emergency."
"Well," she hesitates, "caller ID doesn't show you're calling from Washington. I can't just yank him out of an important meeting or whatever and then find out it's not really you."
"I don't have time for this. Find him. Or for God's sake, does the man have an assistant?"
Again he enters a bad cell, and it takes 15 minutes before he can get through to the secretary again. She has left her desk. Another young woman answers the phone, and he loses her, too. 98.
"I'm sick of this,"
Nick tells her father. She drove to the Baton Rouge Police Department's old brick building and never got above the first-floor lobby. When she said she had possible evidence about the cases, a plainclothes detective eventually appeared and just stared at the quarters in the envelope. He looked at Polaroid photographs of them on the Walmart parking lot and indifferently listened to Nick's rendition and theory while he continued to glance at his watch. She receipted the coins to him and was certain when he returned to the so-called war room she became the joke of the day.
"We're all working the same cases, and those assholes won't talk to me. I'm sorry."
Sometimes Nick forgets how much her father abhors swearing.
"Maybe they know something that could help us with our cases in Zachary, but oh no.
I'm welcome to hand over anything I know, but it doesn't work the same way."
"You look mighty tired, Nick,"
he says as they eat eggs scrambled with cheese and spicy sausage patties. Buddy is off in make-believe land with his toys and the television.
"How about some more grits?"
her father asks. "I can't. But you do make the best grits I've ever had."
"You always say that."
"It's always true."
"Be careful. Those boys in Baton Rouge don't like people like you. Especially women like you."
"They don't even know me."
"They don't need to know you to hate your guts. They want credit. Now, when I was coming along, credit meant you could buy your groceries at the nearby general store and pay later when you were able. No one went hungry. These days, credit means plain selfishness. Those good old boys in Baton Rouge want credit, credit, credit."
"Tell me about it."
Nick butters another biscuit.
"Every time you cook, I eat too much."
"People who want credit will lie, cheat, and steal,"
her father reminds her.
"While women keep dying."
Nick loses her appetite and sets the biscuit back on her plate.
"Who's worse, the man doing it, or these men who want credit and don't care about the victims or anything else?"
"Two wrongs never make a right, Nick," he says. "I'm glad you don't work down there. I'd be worried about your safety a lot more than I am now. And not because of this madman on the loose, but because of who your colleagues would be."
She looks around at the simple kitchen of her childhood. Nothing in the house has been upgraded or remodeled since her mother died. The stove is electric, white with 4 burners. The refrigerator is white, so are the countertops. Her mother had a French country theme in mind, was going to find old furniture and blue and white curtains, maybe some interesting tiles for the walls. But she never got a chance. So the kitchen is white, just plain white. If any of the appliances quit for good, she's confident her father would refuse to get rid of them. He'd eat takeout food every night, if necessary. It tortures Nick that her father can't disengage from the past. Silent grieving and anger hold him hostage. Nick pushes back her chair. She kisses the top of her father's head, and her eyes fill with tears.
"I love you, Papa. Take good care of Buddy. I promise one of these days I'll be a good mother."
"You're a good enough mother."
He looks at her from his seat at the table as he idly picks at eggs.
"It's not how much time, but what that time's like."
Nick thinks of her mother. Her time was short, but every minute of it was good. That's the way it seems now.
Now you're crying, her father says. You going to tell me what on earth is going on with you, Nick? I don't know. I'll be minding my own business and suddenly burst into tears. I think it's about Mama, like I told you. All that's going on down here has reminded me or just opened some trapdoor in my mind. A door I didn't even know was there that's leading into a dark place I'm scared to death of, Papa. Please turn on the light for me. Please. He slowly gets up from the table, knowing what she means. He sighs. Don't do this to yourself, Nick, he grimly says. I already know what it did to me. I stopped my life. You know I did. When I came home that early evening and saw... He clears his throat, fighting back tears. I felt something move inside me, as if I pulled a muscle in my heart. Why would you want those images? Because they're the truth, and maybe the images I have are worse because I can't see the real ones. He nods and sighs again. Go up in the attic. Under all those rugs piled in a corner there's a small blue suitcase. Belonged to her. She got it with green stamps. I remember, Nick whispers, envisioning her mother carrying the blue suitcase out the door one day when she was headed to Nashville to visit her aunt after she'd had eye surgery. The lock code was never set because she said she'd never remember it. 000, just like brand new. He clears his throat again, staring off. What you want's in there. Some things I'm not supposed to have, but I was like you. Just had to know. And I taught the daughter of the police chief, so I got a few favors, I'm ashamed to admit it. Because I promised the chief I'd give her a better grade than she deserved, and a recommendation for college that was just one big fat lie. My punishment is I got what I asked for, he continues. Just don't bring that stuff down here. I don't ever want to see it again.
99. Assistant PIO Jane Gittleman apologizes profusely for making Scarpetta wait. For 15 minutes, Scarpetta has stood outside the front door, right below the sign that reads Alan B. Polunsky Unit, the bright sun making her perspire. She feels dirty and disheveled from travel. Her patience is thin, despite her resolve to contain her emotions completely. More than anything right now, she wants to get this over with at long last. The media's calling non-stop because we got an execution tonight, Miss Gittleman explains. She hands Scarpetta a visitor's tag, which she clamps to the lapel of the same suit she's worn on different planes since she left Florida. The pantsuit is black, and at least she ironed it inside her room at New York's Melrose Hotel last night after leaving her niece. Lucy does not know where Scarpetta is right now. If Scarpetta had mentioned it, Lucy would have tried to stop her, or insisted on going with her. Taking a chance, Scarpetta headed west without an appointment, having no choice but to call the Polunsky unit when she landed in Houston. Her confidence that Shandon would see her was rewarded by the additional unpleasantry of learning she is on his visitors list. At least his sick joke proved useful. She is here, and perhaps the less time he has to think about her seeing him, the better. Officers check Scarpetta's identification, and Miss Gittleman leads her through a series of loud steel doors, then through a garden with picnic tables under umbrellas, obviously meant for staff. She is cleared through 5 electronically locking doors, the walk far too short to suit her as she reaches the unnerving conclusion that she should not have come here. Shandon is manipulating her, and she is going to regret this visit because it gives him what he wants and makes a fool of her. Inside the visitor's lobby, her shoes seem loud, and she is acutely aware of her appearance as she crosses the shiny tile floor. A strong believer in the psychology of dress and demeanor, her entrance is out of character and embarrassing. She would have preferred to be perfectly groomed in a power suit, probably pinstripe, and perhaps a white shirt with cufflinks. Possibly she considers power dressing wouldn't have sent the best message to this bastard who tried to kill her, but it would have made her feel less vulnerable to him. Her knees weaken at the sight of Jean-Baptiste Chandon sitting inside booth 2. Clean-shaven, including his hands and head, he relaxes behind glass, drinking a Pepsi and eating a chocolate cupcake, pretending not to notice her.
She openly stares at him, refusing to play the game he has already begun, and it amazes her to see him shaven and dressed in white. He is ugly, but looks almost normal without his long swirls of baby-fine hair that hung from him in a long, filthy fringe last time she saw him. He sips his Pepsi and licks his fingers as Scarpetta sits across from him and picks up the black phone. His asymmetrical eyes drift, and he gives her his barracuda smile, his skin as pale as parchment. She notices his highly defined, muscular arms, and that he has torn the sleeves off his white shirt. And then she sees that long, horrible hair. It peeks out from the armholes and the opening at his neck. Apparently he has shaven only those areas of his body that are uncovered. "How nice," she says coldly into the phone. "You cleaned up for me."
"But of course. It is lovely for you to come. I knew you would."
His filmy eyes don't seem to focus when they briefly turn her way. "Did you shave yourself?"
"Yes, today. Just for you."
"Rather hard to do if you can't see," she remarks in a steady, strong voice.
"I don't need my eyes to see."
He touches his tongue to a small, sharp tooth and reaches for his Pepsi.
"What did you think about my letter?"
"What did you want me to think about it?"
"That I am an artist, of course."
"Did you learn your penmanship here in prison?"
"I have always been able to write in a beautiful hand. When my parents kept me locked in the basement as an innocent petit boy, I had endless hours to develop many talents."
"Who mailed the letter for you?" Scarpetta dominates with her questions.
"My dear dead lawyer."
He clucks his tongue.
"I honestly do not know why he committed suicide, but perhaps it is a good thing. He was worthless, you know. It runs in his bloodline."
Scarpetta bends down and takes a notepad and pen out of her pocketbook. "You told me you have information for me. That's why I'm here. If you simply want to chat, I'm leaving right now. I have no interest in visiting with you."
"The other part of the bargain, Madame Scarpetta," he says as his crooked eyes float, "is my execution. Will you?"
"I have no problem with that." He smiles and seems delighted.
"Tell me."
He rests his chin on his hand.
"What is it like?"
"Painless. An IV of sodium thiopental, which is the sedative, and pancuronium bromide, a muscle relaxant. Potassium chloride stops the heart," she clinically describes as he listens, enraptured. "Fairly inexpensive drugs, ironically and appropriately, considering their purpose. Death occurs in several minutes."
"And I will not suffer when you do this to me?"
"You will never suffer the way you've made others suffer. You'll instantly go to sleep."
"Then you promise to be my doctor in the end?"
He begins stroking the can of Pepsi, the hideous long nail on his right thumb caked with what looks like chocolate, probably from his cupcakes. "I will do as you wish if you are willing to help the police. What is the information?" He gives her names and locations, none of which mean anything to her. She fills 20 pages in her notepad, becoming increasingly suspicious that he is toying with her. The information is meaningless. Maybe. At a pause, when he decides to take his time eating a cupcake, she says, "Where are your brother and Bev Kiffin?" He wipes his hands and mouth on his shirt, sinewy muscles jumping with his every motion. Shandon is strong and frighteningly fast. Repressing images is becoming increasingly difficult. She tries to shut off memories of that night in her house, when this very man who is separated from her only by glass tried to beat her to death. Then Jay Talley's face is there, when he fooled her, and later he came after her too. That the fraternal twin brothers share a murderous obsession for her is incomprehensible. She doesn't quite believe it, and it surprises her that as she stares at Jean-Baptiste Chandon, all she feels is a determination to forget past horrors. He is harmless in this place. In days he will be dead. She will not come back to administer the lethal injection. Lying to him doesn't bother her in the least. He says nothing about Jay Talley and Bev Kiffin. Instead, he tells her,
"Rocco had a small chateau in Baton Rouge. It is quaint in a restored neighborhood where many homosexuals live. Near downtown. I have stayed there many times.
Have you ever heard of a Baton Rouge woman named Charlotte Dard?
Of course. Not beautiful enough for my brother.
Did Rocco Caggiano murder her?
No.
Chandon sighs as if he is getting bored.
As I said, and you must listen to me more closely, she was not beautiful enough for my brother. The Red Stick.
He subjects her to his hideous, open-mouthed grin as his eyes continue to drift.
Did you know that everything you are is visible in your hands?
Her hands are in her lap, holding the notepad and the pen. He talks about her hands as if he can see them, yet his eyes float as if he is blind. Malingerer.
In the hands of all the sons of men God places marks, that all the sons of men may know their own works. Every working of the mind leaves marks on the hand, forms the hand, which is the measure of intelligence and creativity.
She listens, wondering if he is on his way to an important point.
In France you find mostly artistic hands, like mine.
He holds up a shaved hand, his long tapered fingers splayed.
And like yours, Madame Scarpetta, you have the elegant hands of an artist. And now you know why I do not touch the hands. The Psychonomy of the Hand, or The Hand, an Index of Mental Development, Monsieur Richard Beamish. A very good book with many tracings of living hands, if you can find it. But alas, it was written in 1865 and not in your local library. There are two tracings that are you. The square hand, elegant but strong, and the artist's hand, elastic and flexible, again elegant, but more associated with an impulsive personality.
She does not comment.
Impulsive. Here you are without notice, suddenly here, a rather nervous sort, but sanguine.
He savors the word sanguine, which in medieval medicine meant the blood was the most dominant of the bodily humors. Sanguine people are supposed to be optimistic and cheerful. She is neither at the moment. You say you don't touch the hands. An explanation for why you didn't bite the hands of the women you slaughtered, she says blandly.
The hands are the mind and the soul. I would not harm a manifestation of what I am releasing with my chosen ones. I only lick the hands.
Now he is moving in to disgust and degrade her, but she isn't finished with him yet. You didn't bite the bottoms of their feet either, she reminds him. He shrugs, fiddling with the can of Pepsi, which sounded empty the last time he set it down.
Feet are of no interest to me.
Where are J. Talley and Bev Kiffin? She asks again.
I'm getting tired.
Why would you protect your brother after the way he has treated you all of your life?
I am my brother, he weirdly says. So your finding me makes it unnecessary for you to find him. Now I am very tired.
Jean-Baptiste Chandon begins rubbing his stomach and wincing as his eyes wander.
I think I am getting sick.
You have nothing more to tell me? If not, I'm leaving.
I am blind.
You are a malingerer, Scarpetta replies.
You took my physical eyesight, but not before I saw you.
He touches his tongue to his pointed teeth.
Remember your lovely home with the shower in the garage? When you returned from a crime scene at the Richmond port, you went into that garage to change and disinfect, and you showered in there.
Anger and humiliation tighten her body. She had been examining a putrid, decomposing body inside a cargo container, and yes, she went through her routine, taking off her protective coveralls and boots and tying them inside a heavy plastic bag that went in the trunk. Then she drove home. Once inside her garage, which certainly was not a typical garage, she threw her scene clothes into an industrial-sized stainless steel sink. She stripped and stepped into the shower because she will not track death into her house.
The small windows in your garage door. Very much like the small window in my cell, he goes on. I saw you.
Those unfocused eyes and that fish-like smile again. His tongue is bleeding. Scarpetta's hands are cold, her feet getting numb. The hair rises on her arms and the back of her neck.
Naked.
He savors the words, sucking his tongue.
I watched you undress. I saw you naked. Such a joy, like a fine wine. You were burgundy then, round and firm, complicated and to be drunk, not sipped. Now you are a Bordeaux, because when you speak you are heavier, you see. Not physically, I don't think. I would have to see you naked to make that determination.
He presses a hand against the glass, a hand that has battered human beings to splinters and mush.
A red wine, of course. You are always...
That's enough! Scarpetta yells as her rage crashes out of its camouflage like a wild boar. Shut up, you worthless piece of shit! She leans closer to the glass. I'm not going to listen to your masturbatory talk. It doesn't bother me. I don't care if you saw me naked. Do you think it intimidates me to hear you babble on about your voyeurism and what you think of my body? Do you think I care if I blinded you when you were swinging that fucking hammer at me? You know what the best part is, Jean-Baptiste Chandon? You're in here because of me. So who won? And no, I won't be back here to put you to death. A stranger will do that. Just as you were a stranger to those you killed. Jean-Baptiste suddenly turns back to the wire mesh screen behind him.
Who's there?
He whispers. Scarpetta hangs up the black phone. She walks away.
Who's there? He screams.
100. Jean-Baptiste is quite fond of handcuffs. The thick steel bracelets around his wrists are rings of magnetic strength. Power surges through him. He is calm now, even conversational, as Officers Abrams and Wilson escort him along corridors, stopping at every steel door and holding up their ID name tags and showing their faces through the glass windows. The officer on the other side releases the electronic lock, and the journey continues.
She was very upsetting to me, he says in his soft voice. I regret my outburst. She blinded me, you know, and will not say she is sorry.
I don't know why she even came to see a dirtbag like you, Officer Abrams comments. If anybody should be upset, it's her after what you tried to do. I've read about it, know all about your worthless life. Officer Abrams is making the big mistake of giving in to his emotions. He hates Jean-Baptiste. He would like to hurt Jean-Baptiste.
I am quiet inside now, Jean-Baptiste says meekly, but I feel sick.
The officers stop at another door, and Abrams shows his ID in the glass window. They pass through. Jean-Baptiste averts his face, staring down at the floor and looking away from each officer who grants them entrance deeper inside the prison.
I eat paper, Jean-Baptiste confesses. It is a nervousness of mine, and I have been eating a lot of paper today.
You writing yourself letters? Abrams snidely goes on. No wonder you spend so much time on the toilet.
This is very true, Jean-Baptiste agrees. But this time it is worse. I feel weak, and my stomach hurts.
It will pass, so to speak. Don't worry. If it doesn't, we'll get you to the infirmary. This time it is Officer Wilson who speaks. They'll give you an enema. You'll probably like that. Inside Pod A, the voices of inmates bounce off concrete and steel. The noise is maddening, and the only way Jean-Baptiste has been able to endure it all these months is to decide when he will hear and when he won't. If this isn't enough, he leaves, usually for France. But today he will begin his travel to Baton Rouge and be reunited with his brother. He is his brother. This point confuses him. When he is with his brother, Jean-Baptiste experiences his brother's existence, which is apart from the existence of Jean-Baptiste. When the two of them are separated, Jean-Baptiste is his brother, and their roles in their conquests unite in one delicious act. Jean-Baptiste picks up the beautiful woman, and she desires him, possibly desperately. They have sex. Then he releases her to the ecstasy, and when it is finished and she is free, Jean-Baptiste is slippery with her blood, his tongue thrilled by the taste of her salty sweetness and the metallic hint of the iron he needs. Later his teeth sometimes ache, and he is prone to massaging his gums and washing himself obsessively. Jean-Baptiste's cell comes into view, and he glances inside the control booth at the woman who sits there today. She is a difficulty, but not an impossible one. No one can watch all activities at all times, and as Jean-Baptiste walks slowly, very slowly, and holds his stomach, she barely glances at him. The early afternoon belongs to Beast. Now he has his visitors in a special holding cell on the other end of the pod, a much more civilized place to visit relatives and the clergy. Because visitors have been in and out for the past 3 or 4 hours, the woman in the console must pay special attention in the event Beast acts out. Why not? He has nothing to lose. The door of the holding cell is made of bars, allowing the officers to note Beast's every move inside, ensuring he will not harm the sad, kind people who have come to see him. Beast looks at Jean-Baptiste through the bars, just as the woman in the booth unlocks Jean-Baptiste's door, and Officers Abrams and Wilson remove Jean-Baptiste's handcuffs. Beast screams and grabs at the bars of his holding cell, yelling and cursing and jumping up and down. All attention sharply turns in his direction, and Jean-Baptiste grabs Officers Wilson and Abrams by their thick leather belts and jerks so hard that he lifts them off their feet. Their shocked yells blend with the jarring, deafening noise in the pod as Jean-Baptiste slams them into a concrete wall to the left of the massive door, which he shuts just enough so it doesn't lock. He blinds them with his long, filthy thumbnail, and his magnetized hands crush their windpipes. As their faces turn a dusky blue, their flailing quickly stills. Jean-Baptiste killed them with virtually no bloodshed, just little trickles from their eyes, and a cut on Officer Wilson's head. Jean-Baptiste removes Officer Abrams' uniform and puts it on. He does this in seconds, it seems, pulling the black cap low over his face and slipping on the dead man's glasses. He walks out of the cell and then shuts the door. Just one more loud metal clang as Beast struggles with officers far away and gets a face full of pepper spray, which only makes him scream and resist more, this time sincerely. One door after another Jean-Baptiste passes through, holding up Officer Abrams' identification tag. So sure is he of success, he is completely at ease, even seems a little preoccupied as officers click him through. Jean-Baptiste's feet are not on the ground but in the air as he easily walks out of the prison a free man and digs Officer Abrams' car keys out of a pocket. 101. Inside the George Bush Intercontinental Airport, Scarpetta stands near a wall, out of traffic. She sips black coffee, knowing it's the last thing she needs. Her appetite has abandoned her, and when she bought a hamburger less than an hour ago, she couldn't swallow the first bite. Caffeine makes her hands shake. A hit of scotch would calm her down, but she won't dare, and the reprieve would only be temporary. Of all times, she needs to think clearly now, to somehow handle her stress without self-destructive assistance. "Please answer your phone," she silently begs. 3 rings, and, "Yeah." Marino is driving his loud truck. "Thank God," she exclaims, turning her back to passengers walking with purpose or running to their gates. "Where in God's name have you been? I've been trying to reach you for days. I'm so sorry about Rocco." For Marino's sake, she is. "I don't want to talk about it," he replies, subdued and more unhappy than usual. "Where I've been is hell, if you want to know. Maybe broke my all-time record for drinking bourbon and beer and not answering the goddamn phone." "Oh, no. Another fight with Trixie. I told you what I think of—" "I don't want to talk about it," he says again. "No offense, Doc." "I'm in Houston," she tells him. "Oh, shit." "I did it. I took notes. Maybe none of it is true, but he did say that Rocco has a place in some gay district near downtown, in Baton Rouge. Chances are good the house isn't in his name, but neighbors must know about him. Could be a lot of evidence in that house." "On another subject, in case you ain't been listening to the news,
A female arm turned up in one of the creeks down there," he informs her. "They're doing DNA. Might be the last lady, Catherine Bruce. If it is, he's getting frenzied. The location the arm was found in was right off Blind River, which runs into Lake Maurepas. This guy's got to be familiar with the bayous and so on around there. Word is the creek where the arm was isn't easily accessible. You'd have to know where it is, and almost nobody goes there. He was using the arm as gator bait, on a hook suspended from a rope."
Or he was displaying it for the shock effect.
"I don't think that's it," he says.
Whatever the case, you're right. He's escalating.
"Probably looking for another one even as we speak," he says.
"I'm headed to Baton Rouge," Scarpetta says.
"Yeah, I figured you would."
Marino's voice is barely audible over the thrumming of his V8 engine.
"All to help out with some stupid drug overdose that happened 8 years ago."
"This isn't just about a drug overdose, Marino, and you know it."
"Whatever it's about, you ain't safe down there, which is why I'm heading that way. Been driving since midnight and have to stop every other minute for coffee. Then I have to stop again every other minute for a John."
She reluctantly tells him about Rocco's connection to the Charlotte Dard case, that he represented a pharmacist, an alleged suspect. It is as if Marino doesn't hear her.
"I still got another 10 hours on the road, and I gotta sleep at some point. So I probably won't catch up with you until tomorrow," he says.
102. Jay hears about his mutant brother on the radio. He isn't sure how he feels about it as he sweats inside the fishing shack, his head bleary, his beauty not quite what it was even a week ago. He faults Bev for this, for everything. The more often she goes to the mainland, the more often the beer supply is replenished. Jay used to go weeks, a month, without a beer. Of late, the refrigerator is never empty. Resisting alcohol has always been a challenge for him, ever since he began tasting fine wines as a boy in France. Wines that are for the gods, his father would say. As a free man with complete mastery of his life, Jay sipped, savored, and enjoyed in moderation. Now he is held hostage by cheap beer. Since Bev's last shopping expedition, he has been drinking a case a day. "I guess I'm gonna have to make another run," Bev says, her eyes fixed on his Adam's apple bobbing as he tilts a can straight up and drains it.
"Yeah, you do that."
Beer trickles down his bare chest.
"Whatever you want."
"Fuck you. It's all about what you want."
He steps closer to her, his face menacing.
"I'm falling apart,"
he yells at her as he crumples a beer can and hurls it across the room.
"It's your fucking fault. How could anybody be holed up in here with a stupid cow like you and not have to drink his fucking brains out?"
He grabs another beer out of the refrigerator and pushes the door shut with his bare foot. Bev doesn't react. She resists the smile she feels inside. Nothing gives her more satisfaction than to see Jay out of control, confused and headed for hurting himself. At last she has found a way to get him back. And now that his monster brother is on the loose, Jay's going to get worse and do something, so she needs to keep up her guard. Her self-defense is to keep him drunk. She doesn't know why she didn't think of it a long time ago, but beer was scarce when she went to the mainland, no more than once every 4 or 6 weeks. Suddenly his demands became once a month, twice a month, and each time she returned with cases of beer and was amazed by how much more he was drinking. Until lately she had never seen him drunk. When he is drunk, he doesn't resist her advances, and she wipes him down with a wet towel as he sinks into unconsciousness. The next morning he has no memory of what she did, of how she satisfied her own pleasure in creative ways, since he couldn't perform and wouldn't have were he sober. She watches him fumble with the radio, searching through static for the latest news updates, well on his way to being drunk again. As long as she's known him, he's had no body fat, his perfectly defined body a constant source of envy and humiliation for her. This will change quickly. It is inevitable. He'll get fat around his waist, and his pride will suffocate beneath puffiness and flab, no matter how many push-ups and sit-ups and crunches he does. Maybe his perfect face won't look so good either. Wouldn't that be something if he got so ugly as he thinks she is, that she didn't want him any more? What was that story in the Bible? Samson, the mighty beautiful Samson, gave in to what's-her-name, and she cut off his magical hair or something. He lost all his strength. "You stupid bitch," Jay calls out. "Why are you just standing here staring? My brother's on his way here if he isn't already here. He'd figure out where I'd be. He always has." I hear twins think like that, are real tuned into each other. The word twin is a deliberate scorpion sting. "He won't hurt you. He won't hurt me. You forget I've met him before. Why, I think he likes me because I can get beyond his looks." "He doesn't like anybody." Jay gives up on the radio and angrily turns it off. "You don't live in the real world. I've got to find him first before he does something stupid, sees some woman and does her, leaving his damn bite marks all over her and smashing her head." "You ever watched him do it?" she casually asks. "Go get the boat ready, Bev." She can't remember the last time he said her name. It is rich, like melted butter. Then he spoils the moment by adding, "It's your goddamn fault about the arm. Wouldn't have happened if you'd brought me some pups." Since she returned from her errand running on the mainland, all he's done is complain that she didn't bring gator bait, not the least bit grateful for what she did bring him. She stares at the empty mattress by the wall. "You got plenty of gator bait," she said the other day. "More than you know what to do with these days." She convinced him that baiting a gator hook with human flesh would work just fine, maybe even better. Jay could have his fun with a reptile that was longer than he was tall. He'd watch it thrashing until he got bored, then shoot it in the head. Outlaw hunter that he is, he never keeps what he catches. He'd cut the nylon rope and watch the reptile slide into the water. Then he'd motor back to the shack. This time it didn't work that way. All he vaguely remembers is baiting the hook and stringing it up over the thick branch of a cypress tree, and then hearing another boat not far away, someone else hunting gators or maybe gigging frogs. Jay got the hell out of there, the hook still baited and dangling from the yellow nylon line. He should have cut it down. He made a big mistake, but won't admit it. She suspects there was no other hunter out there. Jay was hearing things, and he didn't think straight. Had he, it would have entered his mind that when another hunter found the caught gator, the bait either would have been found hanging out of its jaws or discovered in its gut when the gator was field-dressed. "Do what I say, damn it! Get the boat ready," he orders her, "so I can deal with him." "And how do you think you'll do that?" Bev asks calmly, placated and pleased by the craziness in front of her. "I already told you. He'll find me," Jay says, his head beginning to throb. "He can't live without me. He can't even die without me."
This book is continued on Disc 9. Disc 9.
103. Late afternoon, Scarpetta sits 15 rows back, her legs cramped. On her left, a young boy, blond and cute, with braces on his teeth, despondently draws Yu-Gi-Oh cards from a stack on his tray. On her right, an obese man, probably in his 50s, drinks screwdrivers next to the window. He is constantly pushing up wire-rimmed glasses, the oversized, curved frames that remind Scarpetta of Elvis. The obese man noisily flips through the Wall Street Journal and periodically glances at Scarpetta, obviously hoping to engage her in conversation. She continues to ignore him. The boy draws another Yu-Gi-Oh card and places it face up on the tray. "Who's winning?" Scarpetta asks him with a smile. "I don't have anybody to duel with," the boy replies without looking up. He is probably 10 and is dressed in jeans, a faded Spider-Man shirt, and tennis shoes. "You have to have at least 40 cards to play," he adds. "I'm afraid I'm disqualified then." He picks up a card, a colorful one with a menacing axe on it. "See," he says, "this one's my favorite. The Axe of Despair. It's a good weapon for a monster to have, worth 1,000 points. He picks another card, this one called the Axe Raider. A very strong monster with the axe, he explains. She studies the cards and shakes her head. Sorry, too complicated for me. You want to learn how to play? I couldn't possibly, she replies. What's your name? Albert. He draws more cards from the deck. Not Al, he lets her know. Everybody thinks they can call me Al, but it's Albert. Nice to meet you, Albert. She does not offer her name. Scarpetta's seatmate next to the window shifts around to face her, his shoulder pressing against her upper arm.
You don't sound like you're from Louisiana, he says.
I'm not, she replies, leaning away from him, her sinuses assaulted by the overpowering cologne he must have splashed on when he uprooted her to go to the restroom.
Don't have to tell me that. 1 or 2 spoken words and I know.
He sips his vodka and orange juice.
Let me guess. Not Texas either. You don't exactly look Mexican, he grins.
She resumes reading a structural biology article in Science magazine and wonders when the man will get the not-so-subtle message to leave her alone. Rarely is Scarpetta accessible to strangers. If she is, then usually within 2 minutes they ask where she's going and why and wander into the restricted airspace of her profession. Telling them she's a doctor doesn't stop the quizzing, nor does saying that she's a lawyer, and should she let on that she is both, the consequences are bad enough. But to go on and explain that she is a forensic pathologist will mean the ruination of her trip. Next, John Benet Ramsey, O.J. Simpson, and other mysterious cases and miscarriages of justice bubble up, and Scarpetta is trapped, buckled in her seat at an altitude of some 30,000 feet. Then there are those strangers who don't care if she works, but would rather see her later for dinner, or preferably for a drink in a hotel bar that might lead to a hotel room. They, like the tipsy slob sitting to her right, would rather stare at her body than hear about her resume.
Looks like a mighty complicated article you're reading, he says. I'm guessing you're some sort of school teacher.
She doesn't respond.
You see, I'm good at this.
He squints his eyes and snaps his thick fingers, pointing at her face.
A biology teacher. Kids are worthless these days.
He lifts his drink from his tray and rattles the ice in the plastic cup.
I don't know how you stand being around them, to tell the truth, he goes on, apparently having decided she is a teacher. Plus they don't think twice about bringing a gun to school.
She feels his puffy eyes on her as she continues to read.
You got children? I got 3. Teenagers, all of them. Obviously I got married when I was 12.
He laughs, and flecks of spittle spray through the air.
How about I get your card from you, in case I need a little tutoring while both of us are in Baton Rouge? You changing planes, or going there? I live in the downtown area. The name's Weldon Wynn, with 2 N's. Good name for a politician, huh? Guess you can imagine the campaign slogans if I ever run for office.
When are we landing? Albert asks her. She looks at her watch and forces a smile as the name Weldon Wynn shocks her. Not too much longer, she says to the boy.
Yes, ma'am, I can just imagine signs all over Louisiana. It's win-win with win, get it? And go with the winner. Maybe I'll be lucky and have an opponent named Miracle, so Win needs no miracle. How about that? And when Mr. Miracle slides hopelessly downhill in the polls, he'll be called Miracle Whipped. He winks again.
I suppose there's no chance you might run against a she, Scarpetta comments, without looking up from her magazine, pretending she doesn't have a clue that Weldon Wynn is the Middle District U.S. Attorney for Louisiana that Nick Robillard complained about.
Hell, no woman would take me on.
I see. So what kind of politician are you? Scarpetta finally asks him.
One in spirit only at the moment, pretty lady. I'm the U.S. Attorney for Baton Rouge.
He pauses to let the importance of his position sink in, finishing his screwdriver and craning his neck in search of a flight attendant. Spotting one, he holds up an arm and snaps his fingers at her. It can't be chance that Weldon Wynn just happens to be sitting next to her on a plane when she just happens to be on her way to assist in a suspicious death that, according to Dr. Lanier, just happens to have captured Weldon Wynn's interest, after she just happens to have left Jean-Baptiste Chandon. She tries to figure out how Wynne would have had time to intercept her in Houston. Maybe he was already there. She has no doubt whatsoever that he knows who she is and why she's on this flight.
Got a getaway in New Orleans, quite a cozy little palace in the French Quarter. Maybe you can visit while you're in the area. I'll be around for just a couple nights, got business with the governor and a few of the boys. I'd be more than happy to give you a personal tour of the capital, show you the bullet hole in a pillar where Huey Long was shot.
Scarpetta knows all about the notorious Huey Long's assassination. When the case was reopened in the early 90s, the results of the new investigation were discussed at various Forensic Science Academy meetings. She's had enough of the pompous Weldon Wynne. For your own edification, she tells him, the so-called bullet hole in the marble pillar was not caused by a bullet intended for Huey Long or anyone else, but more likely from an imperfection in the stone, or a chiseled facsimile of a bullet hole to attract tourism. As a matter of fact, she adds, as Wynne's eyes flatten and his smile freezes, since the assassination the Capitol was restored, and that particular pillar's marble panels were removed and never returned to their original location. I'm surprised you spend a lot of time at the state capitol and don't know all this, she concludes.
My aunt's supposed to pick me up, and if I'm late, what if she isn't there? Albert asks Scarpetta, as if the two of them are traveling together. He has lost interest in his trading cards, which are neatly stacked next to a blue cell phone. Do you know what time it is? He says.
Almost 6, Scarpetta says. If you're sleepy, take a little nap and I'll let you know when we're about to land.
I'm not sleepy.
She recalls noticing him at the gate in Houston, playing with his cards. Because he was sitting next to other adults, she assumed he was accompanied, and that his family or whoever he is traveling with were seated elsewhere on the plane. It never occurred to her that any parent or relative would allow a young child to travel alone, especially these days.
Now, isn't that something? Not too many people are experts on bullet holes, the U.S. attorney comments as the flight attendant serves him another drink.
No, I don't suppose too many people are. Scarpetta's attention is focused on the lost little boy next to her. You aren't by yourself, are you? She asks him. And why aren't you in school?
It's spring break. Uncle Walt dropped me off and a lady at the airport met me. I'm not tired. Sometimes I get to stay up really late watching movies. We get 1,000 channels.
He pauses and shrugs.
Well, maybe not that many, but a lot. Do you have any pets? I used to have a dog named Nestle because it was brown like chocolate chips.
Let's see, Scarpetta says. I don't have a dog the color of chocolate, but I have an English bulldog who's white and brown with very big lower teeth. His name is Billy. Do you know what an English bulldog is?
Like a pit bull?
Not anything like a pit bull. Weldon Wynne butts into the conversation.
Might I ask where you're staying while you're in town?
Nestle used to miss me when I wasn't home, Albert wistfully says.
I'm sure he did, Scarpetta replies. I think Billy misses me, too, but my secretary takes good care of him.
Nestle was a girl.
What happened to her?
I don't know.
My, if you want a mysterious little lady, the U.S. attorney says, staring at her.
Scarpetta turns to him, catching a cold glint in his eyes. She leans close to him and whispers in his ear,
I've had enough of your bullshit.
104. The Learjet 35 belongs to Homeland Security, and Benton is the only passenger on it. Landing at Louisiana Air in Baton Rouge, he hurries down the steps, carrying a soft-sided bag, not looking at all like the Benton his people once knew. Facial hair, a black Super Bowl baseball cap, and tinted glasses. His black suit is off the rack from Saks, where he blitzed through the men's department yesterday. Shoes are Prada, black, rubber soles. His belt is also Prada, and he wears a black T-shirt. None of the clothes, except the shoes and T-shirt, are a perfect fit. But he hasn't owned a suit in years, and it did cross his mind in the dressing room that he missed the soft new wools, cashmere, and polished cotton of the past, when tailors made chalk marks on sleeves and cuffs that needed to be hemmed. He wonders who Scarpetta gave his expensive clothes to after his alleged death. Knowing her as well as he does, aware of her great powers of denial, he suspects that either she didn't clean out his closets at all and had someone else do it, or she was assisted, possibly by Lucy, who would have had an easier time disposing of his personal effects, since she knew he wasn't dead. Then again, it depends on how much of an actress Lucy felt she should or could be at the time. Pain crushes him, as for an instant he feels Scarpetta's pain, imagines the unimaginable, her grief, and how poorly she probably handled it. Stop. A waste of time and mental energy to speculate. Idle thoughts. Focus. As he walks briskly across the tarmac, he notices a Bell 407 helicopter, dark blue or black, with pop-out floats, a wire strike, and bold, bright stripes. He notices the tail number, 407 TLP. The last precinct. A flight from New York to Baton Rouge is about 1,000 miles. Depending on the winds and fuel stops, she could have made it here in 10 hours if she was unlucky with a headwind, and much less time than that with a tailwind. In either scenario, if she left early this morning, she should have gotten here by late afternoon. He contemplates what she's been doing since, and wonders whether Marino is with her. Benton's car is a dark red Jaguar, rented in New Orleans and delivered here to the parking lot, one of the privileges for those who fly private. At the front of the FBO, as small private airports with only a Unicom are called, he speaks to a young lady. Behind her is a monitor showing the status of other incoming flights. There are few, his listed with the update that it has just landed. Lucy's helicopter isn't on the screen, indicating she arrived some time ago. "I have a rental car that should be here." Benton knows it will be. The senator will have made sure that all details have been handled. The clerk looks through rental car folders. Benton catches the news and turns around to observe pilots watching CNN in a small corner lounge. On the screen is an old photograph of Jean-Baptiste Chandon. Benton isn't surprised. Chandon escaped early this afternoon after disguising himself as one of the 2 corrections officers he killed. "God, talk about an ugly bastard," one of the pilots comments. "You gotta be kidding me. No human being looks like that." The photograph is a mugshot taken in Richmond, Virginia, where Chandon was arrested 3 years ago. He was not clean-shaven at the time, and his face, even his forehead, was horrifically covered with baby-fine hair. Showing the old photograph is a shame. Chandon could not have escaped from prison unless he is clean-shaven. When he is hairy, he is a conspicuous freak. For the public to see this old mugshot isn't helpful, especially if he wears caps or sunglasses or employs other means of disguising his grotesquely deformed face. The clerk is frozen behind the desk, staring with her mouth open at the TV across the room. "If I saw him, I'd die of a heart attack," she exclaims. "Is he for real? Or is that weirdo hair fake and everything?" Benton glances at his watch, the successful businessman in a hurry. His protective law enforcement instincts, however, are impossible to suppress. "He's real, I'm afraid," he tells the clerk. "I remember hearing about his murders a few years back. I guess we'd better be on the lookout with him on the loose." "You can say that again." She hands him the rental envelope. "I guess I need to run your charge card." He pulls a Platinum American Express card out of his wallet, which also holds $2,000, mostly in $100 bills. More cash is tucked in various pockets. Not knowing how long he'll be here, he has come prepared. He initials the rental car form and signs it. "Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Drive carefully," the clerk says, with a bright smile that goes with the job. "And I hope you enjoy your stay in Baton Rouge." 105. Scarpetta's tension mounts as she and Albert watch baggage go by on the carousel inside Baton Rouge's main terminal. The time is almost 7 p.m., and she is beginning to entertain real worries that no one has come to meet him. He collects one suitcase and clings to Scarpetta's side as she reclaims her own bag. "Looks like you found yourself a new friend." Weldon Wynne is suddenly behind her. "Come on," she says to Albert. They walk through automatic glass doors. "I'm sure your aunt will drive up any minute. She's probably having to circle because cars aren't allowed to park at the curb." Armed soldiers in camouflage patrol inside the baggage area and outside on the sidewalk. Albert seems oblivious to the unsmiling military presence, to their fingers resting on the trigger guards of assault rifles. His face is bright red.
"You and me are going to talk, Dr. Scarpetta."
U.S. Attorney Wynne finally says her name and dares to wrap an arm around her shoulder. "I think it would be a very good idea for you to keep your hands off me," she quietly warns him. He removes an arm.
"And I think it might be a good idea for you to learn how things are done down here."
He watches cars pull up to the curb.
"We're going to meet, all right. Any information about ongoing investigations is important. And if someone's an informant—"
"I am no informant," she interrupts his outrageous intimation that if she doesn't fully cooperate with him, he'll subpoena her for deposition. "Who told you I was coming to Baton Rouge?" Albert begins to cry.
"Let me let you in on a little secret, pretty lady. Nothing much happens around here that I don't know about."
"Mr. Wynne," she says, "if you have a legitimate need to talk to me at some point, I'll be happy to do so. But in an appropriate venue, which a sidewalk outside an airport clearly isn't."
"And I'll certainly look forward to that."
He holds up a hand and snaps his fingers, signaling his driver. She slings her bag over her shoulder and takes Albert's hand. "Don't worry. It's all right," she tells him. "I'm sure your aunt's on her way. But if she's been delayed for some reason, I'm not going to leave you all by yourself, okay?"
"But I don't know you. I'm not supposed to go anywhere with strangers," he whines.
"We sat together on the plane, didn't we?" she replies as Weldon Wynne's white stretch limousine pulls up to the curb. "So you know me a little bit, and I promise you're safe, perfectly safe." Wynne climbs into the back seat and shuts the door, disappearing behind dark-tinted glass. Cars and taxis stop for pickups, trunks popping open. People hug loved ones. Albert's wide, runny eyes dart around furtively, his fears quickly broaching hysteria. Scarpetta senses Wynne looking out at her as the limousine drives off, and her thoughts are scattered like marbles dashed to the floor. It is hard for her to sort through what she should do next, but she starts with dialing directory assistance on her cell phone and finds out in short order that there is no listing for a Weldon Wynne, or anyone with the last name of Wynne in New Orleans, where he claims to have a place in the French Quarter. His number in Baton Rouge is unlisted. "Why am I not surprised?" she mutters, and all she can suppose is that someone told the U.S. Attorney she was arriving here in the early evening, and he flew to Houston and made sure he was on her connecting flight and seated next to her. Added to that disturbing and enigmatic development is her responsibility for a child she doesn't know, whose family seems to have abandoned him. "You have your aunt's phone number, don't you?" she says to Albert. "Come on, let's call her. And by the way," it occurs to her, "you haven't told me your last name."
"Dard," Albert says. "I have my own cell phone, but the battery's dead."
"I beg your pardon. What did you say your last name is?"
"Dard."
He hunches a shoulder to wipe his face. 106. Albert Dard stares down at the dirty sidewalk, focusing on dried gum, gray and shaped like a small cookie. "Why were you in Houston?" Scarpetta asks him.
"To change planes."
He begins to sob. "But where were you first? Where did you leave from?"
"Miami,"
he replies, increasingly distraught.
"I was with my uncle for spring break, and then my aunt said I had to come home right away."
"Why did she say that?" Having given up on his aunt, Scarpetta takes Albert's hand, and they walk back inside the baggage area, headed for the Hertz rental car desk.
"This morning," he replies. "I think I did something bad. Uncle Walt walked into my bedroom and woke me up. He said I was going home. I was supposed to be with him another 3 days.
Scarpetta squats and looks him in the eyes, gently holding his shoulders. "Albert, where's your mother?" He bites his bottom lip.
"With the angels," he says. "My aunt says they're all around us all the time. I've never seen even one."
"And your father?"
"Away. He's very important."
"Tell me your home phone number and let's find out what's going on," she says. "Or maybe you have your aunt's cell number? And what is her name?" Albert tells her his aunt's name and his home number. Scarpetta calls. After several rings, a woman answers. "Is Mrs. Guidon in, please?" Scarpetta asks as Albert holds her hand tightly. "May I ask who's calling?" The woman is polite, her accent French. "I'm not someone she knows, but I'm with her nephew Albert, at the airport. It appears there is no one to pick him up." She hands the phone to Albert. "Here," she says to him. "Who is it?" he asks oddly. After a pause, he says, "Because you're not here, that's why. I don't know her name." He scowls, his tone snippy. Scarpetta does not volunteer her name to him. Albert lets go of her hand and balls up his fist. He begins smacking it against his thigh, punching himself. The woman talks fast, her voice audible but unintelligible. She and Albert are speaking French, and Scarpetta stares at Albert with renewed bewilderment as he angrily ends the call and returns the cell phone to her. "Where did you learn French?" she asks him. "My mom," he gloomily says. "Aunt Eveline makes me talk it a lot." Tears fill his eyes again. "I tell you what, let's get my rental car and I'll take you home. You can show me where you live, can't you?" He wipes his eyes and nods his head. 107. Baton Rouge is a skyline of black smokestacks of different heights, and a pearly smog hangs in a band across the dark horizon. In the distance, the night is illuminated by the blazing lights of petrochemical plants. Albert Dard's mood is improving as his new friend drives along River Road, not far from LSU's football stadium. Along a graceful bend in the Mississippi, he points to iron gates and old brick pillars up ahead. "There," he says, "that's it." Where he lives is an estate set back at least a quarter of a mile from the road, a massive slate roof and several chimneys rising above dense trees. Scarpetta stops the car and Albert gets out to enter a code on a keypad, and the gates slowly open. They drive slowly to the classical revival villa with its small wavy glass windows and massive masonry front porch. Old live oak trees bend over the property as if to protect it. The only car visible is an old white Volvo parked in front on the cobblestone drive. "Is your father home?" Scarpetta asks as her silver rental Lincoln bumps over pavers. "No," Albert glumly replies as they park. They get out and climb steep brick steps. Albert unlocks the door and deactivates the burglar alarm, and they enter a restored antebellum home with hand-carved molding, dark mahogany, painted panels, and antique oriental rugs that are threadbare and dreary. Wan light filters through windows flanked by heavy damask draperies held back with tasseled cords, and a staircase winds up to a second floor, where someone's quick footsteps sound against a wooden floor. "That's my aunt," Albert says, as a woman with bones like a bird's and unsmiling dark eyes descends the stairs, her hand gliding along the smooth, gleaming wooden banister. "I am Mrs. Guidon." She walks with light, quick steps to the entrance hallway. With her sensuous mouth and delicate nostrils, Mrs. Guidon would be pretty were her face not hard and her dress so severe. A high collar is fastened with a gold brooch, and she wears a long black skirt and clumsy lace-up black shoes, and her black hair is tightly pinned back. She appears to be in her 40s, but her age is hard to determine. Her skin is unlined and so pale it is almost translucent, as if she has never seen the sun. "May I offer you a cup of tea?" Mrs. Guidon's smile is as chilly as the stale, still air. "Yes." Albert grabs Scarpetta's hand. "Please come have tea, and cookies, too. You're my new friend." "There will be no tea for you," Mrs. Guidon tells him. "Go up to your room right this minute. Take your suitcase with you. I will let you know when you can come down." "Don't leave," Albert begs Scarpetta. "I hate you," he says to Mrs. Guidon. She ignores him, obviously having heard this before. "Such a funny little boy who is very tired and cranky because it is very late. Now say goodbye. I'm afraid you won't see this nice lady again." Scarpetta is kind to him as she says goodbye. He trudges angrily up the stairs, looking back at her several times, his face painfully touching her heart. When she hears his footsteps on the wooden floor upstairs, she looks hard at her unpleasant and peculiar hostess. "How cold you are to a little boy, Mrs. Guidon," she says. "What kind of people are you and his father that you would hope a stranger would bring him home?" "I am disappointed." Her imperious demeanor doesn't waver. "I thought a scientist of your renown would investigate before making assumptions." 108. Lucy and Marino connect by cell phone. "Where's she staying?" she asks from her parked black Lincoln Navigator SUV. She and Rudy figured out that the best way to be inconspicuous was to pull into the Radisson parking lot and sit with the engine and lights off.
"The coroner. I'm glad she ain't by herself in no hotel."
"None of us need to be in a hotel," Lucy says. "Damn, could you drive a louder truck?"
"If I had one."
"How does he check out? What's his name?"
"Sam Lanier. His background's clean as a whistle. When he called to check out the doc, I got the impression he's an okay guy."
"Well, if he isn't, she'll be all right, because he's about to have 3 other house guests," Lucy says. 109. A fragile Wedgwood teacup lightly clinks against a saucer. Mrs. Guidon and Scarpetta sit at a kitchen table made of a centuries-old butcher block that Scarpetta finds repulsive. She can't help but imagine how many chickens and other animals were slaughtered and chopped up on the worn, sloping wood with its hack marks, cracks, and discoloration. It is an unpleasant byproduct of her profession that she knows too much, and it is almost impossible to kill bacteria on porous materials such as wood. "How many times must I demand to know why I'm here, and how you managed to get me here?" Scarpetta's eyes are intense. "I find it charming that Albert seems to have decided you are his friend," Mrs. Guidon remarks. "I try very hard to encourage him. He wants nothing to do with school sports or any other activities that might expose him to children his own age. He thinks he belongs right here at this table." She taps the butcher block with her small, milky white knuckles. "Talking to you and me as if he is our peer." After years of dealing with people who refuse to answer questions, or can't, or are in denial, Scarpetta is skilled at catching truths as they subtly show themselves. "Why doesn't he associate with children his own age?" she inquires. "Who knows? It is a mystery. He has always been odd, really, preferring to stay home and do homework, entertaining himself with those peculiar games children play these days. Cards with those awful creatures on them. Cards and computers, cards and more cards." Her gestures are dramatic, her French accent heavy, her English stilted and faltering. "He has been more this way as he gets older, isolated and playing the card games. Often he is home, stays in his room with the door shut, and will not come out." Suddenly she softens and seems caring. Every detail Scarpetta observes is conflicting and disturbing, the kitchen an argument of anachronisms that seem a metaphor for this house and the people who live in it. Behind her is a cavernous fireplace, with formidable hand-forged andirons capable of bearing a load of wood large enough to heat up a room 3 times this size. A door leads outside, and next to it is a complicated alarm system keypad and an A-phone with a video screen for the cameras that no doubt guard every entrance. Another keypad, this one much larger, indicates the old mansion is a smart house with multiple modems that allow the occupants to remotely control heating, cooling, lights, entertainment centers, and gas fireplaces, and even turn appliances off and on. Yet the appliances and thermostats Scarpetta has seen so far have not been upgraded for what she estimates is at least 30 years. A knife holder on the granite countertop is empty, and there are no knives in the porcelain sink, not a knife anywhere in sight. Yet hanging over the fireplace is a rack of 19th century swords, and on the heavy chestnut mantel is a revolver with rubber grips, most likely a .38 in a black leather holster. Mrs. Guidon follows Scarpetta's eyes, and for an instant her face registers anger. She has made an oversight, a telling mistake. Leaving the revolver in plain view was not intentional. I'm sure it hasn't escaped your notice that Mr. Dodd is very security conscious." She sighs, shrugging, as if taking her guest into her confidence and hinting that Mr. Dodd is ridiculously cautious and paranoid. "Baton Rouge is high crime. I'm sure you know that. Living in a house like this and having wealth causes concerns, although I'm not the type to be looking over my shoulder all the time." Scarpetta hides how much she dislikes Mrs. Guidon and is infuriated about what Albert's life must be like. She wonders how far she can go to pry loose the secrets that haunt this very old estate. "Albert seems very unhappy and misses his dog," she says. "Perhaps you should get him another one, especially if he's lonely and has no friends." "With him, I believe it is genetics. His mother, my sister, wasn't well." Mrs. Guidon pauses, then adds, "Of course you know that." "Why don't you tell me what I'm supposed to know? You seem to know so much about me." "Now you are perceptive," Mrs. Guidon replies with a touch of condescension, "but not as cautious as I would have guessed. Albert called me on your cell phone, remember? That was careless for someone of your reputation." "What do you know of my reputation?" "Caller ID came back to your name, and I am aware you haven't suddenly arrived in Baton Rouge for a little vacation. Charlotte's case is complicated. No one seems to have any idea what happened to her, or why she went to a horrible motel frequented by truck drivers and the dregs of society. So Dr. Lanier has solicited your assistance, no? But I at least am relieved and grateful. And let's just say it was planned that you would sit next to Albert and drive him home, and here you are." She lifts her teacup. "All things happen for a reason, as you must know." "How could you possibly have orchestrated all this?" Scarpetta pushes her, warns her, making it clear that she has had enough. "I don't suppose U.S. Attorney Weldon Wynne is involved with your scheming, since he just happened to sit next to me, too." "There is much you don't know. Mr. Wynne is a close family friend." "What family? Albert's father didn't show up at the airport. Albert doesn't seem to even know where he is. What did any of you suppose would happen to a young boy traveling alone?" "He wasn't alone. He was with you, and now you are here. I wanted to meet you. Perfect." "Family friend?" Scarpetta repeats. "Then why did Albert not know Weldon Wynne if he is such a good family friend?" "Albert has never met him." "That makes no sense." "That's not for you to say." "I'll say whatever I want, since you seem to have assigned Albert to me and were certain he would be safe with me, a perfect stranger, and that I would bring him home. How could you be sure I would take it upon myself to look after him, or that I'm trustworthy?" Scarpetta pushes back her chair and gets up, and it scrapes loudly against heart of pine flooring. "He lost his mother, who the hell knows about the father, and he's lost his dog, and next he's abandoned and frightened. In my business this is called child neglect. Child abuse." Her anger flashes. "I am Charlotte's sister." Mrs. Guidon gets up, too. "All you've done is manipulate me, or try to. I'm leaving now." "Please let me show you around first," Mrs. Guidon says. "Particularly Le Cave." "How could you possibly have a wine cellar in an area where the water table is so high that plantation houses have to be built on pillars?" Scarpetta asks. "So you are not always observant. This house is on an elevation, built in 1793. The original owner found the perfect location for what he had in mind. He was a Frenchman, a wine connoisseur who often traveled back to France. Slaves constructed a wine cellar like the ones he knew in France, and I doubt there is another one like it in this country." She walks to the door leading outside and opens it. "You simply must see it. Baton Rouge's best-kept secret." Scarpetta stands where she is. "No." Mrs. Guidon lowers her voice and is almost gentle when she explains. "You are wrong about Albert. I was circling the airport. I saw the two of you on the sidewalk. Had you left him, I would have picked him up. But based on what I know about you, you would not leave him. You are too caring, too decent, and you are wary about the evils in this world." She states this not with feeling, but as fact. "How could you have been circling the airport? I called you at home, programmed to roll over to my cell phone. I actually was looking at you when you called me. This amuses her. I got to the house no more than 15 minutes before you did, Dr. Scarpetta. I don't blame you for being angry and confused, but I wanted to talk to you when Jason wasn't here. Albert's father. Believe me, you are very fortunate that he isn't here. She hesitates, holding the kitchen door open wide. When he's around, there is no such thing as privacy. Please, come. She motions to her. Scarpetta looks at the keypads by the kitchen door. Outside, shadows fall in a black curtain from trees lush with new leaves. The woods are damp and earthy beneath a waning moon. I will let you out this way, then. The driveway is just to the side. But you must promise to come back and see the cave, she says. I'll go out the front. Scarpetta starts walking that way. 110. Benton drove around for a while, then checked into the Radisson under the assumed name of Tony Wilson. Inside his suite, he sits on the bed, his door secured with the deadbolt lock and burglar chain. He requested a block on his telephone, not that he is expecting calls. The clerks at reception seem to understand. He is a wealthy man from Los Angeles and wants privacy. The hotel is the finest one in Baton Rouge, its staff accustomed to accommodating a lot of people from all over who don't use the valets, preferring to come and go discreetly. They don't want to be bothered and rarely stay long. Benton connects his laptop to the modem line in his room. He enters his code to release the lock of the new black briefcase he deliberately scuffed by scraping it against furniture and sliding it across the floor. He takes off his ankle holster and places his .357 Magnum Smith & Wesson 340 PD on the bed. It is double action, loaded with 5 rounds of Speer Gold Dot 125 grain. From the briefcase he removes 2 pistols, a pocket-friendly .40 caliber Glock 27, capacity 10 rounds, including one in the chamber. The ammunition is Hydra-Shock, 135 grain, center post hollow point with a notched jacket, velocity 1,190 feet per second, high energy and with efficient stopping power, punches into the enemy and splays like a razor-sharp flower. His second and most important pistol is the P226 SL Sig Sauer 9mm, capacity 16 rounds, including one in the chamber. The ammunition is also Hydra-Shock, 125 grain, center post hollow point with notched jacket, velocity 1,120 feet per second, deep penetration and stopping power. It is conceivable he can carry the 3 guns at once. He's done it before. The .357 Smith & Wesson in his ankle holster, the .40 caliber Glock in a shoulder holster, and the 9mm Sig Sauer in the waistband at the small of his back. Extra magazines for the pistols and extra cartridges for the .357 Magnum go in a designer leather butt pack. Benton dresses in a loose-fitting London fog jacket and baggy jeans that are slightly too long, a cap, tinted glasses, and the rubber-soled Prada shoes. He could be a tourist. He could work in Baton Rouge and barely merit notice in this city of transients, where hundreds of professors, some of them eccentric, and thousands of oblivious students and preoccupied visiting scholars of all ages and nationalities abound. He could be straight. He could be gay. He could be both. 111. The next morning, muddy, sluggish water carries Scarpetta's eye to a riverboat casino, to the USS Kidd battleship, and on to the distant old Mississippi Bridge, then back to Dr. Sam Lanier. In the few minutes she spent with him last night when she finally arrived at his door and he quickly escorted her to his guest house in back without walking her through the main house because he didn't want to awaken his wife, she decided she liked him. She worries that she shouldn't. In Charlotte Dard's case, she says, how involved did you and your office get with the family in terms of trying to counsel or question them?
Not as much as I would have liked. I tried.
The light in his eyes dims, and his mouth tightens.
I did talk to the sister, Mrs. Guidon, briefly. She's an odd one. Anyway, orientation time. Let me show you where you are.
His abrupt change of subject strikes her as paranoid, as if he worries that someone might be listening. Swiveling around in his chair, he points west, out the window.
People are always jumping from the old Mississippi Bridge. Can't tell you how many times I've fished bodies out of the river because some poor soul takes a leap. Takes his time, too, while the police try to talk him down, and people in their cars start yelling, 'Go ahead and jump,' because he's slowing up traffic. Can you believe that? Now, down there, straight ahead, I had a guy dressed in a shower curtain with an AK-47 tried to get on the USS Kidd to kill all the Russians. He got intercepted," he drolly adds. "Death and mental health are part of the same department, and we do all the pickups. Commit about 3,000 cases a year."
"And that works how, exactly?" Scarpetta inquires. "A family member requests an order of protective custody?"
"Almost always. But the police can request it. And if the coroner, in this case me, believes the person is gravely disabled and acutely dangerous to himself or others and is unwilling or unable to seek medical attention, deputies are sent in."
"The coroner is elected. It helps if he's on good terms with the mayor, the police, the sheriff, LSU, Southern University, the district attorney, judges, the U.S. attorney, not to mention influential members of the community." She pauses. "People in power can certainly influence the public on how to cast its votes. So the police recommend someone should be removed to a psychiatric hospital, and the local coroner agrees. In my world, that's called a conflict of interest."
"It's worse than that. The coroner also determines competency to stand trial."
"So you oversee the autopsy of a murder victim, determine cause and manner of death. Then if the alleged killer is caught, you decide if he's competent to stand trial."
"Do the DNA swab in the exam room. Then sits right here in my office, a cop on either side, attorney present, and I interview him or her."
"Dr. Lanier, you have the most bizarre coroner system I've ever heard of, and it doesn't sound to me as if you have any protection should the powers that be decide they can't control you."
"Welcome to Louisiana. And if the powers that be try to tell me how to do my job, I tell them to kiss my ass."
"And your crime rate? I know it's bad."
"Worse than bad. Terrible," he replies. "By far, Baton Rouge has the highest rate of unsolved homicides in the entire country."
"Why?"
"Clearly, Baton Rouge is a very violent city. I'm not sure why."
"And the police?"
"Listen, I have a lot of respect for street cops. Most of them try very hard. But then you've got the people in charge who squash the good guys and encourage the assholes. Politics."
His chair creaks as he leans back in it.
"We've got a serial murderer running around down here. Have probably had more than one running around down here over the decades."
He shrugs in a manner that is anything but easygoing or accepting.
"Politics. How many times do I need to say the word?"
"Organized crime?"
"Fifth largest port in the country, the second largest petrochemical industry, and Louisiana produces some 16% of the nation's oil. Come on."
He gets up from his desk.
"Lunch. Everybody's got to eat, and I have a feeling you haven't done much of that lately. You look pretty damn beat up, and your suit's hanging a little loose around the waist."
Scarpetta can't begin to tell him how much she has grown to hate her black suit. 3 clerks glance up as Scarpetta and Dr. Lanier walk out of his office.
"You coming back?"
An overweight woman with gray hair asks her boss, a cool steel edge to her voice. Scarpetta is fairly sure this is the clerk Dr. Lanier has complained about.
"Who knows?"
he responds in what Scarpetta would call the flat affect of an expert witness testifying in court. She can tell he doesn't like her. Old, ugly specters hover between them. He seems relieved when the outer office door opens and a tall, good-looking man in navy range pants and a dark blue coroner's jacket walks in. His presence is a high energy that is several steps ahead of him, and the overweight clerk's eyes fasten on his face like dark, angry wasps. Eric Murphy, the chief death investigator, welcomes Scarpetta to
Louisiana. "Where are we going to lunch?" he asks. "No matter what you have to eat," Dr. Lanier says at the elevator. "I insist, and this is the place to do it. Like I said, I can't get rid of her."
He absently stabs the button for the parking garage.
"Hell, she's been working in this office longer than I have. Sort of an inherited sinkhole that gets passed on from one coroner to the next.
The elevator doors open inside a large parking garage. Car doors shut in muffled counterpoint as people head out to lunch, and Dr. Lanier points his key at what he calls his unit, a black Chevrolet Caprice with a blue light in the dash, a two-way radio, a police scanner, and a special turbocharged V8 engine that is required for all high-speed chases, he boasts, as Scarpetta helps herself to a backseat door and slides into the seat.
"You can't be sitting in back. It doesn't look right," Eric complains, holding open the front passenger door. "You're our guest, ma'am."
"Oh, please don't call me ma'am. I'm Kay, and my legs are shorter, which means I sit in the back."
"Call me anything you like," Eric cheerfully replies. "Everybody else does. From now on, I'm Sam. No more of this doctor shit." "Don't be calling me doctor, either," Eric says, "for the good reason that I'm not one."
He gets inside the car, giving up on telling Scarpetta where to sit.
"Hell, the only time you were a doctor was when you were what?" Dr. Lanier starts the engine. 10, maybe 12 years old and molesting all the little girls in your neighborhood? Jesus God, I hate parking between concrete damn pillars. They have a way of moving in on you, don't they, Sam?
Eric turns around and winks at Scarpetta.
They grab at his vehicle on a regular basis. Look over there.
He points at a concrete support gouged and streaked with black paint.
If you were working that crime scene, what would you conclude?
He peels cellophane off a pack of dentine chewing gum.
Let me give you a clue. That used to be the coroner's parking place. But not so long ago, the coroner, guess which one, and there's only one, complained it was way too narrow, and he'd be goddamned if he was parking there. Now don't tell all my secrets.
Dr. Lanier slowly creeps out of his spot.
Besides, it was my wife who did that bit of damage. She's a worse driver than I am, for the record. She's a death investigator, too. Eric turns around again. Works for nothing, which is pretty much what the rest of us do. Shit.
Dr. Lanier accelerates his high-speed chase unit more than necessary inside a parking deck.
You get paid a hell of a lot more than you deserve.
Can we talk now? Scarpetta asks.
I'm pretty sure we can. Maybe people get into my office, hell if I know. But nobody touches my car, or my Harley,
Dr. Lanier replies. In a firm, even voice, Scarpetta confronts him. I happened to fly here with the Dard's young son sitting on one side of me and your U.S. Attorney Weldon Wynne on the other. In fact, I ended up having to drive Albert Dard home. You want to tell me what that's about?
Scares the hell out of me.
The boy just happens to be in Miami, is suddenly whisked to the airport yesterday morning and routed through Houston, and just happens to be on my flight to Baton Rouge, just as Wynne happens to be on my flight. And, by the way, you don't strike me as the sort who gets scared.
2 things. 1, you don't know me. 2, you don't know here.
Where was Albert Dard 8 years ago when his mother died in that motel room? Scarpetta asks. Where was his father? And why is this mysterious father, quote, gone all the time, as the boy put it?
That I don't know. What I can tell you is I'm familiar with Albert. Last year I had to examine the kid in the ER. Was given a heads up, in other words, especially in light of his wealthy family and the mysterious death of his mother. He was committed to a private psychiatric hospital in New Orleans.
What on earth for? Scarpetta asks, adding, a psychiatric history and his family lets him travel alone?
But then he wasn't alone, according to what you've told me. His uncle put him in the hands of airline attendants, who also no doubt saw to it that he got to his proper gate in Houston. Then, best of all, you took care of him the rest of the time. He's not psychotic. The story is, 3 years ago last October, his aunt called 911 and said her nephew, he was 7 at the time, I believe, was bleeding badly and claimed to have been assaulted when he was out riding his bicycle. Story is he was hysterical, scared out of his mind. Well, nobody assaulted that poor little kid, Kay. You said I could call you that. There was no evidence whatsoever of that. In fact, he's a cutter, into self-mutilation. Apparently that started up again with him not long before I examined him in the ER, which was a pretty damn awful experience."
Scarpetta recalls the absence of knives in the darred kitchen. "You're absolutely certain his injuries were self-inflicted?" she asks.
"I try not to be absolutely certain of anything. I don't know of much that's an absolute certainty except death," Dr. Lanier replies. "But I found a lot of hesitation cuts. Just scratches, really. That's significant for someone getting started in this unfortunate pattern of self-destruction. His cuts were minor, all in places within reach, but not readily visible to others. Stomach, thighs, buttocks."
"That would explain why I saw no scars when I was sitting next to him on the plane," Scarpetta remarks. "I would have noticed."
"What really disturbs me is the obvious," he says. "Somebody wants you here in Baton Rouge. Why?"
You tell me. You tell me who leaked my travel plans because it seems the most likely suspect is you. Or whoever else in your office knew I was coming."
"I can see why you'd think that. No question about it. Well,
Tell me who leaked my travel plans because it seems the most likely suspect is you. Or whoever else in your office knew I was coming."
I can
Is you. Or whoever else in your office knew I was coming.
I can see why.
You tell me who leaked my travel plans because it seems the most likely suspect is you. Or whoever else in your office knew I was coming.
I can see why you'd think that.
Who leaked my travel plans because it seems the most likely suspect is you. Or whoever else in your office knew I was coming. You tell me who leaked my travel plans because it seems the most likely suspect is you.
They all didn't get skate to a real object problem. I've got a year man not election get hold and get exact object pro skate you would feathers and years I've like from at they all didn't get exact object pro got I'm up for object pro skate on exact full of love the typical man how would skate I think five from at they all got them at they all didn't get not they all didn't get I'm full of our couldn't get nickels from at they all didn't get project pro skate got a real managed madness.
Disc 10.
Jesus God, Dr. Lanier says. How weird is that? And she didn't hear anything, see anything? It's the middle of the day. She was out on the street like the rest of us.
The house is that of a neat person with a reasonably good income and expensive tastes, Scarpetta notes. Oriental rugs are machine-made but handsome, and to the left of the front door is a cherry entertainment center with an elaborate sound system and large-screen television. Bright Cajun paintings hanging on the walls are joyous in their loud primary colors and primitive depictions of fish, people, water, and trees. Rebecca Milton, if she is the victim, loved art and life. In whimsical frames are photographs of a tan woman with shiny black hair, a bright smile, and a slim body. In several other photographs she is in a boat or standing on a pier with another woman, also with dark hair, who looks enough like her to be her sister. "We're sure she lived alone?" Scarpetta asks.
"It appears she was alone when she got attacked," Clark says, scanning pages in his notepad.
"But we don't know that for a fact."
He shrugs. "No, ma'am. We don't know much of anything for a fact at the moment."
"I'm just wondering, because many of these pictures are of two women who seem to have a close relationship. And a number of the photographs were taken inside this house or on what appears to be the front porch, or perhaps in the backyard." She points out the hair swipes near the baseboard and interprets them. Right here she went down, or someone did, and whoever it was, the person was bleeding sufficiently for her hair to be bloody.
Yeah, well, she's got a big-time head injury. Her face is smashed up bad, Clark offers.
Straight ahead is the dining room, with a centered antique walnut table and 6 matching chairs. The hutch is old, and behind its glass doors are dishes with gold around the rims. Beyond, through an open doorway, is the kitchen, and it does not appear that the killer or the victim moved in this direction, but off to the right of the living room, the pursuit continuing through a blue-carpeted hallway and ending in a bedroom that faces the front yard. Blood is everywhere. It has dried a dark red, but some areas of the carpet are so soaked that the blood is still damp. Scarpetta pauses at the end of the hallway and examines blood droplets on the paneled wall. One drop is round, very light red inside, and very dark around the rim. Surrounding it is a spray of other droplets, some almost too small to see. Do we know if she was stabbed? Scarpetta turns around and asks Clark, who is hanging back at the beginning of the hallway, busy with a video camera. Dr. Lanier has already walked inside the bedroom. He appears in the doorway and looks grimly at her.
She's been stabbed, all right, he replies in a hard voice. About 30 or 40 times.
Along the wall here are sneeze or cough patterns of blood, Dr. Scarpetta tells him. You can tell because the dark-rimmed drops here, here, and here, she points them out, indicate bubbles. Sometimes you see that when a person's bled into the airway or lungs, or she may just have had blood in her mouth. Scarpetta walks to the left edge of the bedroom door, where there is only a small amount of blood. Her eyes follow finger smears of whoever grabbed the door frame, and more drips on the carpet that continue through the doorway onto the hardwood floor. Her view of the body is blocked by Dr. Lanier, Eric, and Nick Robillard. Scarpetta walks in and shuts the door behind her without touching any bloody surface, including the knob. Nick sits on the back of her heels, a 35mm camera gripped in her gloved hands, her forearms resting on her knees. If she's happy to see Scarpetta, she makes no sign of it. Sweat rolls down her neck, disappearing into the dark green Zachary Police Department polo shirt tucked in khaki cargo pants. Nick gets up and moves to one side so Scarpetta can approach the dead body. "She's got really weird stab wounds," Nick comments. "The temperature of the room when I got here was 70 degrees. Dr. Lanier inserts a long chemical thermometer under the body's arm. He leans close to the body, his eyes moving up and down it, taking his time. Scarpetta vaguely recognizes the woman as one she saw in some of the photographs scattered throughout the living room. It isn't easy to tell. Her hair is matted with dried blood, her face swollen and deformed by contusions, cuts, and smashed bones, the degree of tissue reaction to injuries consistent with her having survived for a while. Scarpetta touches an arm. The body is warm, as in life. Rigor mortis hasn't begun, nor has livor mortis, or the settling of the blood due to gravity once circulation stops. Dr. Lanier removes the thermometer, reads it, and says, "Body temp's 96. "She's not been dead long at all," Scarpetta says. Yet the condition of the blood in the living room, hallway, and even some in here suggests the attack occurred hours ago.
"Probably the head injury is what got her, but it took a little while," Dr. Lanier says, gently palpating the back of the head. "Fractures. You get the back of your head smashed against a masonry plaster wall, and you're talking serious injuries."
Scarpetta isn't ready to comment on the cause of death, but she does agree that the victim suffered severe blunt force trauma to her head. If the stab wounds cut or completely severed a major artery, such as the carotid, death would have occurred in minutes. This is unlikely, impossible, really, since it appears the woman survived for a while. Scarpetta sees no arterial spatter pattern. The woman may still have been barely alive when her boyfriend found her at 12:30 p.m., and was dead by the time the rescue squad arrived. It is several minutes past 1:30 now. The victim is dressed in pale blue satin pajamas, the bottoms intact, the top ripped open. Her belly, breasts, chest, and neck are clustered with stab wounds that measure 16 millimeters, or approximately 3/4 of an inch, with both ends blunt, one end slightly narrower than the other. Those injuries that are superficial indicate she wasn't stabbed with an ordinary knife. Almost in the center of those shallow wounds is an area of tissue bridging that indicates the weapon had some type of gap at the tip, or perhaps was a tool that had 2 stabbing surfaces, each of them a slightly different thickness and length.
Now that's strange as hell,
Dr. Lanier says, his head bent close to the body as he moves a magnifying lens over wounds.
Not any normal knife I've ever seen. How about you?
He looks at Scarpetta. No. The wounds were made at various angles, some of them V or Y-shaped due to twisting of the blade, which is common in stab injuries. Some wounds gape, others are buttonhole-like slits, depending on whether the incisions are in line with the elastic fibers of the skin or cut across them. Scarpetta's gloved fingers gently separate the margins of a wound. Again she puzzles over the area of uncut skin stretching almost across the middle. She looks closely through a lens, trying to imagine what sort of weapon was used. Gently gathering the pajama top together, she lines up holes in the satin with wounds, trying to get some idea where the clothing was when the woman was stabbed. 3 buttons are missing from the torn pajama top. Scarpetta spots them on the floor. 2 buttons dangle by threads. When she arranges the pajama top neatly over the chest, the way it would be were the victim's standing, of course the holes don't line up with the stab wounds at all, and there are more holes in the satin than there are wounds. She counts 38 holes and 22 wounds. Overkill, to say the least. Overkill that is typical in lust murders, but also typical when the assailant and victim know each other.
Anything?
Dr. Lanier asks her. Scarpetta is still lining up holes and is getting somewhere. It appears that her top was bunched up above her breasts when she was stabbed. See? She moves up the top, which is so stained with blood very little of the satin looks blue. Some of the holes go through 3 layers of fabric. That's why there are more holes than wounds.
So he shoved up her top before he stabbed her, or while he was stabbing her, and then tore it open?
I'm not sure, Dr. Scarpetta replies. It is always so difficult to reconstruct, and a much more precise job will require uninterrupted hours under a good light in the morgue. Let's turn her just a bit and check her back. She and Dr. Lanier reach across the body and hold it by the left arm. They pull her over, but not all the way, and blood runs out of wounds. There are at least 6 stab wounds on her upper back, and a long cut to the side of her neck.
So she's running and he's stabbing. She's in front of him at least at some point.
It is Eric who deduces this as he and Nick return with several lamps and plug them in. Maybe, is all Scarpetta has to say about it. One smear on a wall in the hallway looks like she may have been pushed up or knocked up against it, about midway in the hallway. Maybe he shoved her against it and stabbed her in the back, and then she got away and ran in here, Nick proposes. Maybe, Scarpetta says again, and she and Dr. Lanier gently lower the body to the floor. This much I can tell you. Her pajama top was in disarray when some of these stab wounds to her chest and belly were inflicted.
The pushed-up top suggests a sexual motive, Eric says.
This is a sexual murder with tremendous rage, Scarpetta replies, even if she wasn't raped.
She might not have been.
Dr. Lanier bends close to the body, collecting trace evidence with forceps.
Fibers, he comments. Could be from the pajamas. Despite what people think, rape isn't always involved. Some of these bastards can't do it, can't get it up. Or they'd rather masturbate.
Scarpetta asks Nick, "She was your neighbor. You're sure this is Rebecca and not the other woman in the photographs? The 2 women are very similar in appearance." "It's Rebecca. The other woman is her sister."
"Lives with her?" Dr. Lanier asks.
"No, Rebecca lived alone."
For now, that will be a pending identification until we can be sure with dental records or some other means,
Dr. Lanier remarks as Eric takes photographs, using a 6-inch plastic ruler as a scale, arranging it next to whatever he shoots.
I'll get on it.
Nick stares without blinking at the dead woman's battered, bloody face, the eyes dully staring out from swollen lids.
We weren't friends at all, never socialized. But I saw her on the street, doing yard work, walking her dog.
What dog? Scarpetta looks sharply at her.
She has a yellow lab, a puppy, maybe 8 months old. I'm not sure, but he's not fully grown and was a Christmas present, I think from her boyfriend. Tell Detective Clark to make sure the police go out and look for her dog, Dr. Lanier says. And while you're at it, tell them to make sure they send everybody they've got to keep this place secure. We're going to be here a while.
Dr. Lanier hands Scarpetta a packet of cotton-tipped swabs, a small bottle of sterile water, and a sterile tube. She unscrews the caps of both the bottle and the tube. Dipping a swab in the sterile water, she swabs the breasts for saliva, the cotton tips turning red with blood. Swabs of her vagina, rectum, of every orifice can wait until the body's at the morgue. She begins to collect trace evidence.
I'm going outside, Nick says. Someone needs to set up more lights in here.
Dr. Lanier's voice rises.
Best I can do is bring in lamps, whatever else is around the house, Eric replies. That would help. Photograph them in situ before you move them, Eric, or some goddamn defense attorney will say the killer carried lamps into the bedroom.
A lot of hairs, dog hairs maybe from her dog, Scarpetta is saying as she gently shakes forceps inside a transparent plastic evidence bag. What? A yellow lab? Nick is gone.
That's what she said, a yellow lab puppy,
Dr. Lanier replies, the two of them alone with the body. The dog has to be found for a number of reasons, not the least is out of decency to make sure the poor thing is all right, Scarpetta says. But for hair comparison, I can't be sure, but now I think I'm seeing quite a variety of animal hairs.
So am I. Sticking to blood mostly here.
He points a blood-stained gloved finger at the woman's naked upper body.
Not on her hands or in her hair, though, which is where you might expect to find animal hairs if the origin of them is the floor, the carpet, here inside her residence.
Scarpetta is silent. She secures another hair in the forceps and shakes it loose inside a bag that must have at least 20 hairs in it now, the origin of all of them, the dried blood on the belly. Out on the street, someone has started whistling loudly. Voices are calling, "Here, Basil! Come, Basil!" The front door opens and shuts repeatedly, the sounds of feet moving in the living room, the dining room, cops talking, and then a woman's voice, a woman crying and screaming. "No, no, no! That can't be!"
"Ma'am, just show us in one of these pictures."
Scarpetta recognizes Detective Clark's voice. He is loud and trying not to sound upset, but the more the woman screams, the louder he gets.
"I'm sorry, but you can't go in there. She's my sister. I'm really sorry. Oh, God! Oh, God!"
Then the voices are quiet, and conversation recedes into a background murmur. A few flies begin to stray into the house, drawn by the scent of death, the high-pitched droning straining Scarpetta's nerves.
"Tell them to stop opening the goddamn door."
She looks up from her kneeling position, sweat rolling down her face, her knees in terrible pain.
"Jesus, what's going on out there?"
Dr. Lanier is angry, too.
"Here, Basil. Come on, boy."
Whistling.
"Yo, Basil, where are you?"
The front door opens and shuts again.
"That's it."
Dr. Lanier gets to his feet. He walks out of the bedroom, yanking off his bloody gloves. Scarpetta removes another animal hair, this one black, and places it inside an evidence bag. The hairs adhered to the body when the blood was wet. They are adhering to the belly, breasts, and chest, but not to the bottoms of the woman's bare feet, which are also smeared with dried blood, Not from injuries, but from where she stepped. Scarpetta's breath is hot and loud behind her surgical mask, sweat stinging her eyes as she waves off flies and goes over the woman's face with a lens, looking for more hairs, every crack in dried blood magnified and more horrible, every split and cut in the skin more ragged and gaping. Flecks of paint adhere to blood, possibly transferred from the living room wall. The variety of animal hairs recovered from the body supplies Scarpetta with an important piece of information. "We found the dog." Nick is standing in the doorway. Scarpetta is startled back to a different dimension, one that isn't a hideous dry red landscape behind a magnifying glass. "Basil, her dog." That's not where most of these hairs are from. I'm finding dozens, different kinds, different colors. Dog hairs, possibly, much coarser than cat hairs, but I'm not positive. Dr. Lanier walks back inside the room, brushing past Nick, snapping on fresh gloves. What I'm seeing here makes me think the hairs were transferred from the perpetrator, perhaps from his clothing, directly to her upper body. Maybe if he got on top of her. She pulls the pajama bottoms down an inch, just far enough to expose the indentations left by their elastic waistband. She sits back on her heels and stares, then takes off her mask.
Why would someone get on top of her and not take her pajama bottoms off? Dr. Lanier puzzles. Why would someone transfer all these dog or dog-like hairs to her naked upper body and nowhere else? And why the hell would anybody have all these dog hairs all the hell over them to begin with?
"We found Basil," Nick says again, "hiding under a house across the street, just cowering and shaking. He must have run off when the killer left, I guess." "Who's going to take care of her? Of Basil?"
"I expect the boyfriend will," Dr. Lanier replies. "If not, Eric loves dogs."
He tears open 2 packets containing sterile, plasticized homicide sheets. While Scarpetta spreads one on the floor, Dr. Lanier and Eric grip the body under the arms and behind the knees, lifting it, centering it on the sheet. They spread the second sheet on top of her, rolling up the edges, wrapping her like a mummy, so no trace evidence will be added or lost. 116. Jay lifts a hand off the steering wheel to strike Bev, then changes his mind.
"You're stupid. You know that?" he says coldly. "What the hell did you think you were doing?"
"It didn't happen the way it was supposed to." The radio inside his Cherokee continues with the 6 o'clock news as he drives toward Jack's boat landing.
Dr. Sam Lanier, coroner of East Baton Rouge Parish, has not completed the autopsy yet, but sources close to the investigation have confirmed that the victim is 36-year-old Rebecca Milton of Zachary. The cause of death isn't official, but sources say she was stabbed to death. Police do not believe the murder is related to the women reported missing from Baton Rouge over the past year. Fools.
Jay turns off the radio.
Just lucky for you if they aren't assuming that.
4 small dogs, mixed breeds, sleep in sunlight shining through a back window of the SUV. 5 cases of beer are stacked on the back seat. Bev worked hard today after dropping Jay off at the University Lake in the heart of LSU. He didn't say why he was going there or what he'd be doing all day, only to pick him up in the same spot where she dropped him off at 5:30. Maybe he was looking for his escaped convict brother. Maybe he was wandering around, enjoying being away from Bev and the fishing shack. He was probably trolling for pretty co-eds. Bev imagines him having sex with one of them. Jealousy wakes up inside her. It smolders. "You shouldn't have left me all day," she says to him.
"What were you thinking? You were going to abduct her in the middle of the day and take her back to the boat in broad daylight?"
"At first. Then I knew you wouldn't be happy." He says nothing, his face hard as he drives, careful not to speed or commit any other traffic infraction that could get him pulled over. "She didn't look like her. She had black hair. I don't know if she went to college." Bev had been unable to resist the impulse. She had time on her hands, time enough to find that pretty lady she had fixed on at the Walmart. Following her all night, she had learned that the lamb didn't live in the house in the Garden District, but had a small place in Zachary. Her neighborhood was dark, and Bev started getting nervous that her lamb might get suspicious. Bev had turned off on a side street before getting a good fix on the address. This morning she cruised, looking for the green Ford Explorer, figuring just because it wasn't parked in the driveway didn't mean it wasn't in the garage. Obviously, she picked the wrong house. Once she was inside, she was committed. What she never anticipated was that this particular lamb was going to fight like a wolf. The instant the black-haired woman answered the door, Bev reached inside her canvas bag and pulled out the gun, and was shoved so hard it flew out of her hand. Bev rolled on the floor and slipped a buck tool out of the sheath on her belt. She managed to open what she thought was a blade, and the chase began. It seemed to go on for miles, with the woman running and yelling and falling against a wall, which gave Bev the opportunity to grab her by the hair and slam her head against plaster, then kick her when she slid to the floor. Damn if she didn't get back up and punch Bev in the shoulder hard. It seems Bev was yelling too, but she can't remember. There was a roaring in her head like a freight train, and she stabbed and chased, blood flying in her face, on and on forever. It couldn't have lasted more than a minute or two. Bev pinned the woman to the bedroom floor and stabbed, and now she isn't sure if any of it really happened. Until she keeps hearing it on the radio. Until she remembers the buckknife's bloody bottle opener. She stabbed the woman with a bottle opener. How could that have happened? She looks at Jay, passing by pawn shops and car dealers, and a Taco Bell that makes her want to stop. Nachos with sour cream, cheese, chili, and jalapenos. Pizza places, auto shops, and car dealers, and then the road narrows and is lined with mailboxes as they move along back to Jack's, then the bayou. "Maybe we could stop and get us some peanut brittle," Bev says. "It's early, too early. I don't understand why you don't want to wait till dark." Jay won't speak to her. "Well, have it your way. You and your fucking Baton Rouge. Going back there because of your mangy brother. Well, wait till dark when it's easier. Shut up. What if he's not there?" A stony silence. "Well, if he is, he's probably in that damn creepy cellar, hiding, maybe getting the money stashed down there. We could use some more money, baby. All that beer I've been buying. I told you to shut up." The colder he gets, the prouder she is of the red bruises and deep scratches on her arms, legs, chest, and other parts of her body where she must have been injured during what she refers to as a tussle. "They'll swab under her fingernails," Jay finally speaks to her. "They'll get your DNA." "They don't have my DNA in any of their fancy databases," Bev replies. "No one ever took my DNA before you and me got the hell out of Dodge. I was just a nice lady running a campsite near Williamsburg, remember that?" "Nice, my ass." Bev smiles. Her injuries are badges of courage and power. She didn't know she had it in her to fight like that. Why, one of these days she might just go after Jay. Her bravado deflates. She could never overcome Jay. He could kill her with one punch to her temple. He's told her that. One punch and he'd fracture her skull, because women don't have very thick skulls. Even stupid ones like Bev, he says. "What did you do to her? You know what I mean," he says. "Your blood's soaked down the front of your clothes. You get on top of her like a man?" "No." "It's none of his business." "Then how did your clothes get bloody from the neck to your crotch, huh? You climb on top of some girl who's bleeding to death and jerk off?" "It doesn't matter. They don't think it's related to the other ones," Bev says. "What word did she say?" "What do you mean, what word?" Bev's beginning to think he's getting loony. "When she was begging." "She must have begged for you to stop. What word did she say to describe it?" "Describe what?" "What it felt like to be so fucking afraid of pain and death. What word did she say?" "I don't know." Bev tries hard to remember. "It seems like she said, 'Why?'" 117. The room was cool, and there were no odors. Nick has read that line at least 5 times. Her mother might have been murdered just minutes before her husband, Nick's father, got home. Nick wonders if the killer heard her father's car and fled, or if it was just fate that the son of a bitch left when he did. It is 10 p.m. Nick, Rudy, Scarpetta, Marino, and Lucy sit inside Dr. Lanier's guest house drinking community coffee, the local favorite. Multiple abrasions and lacerations to the face. Scarpetta reviews the autopsy report. She said right off that she did not intend to gloss over any detail in order to spare Nick's feelings. She would not be helping Nick if she did that. Abrasion and laceration of the forehead, periocular ecchymosis, fracture of the nasal bones, frontal teeth are loosened.
So he beat her face up pretty good,
Marino says, sipping coffee, which is just the way he likes it, white with cremora and heavily laced with sugar.
Any possibility this was someone she knew? He asks Nick.
She opened the door for him. She was found right near the door. Was she careful about keeping the doors locked? Lucy looks at her intensely, leaning into the conversation. Nick stares back at her. Yes and no. At night we locked up, but she knew Papa and I would be coming home soon, so she may not have had the door locked.
That doesn't mean the person didn't ring the bell or knock, Rudy points out. It doesn't mean your mom was afraid of whoever it was.
No, it doesn't mean that, Nick says. Blunt force trauma to the back of the head. Stellate laceration of vertex, 3 by 4 inches. Massive hematoma of vertex and back of the head. 50 milliliters of liquid subscalpular blood. Marino and Lucy trade scene photographs back and forth. So far, Nick has not looked at them.
Blood on the wall just left of the door, Marino observes. Hair swipes. How long was your mother's hair?
Nick swallows hard. Shoulder length. She had blonde hair, pretty much like mine. Something happened the minute he walked in. Blitz attack, Lucy says. Not so different from what happened to Rebecca Milton. Not so different from what happens in any blitz attack when a victim really enrages the perp.
Would injuries like this be consistent with her head being slammed against the wall? Rudy asks.
Nick is stoical. She reminds herself she is a cop. Scarpetta meets Nick's eyes. I know this is hard, Nick. We're trying to be honest. Maybe you won't have so many questions if we're honest. I'll always have questions because we're never going to know who did this.
Never say never,
Marino replies. Right, Lucy nods. Comminuted non-depressed fracture of the biparietal and occipital bones, fractures of the orbital roofs, bilateral subdural hematomas, 30 milliliters free blood over each. Okay. Scarpetta turns a page. It is typed, not computer printed. She has stab wounds, she adds. Nick shuts her eyes. I hope she didn't feel any of this. No one comments. I mean, she looks at Scarpetta. Was she feeling all this?
She was feeling terror.
Physically? It's hard to say what pain she felt. When injuries occur so quickly, Marino interrupts.
You know when you stick your hand in a drawer and cut yourself with a knife and don't feel it? I think it's like that, unless it's slow. Slow like in torture.
Nick's heart seems to flutter as if something is wrong with it. She wasn't tortured, Scarpetta says, looking at Nick. Definitely not. What about the stabs? Nick asks. Lacerations of fingers and palms. Defense injuries. She glances at Nick again. Punctures of the right and left lung with 200 milliliters of hemothorax on each side. I'm so sorry. I know this is hard. Would that have killed her? The lung injuries? Eventually. But in combination with the head injuries, absolutely. She also had fractured fingernails on the right and left. Non-identifiable material recovered from under the nails. Do you think it was saved? Lucy asks. DNA wasn't as advanced then as it is now.
I wonder what the hell non-identifiable is, Marino says.
What kind of knife? Nick asks. Short-bladed. But just how short-bladed I can't tell.
Maybe a pocket knife, Marino offers.
Maybe, Scarpetta says. My mother didn't have a pocket knife. She didn't have any—"
Nick starts to tear up, then regains control.
"She wasn't into weapons, is what I'm saying."
"He might have had one," Lucy tells her kindly. "But my guess is if the weapon was a pocket knife, he didn't think he needed a weapon. Might have just been something he carried around with him like a lot of guys do."
"Are the stab wounds different than the ones we saw today?" Nick asks Scarpetta.
"Absolutely," she says. 118. Nick begins to talk about her mother's antiques store. She says her mother owned it but only worked there part-time to be available to her family. She says her mother was acquainted with Charlotte Dard. Nick stares at her mug of coffee.
"If I fire this thing up one more time in the microwave, you think I'll have caffeine DTs tomorrow?"
"Your mother and Charlotte Dard were friends?" Marino asks. "Shit. You don't mind my asking, why the hell haven't you mentioned this before?"
"This is the God's truth," Nick replies. "I never remembered it until just now. I guess I blocked out so much. I almost never think about my mother, or at least I didn't start to until these women began disappearing. Then today, that scene, what he did to Rebecca Milton, and now—"
She gets up to reheat her coffee. The microwave runs loudly for a minute, the door opens, and she returns to the sofa, steam rising from coffee no longer fit to drink. It smells overcooked. "Nick," Scarpetta says, "is your married name Robillard?" She nods. "What is your family name?"
"Mayeux. My mother's name is Annie Mayeux. That's why hardly anybody realizes I'm her daughter. With time, people forget anyway. Cops who remember her death never associate me with her. I never say anything."
She sips her coffee, not seeming to mind the taste.
Her antiques shop specialized in stained glass windows, doors, shutters, old salvage stuff, some of it really nice if you knew what you were looking for. And a lot of furniture was handmade out of Cyprus. Charlotte Dard was one of her customers, was remodeling her house and buying a lot of things from my mom's shop, and that's how the two of them got friendly. Not close.
She pauses, searching her memory. My mom talked about this rich woman with a sports car and how beautiful her house was going to be when it was all done. I guess Mrs. Dard's business helped out a lot. Papa never made much as a school teacher." Nick smiles sadly. "Mama did really well and was frugal. Most of what my father lives off now came from my mother, from how well she did with that shop." "Mrs. Dard was a drug abuser," Scarpetta says. "She died from a drug overdose, an accident or a homicide. I'm suspicious of the latter. She supposedly was suffering blackouts not long before her death. Do you know anything about that?"
"Everybody around here does," Nick replies. "It certainly was the talk of Baton Rouge. She dropped dead in a motel room. The Paradise Acres Motel. Sounds like the name of a cemetery. Off Choctaw, a terrible part of town. Rumor was she was having an affair and met up with the person there. I don't know anything more than what was in the news."
"What about her husband?" Lucy asks.
"Good question. I've never heard of anyone who's met him. How strange is that? Except he's some sort of aristocrat and travels all the time."
"Have you ever seen a picture of him?"
Rudy asks. Nick shakes her head.
"So he's not in the news?"
"He's really private," Nick replies.
"What else?" Marino asks.
"Yeah, there's some kind of weird connection going on here, right?"
Rudy looks at Scarpetta.
"Some pharmacist came up as a suspect and Rocco Caggiano was his lawyer."
Marino gets up for more coffee.
"Think,"
Lucy encourages Nick.
"Okay." She takes a deep breath. "Okay, here's something. I think Charlotte Dard invited Mom to a cocktail party. I remember Mom never went to cocktail parties. She didn't drink and was shy, felt out of place among uppity people. So this was a big deal that she was going. It was on the plantation, the Dard plantation. Mom went to drum up business for her shop, and out of respect for her best customer, Mrs. Dard."
"When was this?" Scarpetta asks.
Nick thinks. "Not long before my mother was killed."
"How long is not long?"
Rudy asks.
I don't know.
Nick swallows hard again.
Days, I think. She wore this dress. Had to go out to buy it.
She shuts her eyes again. A sob catches in her throat.
It was pink with white piping. It was still hanging on her closet door when she got killed, you know, hanging there to remind her it needed to go to the dry cleaners.
And your mother died less than 2 weeks before Charlotte Dard did, Scarpetta remarks.
Kind of interesting, Marino points out, that Mrs. Dard was so fucked up and having violent fits and nobody worried about her throwing a fancy garden party.
I'm thinking that, Rudy says.
You know what? Marino adds. I drove almost 20 hours to get here. Then Lucy made me airsick. I gotta go to bed. Otherwise I'll be making deductions that will cause you to arrest Santa Claus for something.
I didn't make you airsick, Lucy says. Go to bed. You need your beauty sleep. I thought you were Santa Claus. He gets up from the couch and leaves, heading to the main house. I'm not going to make it much longer either. Scarpetta gets up from her chair.
Time to go,
Nick says. You don't have to. Scarpetta tries hard to help.
Can I ask you just one last thing?
Nick says.
Of course.
She is so tired her brain feels frozen.
Why would he beat her to death?
Why did someone beat Rebecca Milton to death?
Things didn't go the way he planned.
Would your mother have resisted him? Lucy asks.
She would have clawed his eyes out, Nick replies.
Maybe that's your answer. Please forgive me. I can't be much use to you now. I'm too tired. Scarpetta leaves the small living room and closes her bedroom door.
How are you?
Lucy moves to the couch and looks at Nick.
This is tough, really tough. Too tough to describe.
You're brave, Nick Robillard.
Worse for my father. He gave up on life. Quit everything.
Like what? Rudy asks gently.
Well, he loved to teach. And he loves the water, or used to. He and Mom, they had this little fishing camp where nobody would bother them, out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, nowhere. He's never been there since.
Where?
Dutch Bayou.
Rudy and Lucy look at each other.
Who knew about it?
Lucy asks.
I guess whoever my mother chatted about it to. She was a talker, all right, unlike my dad.
Where's Dutch Bayou? Lucy then asks.
Near Lake Maurepas, off Blind River.
Could you find it now? Nick stares at her.
Why?
Just answer my question. She lightly touches Nick's arm.
She nods.
Their eyes lock.
Okay, then.
Lucy doesn't stop looking at her. Tomorrow. You ever been in a helicopter?
Rudy gets up.
I gotta go. I'm beat. He knows. In his own way, he accepts it. But he's not going to watch. Lucy gives him her eyes, aware that he understands, but in a way never will.
See you in the morning, Rudy.
He walks off, his feet light on the stairs.
Don't be reckless, Lucy tells Nick.
You strike me as the type who would and probably has been.
I've been engaging in my own sting operations, she confesses. Dressing like potential victims. I look like a potential victim.
Lucy examines her closely, looking her over, making an assessment, as if she hasn't been making assessments all night.
Yes,
with your blonde hair, body build, air of intelligence. But your demeanor isn't that of a victim. Your energy is strong. However, that could simply present more of a challenge to the killer. More exciting. A bigger coup.
I've been wrongly motivated, Nick chastises herself. Not that I don't want him caught. More than anything, I want him caught. But I admit I'm more aggressive, more bullheaded, maybe putting myself in danger, yes, because of a task force that doesn't want small-town girls like me in their club. Even though I'm probably the only one who's been trained at the best forensic academy in the U.S., trained by the best, including your aunt.
When you've been out there putting yourself in danger, did you observe anything? The Walmart where Catherine was abducted. I was there within hours of it happening. One thing still stands out. This lady who acted peculiar fell down in the parking lot, said her knee went out from under her. Something bothered me. I backed off and wouldn't help her up. Something told me not to touch her. I thought her eyes were weird, scary, and she called me a lamb. I've been called a lot of things, but never a lamb. I think she was some homeless schizo. Describe what she looked like. Lucy tries to remain calm, tries not to make the evidence fit the case instead of the other way around. Nick describes her. You know, the funny thing about it is, she looked a bit like this woman I saw a few minutes earlier inside the store. She was digging around in cheap lingerie, shoplifting. Now Lucy is getting excited. It's never occurred to anyone that the killer might be a woman, or at least have a woman who is an accomplice. Bev Kiffin, she says. Nick gets up for more coffee, her hand shaking. She blames it on caffeine. Who is Bev Kiffin? On the FBI's 10 most wanted list. Oh my God. Nick sits back down, this time closer to Lucy. She wants to be close to her. She doesn't know why, but the near proximity of her is energizing and exciting. Promise me you won't go out there prowling again, Lucy tells her. Consider yourself on my task force, okay? We do things together. All of us, my aunt, Rudy, Marino. I promise. You don't want to tangle with Bev Kiffin, who is probably bringing the abducted women to her partner, Jay Talley, #1 on the FBI's most wanted list. They hiding out here? Nick can't believe it. 2 people like that are hiding out here? I can't think of a better place. You said your father has a fishing shack that he abandoned after your mother was murdered. Any possibility Charlotte Dard might have known about it? Known where it was, or is? Is. Papa never sold it. The place must be half rotted by now. Mrs. Dard must have known, since my mother was so into salvage, the stuff she sold in her shop. She liked old, weathered wood. Would recommend using it for fireplace mantles, exposed beams, whatever. Especially she liked the thick pilings the fishing shacks are built on. I don't know what she might have said to Mrs. Dard, but my mother was completely trusting. She thought everybody had their good qualities. The truth is she talked too much. Can you show me where the fishing shack is? The one your father abandoned? It's in Dutch Bayou off the Blind River. I can show you. From the air? I'm pretty sure, Nick says. 119. Benton leaves his Jaguar tucked in a church's back parking lot less than half a mile from the Dard plantation house. Every time he hears a car or truck approaching from either direction, he crashes through underbrush and hides in thick woods across the road from the Mississippi River. In addition to not knowing who might come along, he is well aware that it would appear odd to see a man in a black suit, black t-shirt, black cap, and black butt-pack walking along the side of a narrow road in the rain. Someone might stop and ask if he's had car trouble. People would stare. When he spots the gates that he drove past late last night, he leaves the pavement and enters the woods, this time penetrating deeper until the mansion rises above trees, his scan constant. Looking where he steps, he does his best to avoid snapping fallen branches. Fortunately, the dead leaves are wet and silent. When he scouted the area last night, he didn't venture into the woods because it was too dark to see, and he didn't dare use a flashlight. He did, however, climb over the gate, getting rust all over his jacket and jeans, one of many explanations for why he opted to wear his suit again. He wondered how much the place had changed since he had been here last. In the dark it was difficult to tell whether it had been kept in good repair, but his last act was to toss a rock near shrubbery around the front to see if the motion sensors lit up. They didn't. He tried again, and not a single light was triggered. If any of them are still in working order and he activates them this morning, they won't be conspicuous, even though the sun is blanketed in gray. The grounds used to have an elaborate camera system, but there was no way Benton would have been foolish enough to test cameras to see if they would turn red and follow him as if they were alive. The cars in the driveway are a new white Mercedes 500 AMC and an older model white Volvo. The Mercedes was not here last night. He doesn't know who it belongs to and doesn't have time or means to run the Louisiana plate. The Volvo belongs to Eveline Guidon, or at least it did 6 years ago. Grateful for dark clothing, Benton freezes like a deer behind a thick, dripping tree when the front door of the mansion opens. He crouches low, completely out of view, about 50 feet to the left of the front steps. U.S. Attorney Weldon Wynne walks out, talking in his usual booming voice, more obese than when Benton last laid eyes on him. Expecting him to climb into his expensive car, Benton thinks fast. Weldon Wynne's being here isn't according to plan, but certainly is a bonus. It strongly hints that Jean-Baptiste Chandon has sought or will seek asylum at his family's Baton Rouge stronghold, a plantation of incredible corruption that has escaped suspicion for decades because the people associated with it are either completely loyal or dead. Benton, for example, is dead. He watches Baton Rouge's despicable U.S. attorney follow an old brick walkway to an old stone building with a dark Gothic door that leads down into the wine cellar, the centuries-old cave, almost half a mile of convoluted tunnels dug by slaves. Wynne unlocks the door, steps inside, and shuts it behind him. Benton moves swiftly in a crouch, soaking wet by now, ducking behind the cover of boxwoods, glancing repeatedly from the wine cellar to the house. His riskiest move is his next. He walks casually, upright, his back to the house. Should anyone look out the window, the man in black may very well appear to be a Chandon friend. The door is thick oak, and he barely makes out voices behind it. 120. Scarpetta can't release Albert Dard from her mind. She imagines the scars on his little body and is well aware that self-mutilation is an addiction, and if he continues hurting himself, it seems likely that he will be committed to psychiatric hospitals again and again until he becomes as mentally ill as those patients whose diagnoses justify their being institutionalized. Albert Dard doesn't need to be committed. He needs help. He needs for someone to at least attempt to find out why his anxiety increased so severely a year ago that he shut down, repressed his feelings and perhaps memories to such an extreme that he now needs self-inflicted pain to experience control, a brief release, and an affirmation of his own existence. Scarpetta recalls the boy's almost dissociated state on the plane while he played with trading cards, violent ones relating to an axe. She envisions his extreme distress at the thought of no one meeting him, of an abandonment that she doubts is anything new. With each passing moment she becomes increasingly angry at those who are supposed to take care of him, and frightened for his safety. Digging inside her pocketbook as she drinks coffee in Dr. Lanier's guest house, she finds the telephone number she wrote down when Albert waited for an aunt who did not intend to pick him up, but orchestrated events so that Scarpetta would take care of him. It no longer matters what manipulations or conspiracies were on Mrs. Guidon's mind. Perhaps it was all a lure to get Scarpetta to that house to see what she knows about Charlotte Dard's death. Perhaps Mrs. Guidon is now satisfied that Scarpetta knows nothing more about the death than has ever been known. She dials the number and is startled when Albert answers the phone. "It's the lady who sat next to you on the plane," she says. "Hi," he greets her, surprised and very pleased. "How come you're calling me? My aunt said you wouldn't." "Where is she?" "I don't know. She went outside." "Did she leave the house in her car?" "No." "I've been thinking about you, Albert," Scarpetta says. "I'm still in town, but I'm leaving soon, and wondered if I could come by for a visit." "Now?" The thought seems to make him happy. "You'd come see just me?" "Would that be all right?" He eagerly says it would. 121. Benton quietly, carefully opens the wine-cellar door, his Sig Sauer drawn and cocked as he stands to one side of the narrow opening. The conversation just beyond stops, and a male voice says, "You didn't shut it all the way." Feet sound on steps, maybe 5 steps, and a hand, most likely Weldon Wynne's, pushes the door to shut it, and Benton pushes back hard, the door opening wide and knocking Wynne down the steps, where he lies shocked and groaning on the stone floor. Whoever he was talking to had seconds, no more, to flee down another set of steps. Benton can hear the person running fast, getting away, but there is nowhere for him, perhaps Jean-Baptiste, to go. The cave has an entrance and no exit. "Get up," Benton says to Wynne. "Slowly." "I'm hurt." He looks up as Benton stands on the top step, shutting the door behind him, while he keeps the pistol pointed at Wynne's chest. "I don't give a goddamn if you're hurt. Get up." Benton takes off his baseball cap and tosses it on top of Wynne. Recognition is slow, then Wynne's face blanches and his lips part as he lies twisted on the floor, tangled in his own raincoat, staring in horror. "It can't be you," he says in awe. "It can't be." All the while this is going on, Benton listens for footsteps, for whoever escaped. He hears no one. The small windowless space has a cobweb-covered naked light bulb overhead and a small, very old cypress table, covered with dark rings left by the countless bottles of wine that were tasted in here. Walls are damp stone, and attached to the one on the left of Benton are 4 iron rings in eye bolts. They are very old, but most of the rust is worn off. Nearby on the floor are coils of yellow nylon rope and an electrical receptacle. "Get up," Benton says again. "Who else is down there? Who were you just talking to?" The injured Weldon Wynne moves with surprising agility as he suddenly rolls on the floor and pulls out a gun from under his coat. Benton shoots him twice, once in the chest, once in the head, before Wynne can even get his finger on the trigger. Gunshots are muffled by stone. 122. Marino's personal payload is enough to slow the helicopter by 5 knots. Lucy isn't concerned. In this weather, she wouldn't push her machine up to maximum speed. There is no point in rushing to run into an antenna, and antennas are all over the place, rising out of swirling fog that makes the hairline obstacles and their strobes almost impossible to see in the distance. Lucy flies at 500 feet, the conditions worse than they were when they took off in Baton Rouge 20 minutes ago. "I don't like this." Marino's nervous voice sounds in Lucy's headset. "You're not the one flying. Relax. Enjoy the flight. Can I get you anything, sir?"
"How about a fucking parachute?"
Lucy smiles as both she and Rudy keep up their scan outside the cockpit. "You mind if I let go of the controls for a minute?" she says to Rudy for Marino's benefit.
"You're shitting me!"
Marino yells. "Ouch!" Lucy turns down the volume in her headset while Rudy takes the controls. "It's your ship," she repeats the standard line, ensuring that the other pilot knows for a fact that he's supposed to be flying at that precise moment. Turning a small knob on her emergency watch, she changes the upper display to chronograph mode. Nick has never been up in a helicopter, and she tells Marino to stop making matters worse. "If we aren't safe with them," Nick says, "we aren't safe with anyone. Besides, you're more likely to get hit by a car than crash in this weather."
"That's a bunch of shit. There ain't no cars up here, and I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't use the crash word."
"Concentrate," Lucy tells everyone, and she's not smiling now as she glances at the GPS. Yesterday, when she and Marino flew here and found the northwesternmost edge of the lake, she entered the coordinates into the GPS. We're exactly on track. Descending to 300 feet and slowing to 80 knots, she catches a glimpse of Lake Maurepas between rolling fog. The water is almost below them, thank God. No fear of antennas over a lake or its creeks and bayous. She slows down more as Rudy leans forward, staring hard, trying to make out the shoreline. "Nick?" Lucy asks. "You hearing me?" "Yes," her voice comes back. "Recognize anything down there?" Lucy slows to 60 knots. If she reduces her airspeed more than that, she'll go ahead and hover, but she prefers not to do so out of ground effect with such poor visibility. "Can you go back a little ways so we can find Blind River?" she asks. "Dutch Bayou branches off it right at the edge of the lake." "Which direction?" Lucy slowly banks the helicopter around, not thrilled about returning to land at this altitude, grateful that yesterday she was fastidious about noting the locations of any obstacles. Nick pauses, then her voice returns. "Well, if you follow the river toward the lake, Dutch Bayou would be at about 3 o'clock, to your right, she tells Lucy. Swooping back around and getting on track, Lucy flies over water again. That's it, Nick says. That's the river. See how it bends to the left? Well, we could see it better if we were higher.
Forget it, Rudy says.
I think, yes, Nick is getting excited. There it is, that very narrow creek. See it on your right? Dutch Bayou. My father's fishing shack isn't even a mile up it on the left.
Nerves are suddenly on edge. Rudy pulls his pistol out of his shoulder holster. Lucy takes a deep breath, tense and more apprehensive than she lets on as she descends to 100 feet, directly over a narrow bayou thick with cypress trees that appear ominous in the fog.
At this altitude especially they can already hear us, Lucy says calmly, focusing, thinking, trying not to react to what is quickly becoming a very dangerous situation. Suddenly a dilapidated gray shack materializes. Tied to a warped pier is a white boat that is completely incongruous with its surroundings. Lucy swoops around the shack. You sure? You sure? She can't help it. Her adrenaline is raising her voice. Yes! I recognize the roof. Papa used blue metal. I can still see some of the blue. And the same porch and screen door? Lucy drops to 50 feet in a hover and turns to the left, Rudy's window lined up with the boat. Shoot it! Lucy yells at him. Rudy slides open his window. He rapidly fires 17 rounds into the bottom of the boat as the front door of the shack flies open and Bev Kiffin runs out with a shotgun. Lucy pushes the cyclic forward to push up her airspeed. Duck, but stay in your seats. Rudy has already slapped a new magazine into his gun. Although the seats in back are directly over the fuel cell, this isn't Lucy's concern. Jet A is by no means as flammable as gasoline, and the most damage shotgun pellets might do is cause leaks. On the floor there is less of the aircraft's skin to penetrate. Rudy arms the floats. The shotgun is pump action with a magazine extender. Bev fires 7 rounds, one right after another. Pellets shatter windows, smacking the composite skin and hit the main rotor blade and engine cowling. If the burn can is penetrated, there's going to be a fire, and Lucy immediately cuts off the throttle and lowers the collective. Alarms go off in desperate warnings as she lowers the collective, presses the right pedal, and turns into the wind, where there is no place to set down but an area of tall sawgrass. Nitrogen explodes like another gunshot, and floats on the skids instantly inflate like rubber rafts. The helicopter lurches out of trim, and Lucy fights to stabilize it, realizing that at least one of the 6 floats has been penetrated by shotgun pellets. The landing is hard enough to set off the ELT, and the helicopter rocks in dense grass and dark, muddy water and lists hard to the right. Opening her door, Lucy looks down. 2 of the 3 floats were penetrated and didn't inflate. Rudy shuts off the battery and the generator, and everyone sits for a moment, stunned and listening to the abrupt silence outside as the helicopter lists to the right, sinking into the muck. Not more than 300 feet away they can see the boat taking on water, its bow rising as it sinks.
At least she's not going anywhere, Rudy remarks as he and Lucy take off their headsets.
Lucy unscrews a large cap on her watch and pulls out the antenna, activating her ELT.
Come on, she says. We can't sit here.
I can, Marino replies.
Nick? Lucy turns around. You got any idea how deep the water is right here? Not too deep, or there wouldn't be all this sawgrass. It's the mud that's the problem. We could sink up to our knees.
I'm not going anywhere, Marino says. What for? The boat's sunk, so she ain't going anywhere either. And I'm not getting snake bit or eaten by a fucking alligator.
Here's what we can do, Nick continues, as if Marino isn't in the back with her. The sawgrass stretches all the way behind the shack, and I know the water's not that deep because we used to put on high boots and collect mussels. I'm going, Lucy says, opening her door. Inside the shack, dogs are barking loudly. The problem for Lucy is that the fat float on her skid is going to make it impossible for her to lower herself gently, 1 foot at a time. She tightens the shoelaces on her ankle-high boots and hands Rudy her Glock and extra magazines. Perched in the doorframe like a skydiver, she says, "Here I go." She lands in the water feet first, and is pleasantly surprised to find she sinks in just above her boots. If she steps quickly, she doesn't sink as much. Stepping closer, her face splattered with dirty water, she reaches out to take her weapon and wedges it into the back of her pants. She temporarily jams the extra magazines into a pocket. Everybody takes turns holding on to guns and ammo as Rudy, then Nick, jump out, exiting from the same side of the helicopter as Lucy did. Marino sits like an angry lump in the back seat.
"You gonna sit there until the chopper turns over on its side?"
Rudy raises his voice.
"Idiot! Get out!"
Marino slides across the seats and tosses Rudy his gun. He jumps, loses his balance, and falls, his head hitting a float. When he manages to get to his feet, he is covered with mud and swearing. "Shh," Lucy says. "Voices carry on the water. You all right?" Marino wipes his hands on Rudy's shirt and angrily takes back his gun as both ELTs flash brightly on radar screens in airport towers and are picked up by any pilots who happen to be monitoring the emergency frequency. They slog along, tensely keeping an eye out for snakes, hearing them rustle through the tall grass. When the four of them are within 100 feet of the shack, pistols held high, barrels pointed up, the screen door whines open again, and Bev dashes out on the pier with the shotgun, shrieking, screaming at them, insane and suicidal with desperation and rage. Before she can even take aim, Rudy fires. Crack, 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 crack. She hits the old wood planking and rolls into the water next to the half-sunken boat. 123. Albert Dard opens the imposing door, the front of his long-sleeved shirt spotted with blood. "What happened?" Scarpetta exclaims as she steps inside. She gets down and gently raises his shirt. In a tic-tac-toe pattern on his stomach are shallow cuts. Scarpetta lets out a long breath as she lowers his shirt and stands up. "When did you do this?" She takes his hand. "After she left and didn't come back. Then he left. The man on the plane. I don't like him." "Your aunt didn't come back?" Scarpetta noted when she approached the house that a white Mercedes and Mrs. Guidon's old Volvo were parked in front. "You have a place where I can do something about those cuts?" He shakes his head. "I don't want to do anything." "Well, I do. I'm a doctor. Come on." "You are?" He seems dazzled, as if he's never imagined that women could be doctors. He leads her up the stairs to a bathroom that, like the kitchen, hasn't been renovated in many years. Inside is an old-fashioned white tub, a white sink, and a medicine cabinet, where she finds iodine but no Band-Aids. "Let's get your shirt off." She helps him pull it over his head. "Can you be brave? I know you can. Cutting yourself hurts, doesn't it?" She is dismayed by the multitude of scars covering his back and shoulders. "I don't really feel it when I do it," he says, watching anxiously as she unscrews the cap from the iodine. "I'm afraid you're going to feel this, Albert. A little sting." She lies the way all doctors do when some procedure is going to hurt like hell. She works quickly while he bites his lip. He waves his hands to cool the burning while he tries not to cry. "You are brave," she says, lowering the lid of the toilet and sitting on it. "You want to tell me why you started cutting yourself?" "Someone said it began several years ago." He hangs his head. "You can tell me." She takes both his hands. "We're friends, aren't we?" He slowly nods. "These people came," he whispers. "I heard cars. My aunt went outside, so I did too, only I hid. And they pulled this lady out of a car, and she was trying to scream, but they had her tied up." He points at his mouth, indicating a gag. "Then they pushed her into the cellar." "The wine cellar?" "Yes." Scarpetta recalls Mrs. Guidon's insistence that she tour the wine cellar. Fear raises the hairs on the back of her neck. She is here. She doesn't know who else is here except Albert, and someone could drive up at any moment. "One of the people with the tied-up lady was a monster." Albert's voice rises almost to a squeal as his eyes widen in terror. "Like I've seen on TV, in scary movies, with these sharp teeth and long hair. I was so afraid he saw me behind the bush." Jean-Baptiste Chandon. "And then my doggie, Nestle, she never came home again. he begins to cry. Scarpetta hears the front door open and shut, then footsteps downstairs. "Is there a phone up here?" Scarpetta whispers to Albert. He nods, terrified, wiping away tears. "Go lock yourself in that room, and call 911 immediately if you hear anything that frightens you." He stares at her, paralyzed. He touches the wounds on his stomach, then rubs them, causing them to bleed. "Go. Don't make any noise." He walks quietly down the hall and turns into a room. For several minutes she waits, listening to footsteps until they stop. The footsteps sound like those of a man, relatively heavy, but not the sharp sound of hard leather against wood. He starts walking again, and Scarpetta's heart hammers as he seems to head toward the stairs. She hears him on the first step and walks out of the bathroom because she does not want him, and she is certain he is Jean-Baptiste Chandon, to find Albert. At the top of the stairs she freezes, gripping the railing with all her might, looking down the staircase at him, the sight of him draining the blood from her head. She shuts her eyes and opens them again, thinking he will go away. Slowly she takes one step at a time, holding on to the railing, staring. Midway she sits down, staring. Benton Wesley doesn't move as he too stares. His eyes glisten with tears that he quickly blinks away. "Who are you?" Scarpetta's voice sounds miles away. "You aren't him." "I am." She begins to cry. "Please come down. Or would you like me to come up and get you?" He doesn't want to touch her until she is ready, until he is ready too. She gets up and slowly walks down the stairs. When she reaches him, she backs away, far away. "So you're part of this, you bastard. You goddamn bastard." Her voice shakes so violently that she can barely speak. "So I guess you better shoot me, because now I know. What you've been doing all this time, I thought you were dead. With them." She looks at the stairs as if someone is standing there. "You are one of them." "I'm anything but," he says. Digging into a pocket of his suit jacket, he takes out a folded piece of white paper. He smooths it open. It is a National Academy of Justice envelope, just like the photocopy Marino showed her. The photocopy of the envelope containing the letters Chandon wrote to Marino and her. Benton drops the envelope to the floor where she can see it. "No," she says. "Please, let's talk. You told Lucy where Rocco was? You knew what she'd do. You're safe. And you set me up to see him. I never wrote to him. It was you who wrote a letter supposedly from me, claiming I wanted to come see him and make a deal." "Yes." "Why? Why would you subject me to that? To make me stare at that man, that awful excuse for life?" "You just called him a man. That's right. Jean-Baptiste Chandon is a man, not a monster, not a myth. I wanted you to confront him before he died. I wanted you to take back your power. You had no right to control my life, to manipulate me that way. Are you sorry you went?" For an instant she is speechless. Then she says, "You were wrong. He didn't die. I didn't anticipate his seeing you would give him cause to stay alive. I should have known. Psychopaths like him don't want to die. I suppose because he pled guilty in Texas where he knew he would be death eligible, I was fooled into thinking he really did want." "You were wrong," she accuses him again. "You've had too damn much time to play God, and I don't know what you've turned into. Some... I was wrong, yes. I miscalculated, yes. Became a machine, Kay." He said her name, and it shakes her to her soul. "There is no one here to hurt you now," he then says. "Now?" "Rocco is dead. Weldon Wynne is dead. Jay Talley is dead." "Jay?" Benton flinches. "I'm sorry, if you still care." "About Jay?" Confusion spins. She feels dizzy, about to faint. "Care about him? How could I?" Do you know everything?" "More than everything," he replies. 124. Inside the kitchen, they sit at the same butcher-block table where Scarpetta talked to Mrs. Guidon on a night Scarpetta scarcely remembers. "I got in too deep," Benton is saying. They are sitting across from each other. "It was here, in this place of theirs, where a lot of the major players come to do their dirty business at the port and the Mississippi. Rocco, Weldon Wynne, Tally, even Jean-Baptiste." "You've met him?" "Many times," Benton says. "Here in this house. He found me amusing and much nicer to him than the others were. In and out, you name it. Guidon was the matron of the manor, you might say. As bad as the rest of them." "Was?" Benton hesitates. "I saw Wynne go into the wine cellar. I didn't know the others were in there, thought maybe Jean-Baptiste was, hiding. It was her and Tally. I had no choice." "You killed them?" "I had no choice," Benton repeats. Scarpetta nods. 6 years ago, another agent was working with me. Minor, Riley Minor, supposedly from around here. He did something stupid, I'm not sure what, but they did their number on him." Benton nods in the direction of the wine cellar. "The torture chamber where they make everybody talk. There are old iron rings in the walls from the slave days, and Tally was fond of heat guns and other means of deriving information, quickly. When I saw them dragging Minor into the cellar, I knew the operation was over, and I got the hell away." "You didn't try to help him?" "Impossible." She is silent. "If I hadn't died, I would have, Kay. If I hadn't died, I could never have been around you, Lucy, Marino, ever, because they would have killed you, too." "You are a coward," she says, drained of emotion. "I understand you're hating me for all I made you suffer." "You could have told me so I wouldn't suffer." He looks at her for a long moment, remembers her face. It hasn't changed much. None of her has. "What would you have done, Kay, had I told you my death had to be faked, and I would never see you again?" he asks. She doesn't have the answer she thought she might. The truth is, she wouldn't have allowed him to vanish, and he knows it. "I would have taken my chances." Grief closes her throat again. "For you, I would have." "Then you understand. And if it's any consolation, I've suffered. Not a day has gone by when I didn't think of you." She shuts her eyes and tries to steady her breathing. Then I couldn't take it anymore. Early on I became so miserable, so goddamn angry, and I began to figure a way. Like chess. A game? Not a game. I was very serious. One by one to eliminate the major threats, knowing that once I came out I could never go back, because if I failed I would be recognized, or simply killed during the process. I have never believed in vigilantism. I suppose you can talk to your friend Senator Lord about that. The Shandons heavily fund terrorism, Kay. She gets up. Too much for one day, too much. She glances up, suddenly remembering Albert. "Is that little mistreated boy really Charlotte Dard's son?" "Yes." "Please don't tell me you're his father." "Jay Tally was. Albert doesn't know that. He's always been given this mysterious line about a very prominent but busy father he's never met. A kid's fantasy. He still believes he has this omnipotent father somewhere. Tally had a brief affair with Charlotte. One night while I was here, there was a garden party, and Charlotte invited an acquaintance, an antiques dealer." "I know," Scarpetta says. "At least that question will be answered." "Tally saw her, spoke to her, went to her house. She resisted him, which is something he won't tolerate. He murdered her, and because Charlotte had seen the two of them together, and because Tally was tired of Charlotte, bored with her, he saw to it that she died. Met her. Brought her pills." "The poor little boy." "Don't worry," Benton says. "Where are Lucy and Marino? Where are Rudy and Nick?" Now she remembers them. "Picked up by a Coast Guard helicopter about half an hour ago, after raiding Bev Kiffin's and Jay Tally's hideout." "How do you know?" He gets up from the table. "I have my sources." Senator Lord enters Scarpetta's mind again. The Coast Guard is now Homeland Security. Yes, Senator Lord would know. Benton moves closer to her, looking into her eyes. If you hate me forever, I'll understand. If you don't want to be with me, I don't blame... Well, you shouldn't. Jean-Baptiste is still out there. He will come after me, somehow. She says nothing, waiting for the hallucination to pass. Can I touch you? Benton asks. It doesn't matter who else is out there. I've been through too much. Can I touch you, Kay? She lifts his hands and presses them against her face. This is Kate Redding. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Blowfly by Patricia Cornwell. To find out more about the complete Books on Tape catalog of unabridged audiobooks, call our customer service department at the number on this package, or visit us online at booksontape.com. Blowfly by Patricia Cornwell. Copyright 2003 by Cornwell Enterprises, Incorporated. Published by arrangement with G.P. Putnam's Sons, a member of Penguin Group USA, Incorporated. Production copyright 2003 Books on Tape, Incorporated.